Yellow is the sunshine of our land, the joy of our people. Blue reflects our waters and bright sky, which blends with white, our spirituality. Red represents all the warmth, uniqueness, and diversity of our people. It's as vibrant as our cultural festivities. We have history. We are Brazil, spelled with an S. And this is our brand.
Por meio de programas estruturantes e de iniciativas estratégicas, o BID apoia o país para que encontre o caminho do crescimento econômico de maneira sustentável, inclusiva e duradoura. Por meio de nossos programas, apoiamos famílias agricultoras na adoção de técnicas de cultivo que aliam preservação ambiental e produtividade agrícola. De desenvolvimento econômico sustentável e inclusivo, visando beneficiar suas diversas comunidades. Também apoiamos protagonistas da economia brasileira a mobilizar recursos no crescente mercado de bonds ou títulos temáticos, em parceria com atores como o BNDES, Banco do Brasil, Eletrobras e Banco ABC Brasil. E com nossos parceiros, trabalhamos buscando inovar em setores como o de transportes. Nosso foco sempre tem como prioridade o maior ativo do país, as pessoas. Em Salvador, estamos ajudando a impulsionar o turismo como fonte de trabalho, renda e vocação para microempreendedores, especialmente mulheres negras. Prestamos suporte técnico e financeiro às secretarias de saúde e também ao setor privado para o enfrentamento da Covid-19 e seus efeitos também nas finanças hospitalares. Visando capacitar jovens para o mercado de trabalho de tecnologia, ajudamos a levar cursos de programação a mulheres, negras e trans. Para que o país e seus cidadãos realizem seu potencial, também canalizamos esforços e recursos para que o país avance em sua infraestrutura física e digital. São 26 milhões de reais em investimentos viabilizados com o apoio do BID para a estruturação de parcerias público-privadas no país. Já no setor de água e saneamento, com o Programa Socioambiental dos Igarapés de Manaus, Prosamin, estamos há 15 anos ajudando a superar o desafio das palafitas. Além disso, oferecemos suporte à transformação digital do país, pois acreditamos no seu potencial para trazer mais eficiência e produtividade. E como o Grupo BID se estrutura para apoiar o Brasil? Com mais de 120 profissionais com profundo conhecimento do país alocados nos nossos escritórios de Brasília e São Paulo, o Grupo BID é parceiro histórico do desenvolvimento do Brasil. Oferecemos ao país apoio ao setor público por meio do BID, às empresas do setor privado por meio do BID Invest e ao ecossistema de inovação por meio do BID Lab. Mais do que financiamento, oferecemos conhecimento técnico e fazemos a ponte entre soluções locais, regionais e globais. Banco Interamericano de Desenvolvimento.
A maior biodiversidade do planeta é do Brasil. A capacidade de desenvolver produtos compatíveis com a floresta é dos brasileiros. Um agro forte que alimenta o planeta é do Brasil. E o trabalho duro, a pesquisa de ponta, o desenvolvimento tecnológico é dos brasileiros. Ser reconhecido pela capacidade produtiva, matriz energética limpa, inovação e pelo maior programa de inclusão social do mundo também é do Brasil. Assim como ser respeitado pelo talento que conquista o mundo é dos brasileiros. A Apex Brasil leva nosso país para o mundo todo, promovendo produtos do Brasil e o talento dos brasileiros. As exportações estão batendo recordes, trazendo os melhores resultados da história. Nosso país está indo cada vez mais longe e conquistando a posição que merece no mundo. É do Brasil, é sustentável, é para o mundo todo. Apex Brasil, Governo Federal, União e Reconstrução.
Olá, bom dia, sejam todas muito bem-vindas, sejam todos muito bem-vindos.
Good morning, welcome everyone. This is the 6th Brazilian Forum of Investment. Today we'll have various subjects that will be addressed here on the stage, but we will start our event with the first presentation with an important key speaker. He is graduated in economy and master in economic science by Unicamp, also doctor in economic theory. Is retired professor of economy by Unicamp and licensed professor by Department of Economy of PUC São Paulo. He participated in the foundation of the Party of the Workers, was vice president of international relations of the Executive Committee, National Executive. He also founder of CUT, Unique Central of Workers, was director of social studies, economic studies, and political studies. He was also federal deputy by the Party of the Workers in 2 mandates, candidate to vice presidency with Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva in the presidential elections of 2024, and was president of the Senate Committee on International Relations, leader of the parliamentary group of PT, was member of the Brazilian representation and president of the Parliament of Mercosul, was Minister of Science and Technology, Minister of Education, Minister of the Civil Cabinet, and Minister of Education on President Dilma's presidency. So I invite to the stage the President of the National Bank of Development, Economic and Social Development, Mr. Aloysio Mercadante. Good morning, everyone. Initially, I would like to salute Jorge Viana, companion of a lot of history with former governor, former senator. They were talking my resume. I was recalling some passages with him that in the campaign of 1994, I was the vice president of Lula, and I didn't travel to Acre, and I went to Acre to make campaign with him. So I went into a plane with Jorge Viana on the single engine airplane to Acre. I said to the pilot, close the door because the door is not closing. And then I asked Jorge Viana, what am I doing here? Oh, don't worry, he's a pilot of a gold mining activity. But he elected governor, so everything went all right. I want to salute James Spinney, CEO of IDB Invest, our partner in various initiatives, to salute William that helped to sponsor and make possible this initiative, Ambassador Ademar Aguiar, responsible for the organization of this event, to salute Carlos Nobre, that belongs to our administration board of BNDES, salute Luciana Costa, that will talk with you. José Luis Gotten talked yesterday about industry and innovation. Nelson Barbosa also talked about strategic planning of the bank, and Luciana will address you today as well. So I'll make here a general comment that the bank will continue to be exposed during this event. Our reading is that we are living a moment of a great historical opportunity for Brazil. It's not a simple scenario. It's extremely complex, internationally speaking, but Brazil has a place in this process that if he knows how to walk with security and boldness, we may have excellent outcomes. Why is it an historical opportunity? Because the world is in need of stability. We are looking at the conflicts, the wars, the lack of legal security, the lack of respect by the contracts, and Brazil, not without intentions. It is a country that for 150 years doesn't have a war with a neighbor. Only 15 countries in the world have relations with all the countries in the world, and Brazil is one of them. And it's a country, and I salute Itamaraty, helped decisively in this strategy by its professionalism. It's a country that has in the diplomacy, in the dialogue, in the search for negotiated solutions, the center of its intervention in the international relations. And this is what the world needs today. The world needs peace, the world needs serenity, and needs leadership. And we have a president of a republic that it's in his third mandate, that it's a historical reference. It's a leadership with a profile totally distinct from what is the rule in the international scenario currently, and has always followed these interventions looking for dialogue, stability, democracy, which is a factor that differentiates Brazil in the Security Council of the UN, always concerned in building solutions that are not increasing the lack of stability that we are living. Secondly, why we are in an historical window of opportunity is that because we are in the greatest change in the global chains of value since Second World War. Pandemic, on one hand, was a decisive moment for this, but also the emergence of China and Asia as the big engine of the world economy in the last 30-40 years sponsored in this moment a change of attitude of the main economies of the West that are looking to internalize the supply chain, the value chain domestically, and being more active in the participation in the food security, energy security, and supply of strategic inputs. So we are watching in the States, for example, even the post-Second World War, we had the Marshall Plan. Brazil helped to finance the Marshall Plan for the rebuilding of the European economy. We are watching now a reverse Marshall Plan. The United States have $383 billion of public subsidies for the ecological subsidy to impulse clean energy, to renew its industrial chain, and $200 billion for the microprocessing industry to have this sensitive and strategic sector of the digital economy, of the digital transition, to have a key role and the leadership that they still have in spite of strong competition and competent competition that China is presenting in this segment. So this change of attitude of the American economy somehow is also present in the European Union. So the relation between East and West changed. There is a search of internalizing the value chains, the productive chains, and Brazil may be an attraction for investments in this sector, for it's a country with a great stability that has a diversified economy. It's a country that managed to produce airplanes in a very competitive way, like Embraer. Only 5 countries in the world do it. And it's a country that manages when it concentrates, when it has focus, when it has determination, capacity of industrialization, and attraction of investments that are there is a abundance of international liquidity, and Brazil is a stable port where these investments can dock with comparative qualities to attract these investments. The third reason, and this is where the biggest challenge, historical challenge is present, is that we are facing the biggest challenge of humanity of my generation. Reading here my summary resume, but the first time that I heard about environmental crisis and the Earth was a single planet was in 1973, and I was the president of the academic center, and UN had a saying, one single Earth. The movement of the environmental cause was launched at that time. With Carlos Nobre, we did a lot of things looking to the increase of the crisis, like the Center of Monitoring and Prevention Against Natural Disasters was created in a moment that people denying the climate crisis was active, and it was more an academic movement pointing out, and I recall the research, for example, in IMPA, in greenhouses to simulate how, and I'm talking of 12 years ago, how global warming would impact in the fauna and flora, that what animals would survive, what kind of genetic mutations would occur, what kind of species were more resilient, what could survive in the future, looking a bit to what we are watching today in the unquestionable manner. We are in the hottest year of the Earth, the hottest day of the Earth, and the natural disasters are being more and more serious every day. We are facing a crisis in the sector of paper and cellulose, for there is lack of wood. Just the fires in the Canada destroyed an important stockpile of wood. We are talking of floods, various tragedies. In BNDES, we are living this directly. We are a continental country, so the bank went to Rio Grande do Sul for the drought, made a big loss in Rio Grande do Sul economy. We lost 20 billion reais. The animal protein chain was fragilized by this disaster. We made a special line to the cooperatives of 1 billion reais, and we returned 2 weeks after we had a flood in 97 municipalities, strongly hurt by floods, and micro and medium companies lost machines, stocks, buildings, and couldn't pay the payroll, couldn't pay suppliers. So there was a demand of the bank to find answers that are not in our portfolio. These are innovations that we have to implement to face these problems. So I'll announce a line of 3 billion reais in the COP30 conference, where our great governor Elder Barbalho, about the drought in the Amazon, the biggest drought in 120 years, without water in the rivers, the boats on the floor, on the bed of the rivers, schools stopping. So the trend is to increase these kind of problems. For the weather forecasts, with 90% in the next 5 years will be even harder and more hardship than this one. The global warming continues. It's already higher than balance of the climate. What we have ahead of us is how do we stop in this story by various chapters. The next chapter will be written in the same conditions that we wrote the current one. This is a great challenge we have ahead. And why this is a challenge, opportunity for Brazil? For we have 25% of the tropical forest, which is the more complex, more important, the one that kidnaps more carbon, and for the indispensable for the evolution of agriculture and the genetics and for the life in planet. We have 35% of the reforest area in the planet, and because we are today the main producer of protein, the big producer of grains in various cultures, we are the first or second place. Brazil had an increase of their crops amazingly in spite of these extreme climate phenomena, and the demand for food security grows in the world. And Brazil, once again, is a safe port to produce food and to provide global supply. Once again, many opportunities. Today, the prices of commodities declined 20% in the agricultural goods. Our crop grew more than that, but the price of the inputs also declined. Fertilizers declined 27%, so we managed to keep a good profitability of the agriculture, not in considering the extraordinary dimension of the crops, but always with big opportunities for investments. There is a huge demand for investments in housing, in storage for the crops, for we had no room to store all the crop of this year. In some regions, more than 20% of the crop had no place to be stored. So we have a large portfolio, and we are talking of a lot of demands, railways, highways, ports, to permit to take away the crops into the various markets, and a whole list of integration of the Latin American region for infrastructure and to increase our logistic capability of production and transportation. We have the biggest diversity of the planet, and Brazil now needs, and this is President Lula speaking, Brazil needs historical ambition. Brazil needs to be the leader, the global leader, the first country of G20. The first country of G20 will preside G20 as from this year, will be the first country of G20 with zero emissions. We'll arrive ahead and show to the planet that we need a new model of development, and for that we must start by the Amazon. As Isabel says, Isabel Teixeira, that is from our independent council, the Amazon that turns on or off the light of Brazilian diplomacy. So the fight against deforestation will show data shortly. We are delivering what President Lula promised. Friday, BNDES will be announcing with federal police more resources for the operations against deforestation to the new governors of the Amazon. We will deliver. Once again, Brazil shows that it's possible to keep the forest standing, but we must go beyond that. We must have a big program of reforestation of the Amazon. We have 4.5 million hectares of public lands that could be densified with productive species and regenerating the forest. For if we do in this way a green arch, the forest will regenerate, and in 4 years it will be regenerated and avoids the tipping point that has been mentioned for so many years of the risk of savanization, which is the path to disaster in the planet. So we need international partnerships. We need a bold program of reforestation of the Amazon and of bioeconomy as well. We need to generate aggregated value. The forest, I'm already heading to an interesting moment. People from the northern region here, it's full of experts in Pororoca and Igarapé, water resources of the north, typical areas. We have to live with this as well. But the Amazon, we have 30 million Brazilians living there, 50 million Latin Americans and South Americans living in the Amazon. So some people live under the forest, someone's by the side of the forest, and most of them live in precarious conditions. We must generate income, jobs, alternatives for the development of the region, for it's not only the effort of the police forces to control deforestation, fight crime, organized crime and gold mining. We must remove 20,000 gold miners from Yanomami land. Where do you put them? We must have an investment in clean industry, in the sustainable productive chain to provide jobs for these people. So sustainability is the best option. So we need to generate these alternatives of jobs and income, and we have great possibilities for that. I want to talk now, I see it's very promising. We had an extraordinary growth of the crops in the last 50 years, and 560% was the growth of productivity. 100% was the growth of planted area. So the innovation and productivity in agriculture can advance both with productivity as with, we need bio inputs, we need fertilizers, we need more equipments, more modernization. Embraer is investing in drones. I think that will be the future, technological future of equipments for agriculture. Embraer is investing and will contribute to the increase of the productivity. I want to talk a bit about BNDES. BNDES has 71 years of history. It's a bank that historically was fundamental to design the goals plan. 50 years in 5 in Juscelino Kubitschek. Big moments of the history of Brazil, BNDES was in the center of the formulation. Celso Furtado, Roberto Campos are authorities that have always given a contribution for the construction of public policies. BNDES this year, we have a growth of the portfolio of BNDES that is reaching 200 billion reais, 97% of growth in our pipeline, which are things that entered to be analyzed and approved or not. The growth of the approvals of financing grew 43%. I play, but it's a fact. It's not a very environmentally correct expression, but it's very academic. BNDES has to kill a lion every day. Every day we must make an effort in that sense. 82% of the funding of BNDES doesn't have public subsidy. Doesn't have. Today there's none. And where it is, it's basically on the crop plan and the plan for family agriculture, which is the PRONEF, that it's used by other financial institutions. BNDES offered 38% of finance to the crops. We have a third of the agriculture in Brazil. So BNDES is in a strong expansion of approvals of disbursement and demands for credit and looking for alternative sources of finance. We emitted, for example, then Luciana, 24% of the debentures, structuring debentures of the country. We distribute them precisely because of the cries of the Americanas group that generated a decline, a sudden decline in the emission of debentures, of fraud that created a aversion to risk. So BNDES did the anti-cycle policy, helping a lot of financial institutions especially in the area of sanitation with the emission of debentures. Our portfolio of structure and clean energy, infrastructure and clean energy, Brazil likes to say the BNDES is the largest bank in the world in clean energy. We finance 90% of the electric power generation. The solar and wind energy exists in Brazil thanks to BNDES. In the wind energy, we managed to integrate all the productive cycle, integrating the generators and all the equipments for this generation. And the big jump now is the border of energy, which is the green hydrogen. We have a lot of projects. Those who have projects in this area, we have a great interest in green hydrogen and synthetic fuel. That will be the next stage for the aviation, for shipping, and for the car industry. And Brazil has a big expertise in biofuels, in biodiesel, and ethanol. In ethanol of second generation is 30% more productive than the one we had. Nothing is lost, everything is reutilized, it decreases energy efficiency, so we are in the important line. We need to change our car industry. This is one of the challenges to advance in the clean energy model of society. Brazil is the second people that uses more bus in the planet, and 52% of the bus produced sold in Latin America are from Brazil. Our challenge now is the electric bus. It's the new generation. If we want to keep our car park, we must advance in this perspective. We have 5 assemblers of electric bus in Brazil with 20% of national content. The target is to reach 50%, and we have a timeline for that. So building the various parts, including the battery, we have the 7th reserve of lithium, and in the Argentina, Chile, and Bolivia, a great potentiality to internalize and advance in the production of the batteries that generates a lot of various stages. We still have a cycle to fulfill, but we are producing, WEG is producing excellent batteries, and we have a great interest in that innovation. And bus, differently from cars, is manufacturing, is human work, it's a qualified job in the industry. BNDES financed 1,600 electric bus for the city of São Paulo, and the model of financing, we are also open to partnerships. You are listening, Rafael? We need to create leasing companies for bus. For the operators, the capex is too high, it's 3 times the cost of a diesel bus. But the capex has a low cost, so the calculus provides interesting profitability for the municipalities. Besides the environmental gain of emissions, where 40% of the emissions is due in the cities to the fleet of bus. So we need to create leasing companies for electric bus. So the company that buys the electric bus hires a leasing operation, will decline the operational cost. A silent bus that can have Wi-Fi, can have air condition, not polluting, and improve the health conditions of the passengers and of the new generation. We have one of the biggest fleets in the planet to renew, so we want investment in that area. BNDES is prioritizing this acquisition and production of electric bus, and those who are interested in business in that area, besides clean energy, is of big interest. We are paying a lot of attention to that possibility. We are looking to innovate and regain the agenda of innovation of the country. The contemporary economy is an economy of knowledge that requires innovation to produce betterly, to produce in the cheaper manner with more quality. It's on the daily activities of the factories floors, so we need to regain financing of research and development for the innovation. We have 20 billion reais for the next 4 years. FINEP has another 20 billion reais. So we have 40 billion reais with an interest rate that doesn't reach 4% a year to finance innovation in the companies. Embrapi is also an interesting model and innovating that part of the demand of the company, and we finance a part, and Embrapi finances another part, and the company a third part, the institute that participates in the research, and by doing that, generating more competitiveness and more innovation. I would like to finalize I won't extend myself to talk about the sectors. Lucian will detail each sector. For the youngest ones, they love a PowerPoint presentation. They present data. I always say, do you want PowerPoint or do you want me to talk what I find relevant? So I'm talking what I find more relevant. We do need a PowerPoint. But I want to conclude saying the following. With the Ukraine war, with that tragedy in Israel and Palestine, the coup of January 8th, there's a part of Brazilian agenda that doesn't appear in the coverage of the media, but I want to recover a bit of that. We entered, the projection of IMF was a growth of 0.78%. Today is of 3% for the Brazilian economy, against all the pessimism that we'll have a second semester that will be harder, yes, with a certain decline, but the forecast for next year is of about 2% of growth. And we can innovate and create much more. The wage increased, the minimum salary increased, the Bolsa Família increased for the children, for the protection of childhood, which is a big challenge of the poverty, to think about a generation that will be the one of the future. We are managing to have a rate, even late, the Selic rate is declining. We started on the biggest real value interest. We have the biggest reserves of foreign currency. How do we explain the rating of the risk agencies that have been mistaken for many times? Fortunately, 2 of these agencies have reviewed the rating to recover the rate of investment. But we do have a fiscal challenge, for we have a liability and an abuse in the previous administration with the hidden liabilities. We have a problem of the relation that there is a litigation of the Brazilian state against various stakeholders. We did a seminar with Minister Barroso from the Supreme Court. BNDES will study how can we advance in arbitrage, in conflict mediation, to reduce this way of postponing fiscal responsibilities, generating financial liabilities for the future. We had decisions of the Supreme Court that hurt the revenues of the state, for example in PIS/COFINS, a decision of 2017, and now the government has to return taxes that were collected from the company. For Sousa Cruz, we have to return 4 billion reais that was excessively charged from the smokers. But surely there will be some health problems, so they pay taxes to finance health, and will reduce the smokers. We will return to the country the taxes that have been excessively paid. Now the commitment for the fiscal stability had and always has, Minister Haddad has always said, to deliver the support, we must have economic stability, we must have foreseeability, the fiscal policy to attract this liquidity and take advantage of this historical advantage. And the historical market creates some flexibilities that are important. For example, inflation. We don't work anymore with the future value, we work with a target. There is a flexibility, and it's important to have a flexibility. We need to have the same flexibility in relation to the inflation target. We cannot imagine that we will be precise in the inflation determination due to the lack of judicial instability and decisions of the parliament that we do not control. We are doing an effort for the fiscal balance, and the parliament votes a decision in the opposite direction. So this movement around the fiscal responsibility must be over institutional. It's not just a responsibility of Haddad, it's a responsibility of everyone in the public life, for it will bring a positive return to the society. It's improving the macroeconomic environment is also thanks to the attitude of the government insisting in that path. Lastly, I believe we are in a historical moment. We need to innovate and dare. I'm very aligned with the Minister of the Economy in the idea of setting a mechanism of edge for long tail. for priority investments of long term. What would be this? The entrepreneur faces a certain risk and makes an hedge, but for a long-term investment you provide a guarantee that as from a certain value the Ministry of Economy assures, and we do have a portion of reserve that you can leverage that process. So we can, by doing that, attract a lot of external investment, and we'll have innovation by the end of the year regarding this. And this discussion being matured, it's an innovative mechanism. Since it is innovative, it always generates a certain risk, but gain that Brazil can have by giving more guarantee to the investors to make the climate change, the decarbonization, for a clean energy, clean industry, for reforestation. And we define that these projects will have exchange rate protection of long term, and that the Federal Union can enter to assure this. I think this will be a very promising innovation. We'll have good novelties in 2024. The other innovation that it's already in the Chamber of Deputies that I also defend with enthusiasm is that when we made the proposal of Desenrola program, there were a lot of critics. No, it's not possible. Well, Desenrola is working, is making possible. I think the banks are doing a special effort for this last stage, but we're taking millions of families from the negative file so they can regain credit. We need Desenrola investment. And how to do this? The federal revenue has 2.3 trillion of fiscal passive liabilities yet to collect. This is in the passive liabilities of the companies. It hurts the leverage of the companies, so the federal revenue can be recovered. The other part hardly will be recovered, for we have a penal code that allows consecutive appeals and generates a liability of huge dimensions. So what's the basic idea? Is to have an edge of that debt, and in the projects of environmental transition that are relevant and decisive for the humanity and for the Brazilian economy and society, you could use a part of this fiscal liability. The company can have a relevant discount as long as it invests on that sector for a structuring project turn to the environmental transition. I think that's a second way of financing that doesn't put pressure on the budget and allows the company to improve its balance sheet, gets a discount. Instead of cashing in, it becomes investment, job generation, and investment in Brazil development. And we also have taxes yet to be collected of about 800 billion, where we can make a receivables fund, and the companies can transform this into shares and make it available for investment. What I want to say, especially to the relevant stakeholders of the financial market, I was talking with Rafael, an amateur that was successful in the financial market. Everybody else is a professional. But what do we need? We need creativity. We need to think outside the box to face this climate change. As the president said, the earth does not stand for this. And Brazil has a unique opportunity. We do not have budget. No, we don't. So let's get the fiscal liabilities, let's get the tax receivables to create long-term investments to make sure that they will have a long-tail hedge fund, and let's present results the planet needs, the people expect, and President Lula is ready to do it. Those who think that we won't be bold are mistaken. We'll do it with transparency, with debate, with discussion, formulating, but looking for new instruments of financing, creative financing for Brazil to have a historical jump. Lastly, I want to talk to the investors. You all have some private bank or some agent that work with him, trust him. The financial sector is very professional. They solve almost everything. Whatever they don't solve, look for BNDES that we will solve whatever you need. Thank you. Our sincere thanks to the President of BNDES, Aloysio Mercadante, that opened our agenda in the second day of the Brazilian Investment Forum that will bring various subjects in today's agenda, themes like the Amazon, ESG, also energy transition, venture capital, agro-revolution, innovation in health. We will thank for your presence and the presence of everyone that is following us live through our media channels. Let's go to the first panel of the day that will talk about the Amazon. It will be a session focused in the business opportunities and inclusive investments. To moderate this panel, we'll have Kennedy Alencar from TV Network, and to debate this, Juliana Lopes, director of the BNDES, also Gabriela Azevedo, head of planning from BID Invest, Carlos Nobre, senior research of the advanced studies of USP, and Paula Monteiro dos Reis, partner of Mandioca and president of the business entities of bioeconomy of the Amazon. We invite you all. And good morning. Welcome everyone. Let's take advantage of that. We have a short panel with 4 panelists. The topic is Amazon business development, inclusive development. I want to thank for the invitation of Apex and IDB, especially to Governor Jorge Viana. Thank you, very honored. Helena Chagas, also a great journalist that invite me, my friend. I thank her. Okay, let's move on to present the panelists. By my side, Juliana Lopes. She's the Director of Nature and Society of the Business Corporate Council of Sustained Development. We have Carlos Nobre, Senior Researcher of the Advanced Studies of São Paulo, USP. Gabriel Todi Azevedo, Manager of BID Invest, and Paulo Monteiro dos Reis, partner of Mandioca and president of the Association of Bioeconomy of the Amazon. We will start with a general question focused on the theme of the panel, which is the inclusive development projects. Each one will have 5 minutes, and then we move on to a higher interaction among us about other topics. I would like to take the opportunity to open the floor to Julian. In your vision, what are the opportunities of combined opportunities for inclusive development that you want to highlight in our panel? Perfect. Thank you, Kennedy. I would like to thank and salute Apex and IDB and the Brazilian government for the invitation to participate in the event today. Initially, I would like to highlight that there's a growing interest by the vanguard of the cooperation for the inclusive development of the Amazon. And the biggest example of this is the movement of the corporations in favor of the Amazon launch in 2021 as the outcome of a call from the CEOs of the biggest companies of Brazil that participate in CEBES. So we have the Leaders Council where all the presidents of these companies participate, and in 2021 they provoked us to lead this articulation to act in the combat against deforestation of the Amazons. So this was the seed that was launched to this business movement in favor of the Amazon, and since then we've been working in advocacy, to working with the structuring and the design of public policies, all the systems of command and control, but also training and developing capabilities for the articulation of the mobilization of more investments for the territory of the Amazon. So this subject is in the corporate agenda, and the perception of risk that was the motivation initially gradually became an understanding, a perception of opportunities. So I believe that the first learning process is that we, as from this articulation, we managed to prepare a study about good practices by the corporations in the Amazon, where we analyzed more than 140 business initiatives. Out of those, we highlight 11 cases that have a potential of being replicated, and the activities, they are from speeding up startups, business of impact, also as from technologies for remote monitoring of deforestation, restoration, So a wide array of projects was analyzed deeply, and there were factors of success that we highlight. And since then, they become premises to define this work to increase investment in the Amazon. The connection with public policies is an indispensable factor. And secondly, the partnership with the local stakeholders of the territory. So all this work must start always from this listen of those who are in the territory to understand those needs and co-create solutions that are sustainable and of impact. Now, to materialize a bit more this opportunity, I think that we have a great a window of opportunity that is short, so we need to speed up the action, and I would highlight the socio-B economy as a field stimulated, strengthened social economy that englobates activities of the forest, standing forest activities. We are talking of the social biodiversity, but also of restoring the forest. Just to give you an idea of the dimension, today Amazon contributes with about 9% of the national GDP, but based on the model, on the development model that doesn't generate prosperity. It generates maybe short cycles of growth. And we have this anachronic situation that 50% of the emissions are generated in the Amazon. If the Amazon was a country, surely would be the highest emitting country in the world. So that's an example. If we make a cut just in the economic dimension, we don't have a rationale. So it's urgent that we look for a new model of development for the region. And then to give a bit of the dimension to the potential and to this opportunity, today the activity of the economy of the standing forest, it may aggregate more than 2 trillion to the GDP, generating about 2 million jobs. So this is the tone. We have to speed up these investments, and there are 2 factors that are relevant and that we work in this articulation with the business community. So fighting illegality, since our main competitor are the illegal activities, there are no empty spaces, and this legal security is important to overcome the high perception of risk that still exists of the business community. So this ends up to inhibit investment. So we need to attract this responsible investment into patient capital to be able to establish the basis and strengthen this new economy of the standing forest. Thank you, Paula. On such a short time, I will pass the word to Gabriel. Gabriel, what are the opportunities combined with inclusive development that we have in the Amazon? The floor is yours. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Kennedy. Good morning, members of this panel. It's an honor to be side by side with Professor Carlos Nobre, always. And I would like to thank Apex for the invitation, for the organization, and to excuse myself for the ones. Juan Paulo Bonilla should be in this panel in my place, that has the same place as I in the bid public. I am in the bid investor, but the flight had a problem, he couldn't arrive. Since we worked together in the bid Amazon program, I was called at the last minute to be part of this panel. So I hope to do it properly, and I transmit a hug from Juan Pablo to all. So in relation to the Amazon, president of BNDES talked 40-50 million people, depend on how you define. 45% of those living below the line of poverty. Economic model that is focused in the primary economy, extractivist, of low productivity, with a high degree of degradation of goods and services, environmentally speaking, generating losses and externalities to the countries of the basin. And we may invert George Viana, Luizio Mercadante mentioned, we need to reverse that economic order. We need a productive economy of the future and capitalize, that Juliana mentioned and others mentioned, On one hand, opportunities, and on the other hand, absolute need. Mercadante, hottest year, hottest day, hottest month, though an absolute need in the sense of urgency. We need to operate with that sense of urgency. There is no time to be wasted. And on the other hand, an opportunity that is being now captained by the wish of by a new leadership of the has been captained by the Brazilian government. Was created a forum of ministers of planning from the Amazon, various meetings. It's a forum that it's managed with the support of IDB Group, with the President Ilan, that has in the Amazon one of its priorities for its management, the first Brazilian president in the history of IDB. And we worked in the public sector. We have a portfolio of about $2 billion in the Amazon in various sectors, and we want to be part of this new economy of the Amazon, capitalizing in the natural characteristics, in the cultural characteristics and social characteristics of the region, in this world scenario that presents new opportunities but also brings to us a sense of responsibility and of urgency. And we have in IDB a strategic view in a very holistic approach, not only conservation. We have an holistic approach of integration, access for opportunities that live there, that looks for modernization of Brazilian cities. 70% is urbanized. They're the very needed cities in terms of sanitation, housing, transportation, etc. So this logic has also to be inverted. Swiftly, in 1 minute, I want to say, in face of this global and regional ambition and of the strategic view of BID, of the three windows, BID Invest works with the private sector, and our lab, IDB Lab, also works with the private sector. Under the presidency of President Ilan, we created Amazon Forever initiative, centered in 5 pillars to fight deforestation, bioeconomy, people that are in services, cities and sustainable cities, and agriculture, cattle farming and sustainable agriculture. And we are coordinating all the efforts of all the windows of IDB through the public sector, with public policies, with partnerships with BNDES and the state of Pará. Through the private sector, we are also working with various companies of the region in its chains and direct initiatives, and other stakeholders, trying to maximize IDB Group will be the G20, where the multilateral will be of President Ile will preside the G20 group. We'll have a multilateral group along with the World Bank to work jointly. We started with IFC. We are bringing other multilateral entities, so we won't compete in this space, but we'll add efforts. I will stop now. I would also like to make a mention to the Green Coalition that was mentioned by President of BNDES, a coalition of public and multilateral banks led by the role of BNDES. And we in BID Invest, we hope to launch in the COP the Green Coalition of private banks that want to work jointly in favor of the Amazon, making easier the access and support to the activities in the Amazon. So I leave here an invitation to the private banks here present to cooperate. Professor Carlos Nobre, the floor is yours. Business opportunities combined with inclusive development to the Amazon. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. I would like to talk about on what President Mercadante mentioned of this potential of being one of the leaders in the fight against the climate emergency. As President Mercadante mentioned, we can be the first country in the world to have zero emission of greenhouse gases. Until last year, we were the fifth larger emitter. This year, hopefully, we had October a decline of 50% in deforestation of the Brazilian Amazon. Excellent news, almost 250 million tons less of carbon gas. We won't be, as from now, the fifth larger emitter, but we can be the first one to have zero emissions. For that, we need, of course, immediately to have zero emission and the degradation caused by fire. And also, as you know, to create big projects of forest recovery. And now in the COP, BNDES will launch a program of Arch of Forest Restoration. Why is it so urgent to do this in the Amazon, in all the Amazon, but mainly in the Brazilian Amazon? For, as a matter of fact, all the south of Amazon is at the edge of the cliff, as we call the tipping point, the non-return point. If we move ahead of that point, we won't have a way to recover the forest. And what is this tipping point? It's more than 50% of the Amazon forest, all the south, east, and center becoming ecosystem degraded, and degraded ecosystem of open, we call savanization. For the tropical savanna is not quite so. For Cerrado, the Brazilian savanna is very rich and stores, but it's in this case it's a degraded savanna. Why are we close to this tipping point? It's not something for the future. We are already at the edge. All the dry season in the south of Amazon, 2.3 million square kilometers from the Atlantic to Bolivia, are 4 or 5 weeks longer in 40 years. With higher temperatures, much drier, the air has become drier, and enormous mortality of trees from Bolivia to Amapá, French Guiana, and the southeast of the Amazon, the south of Pará, and the north of Mato Grosso, the forest became already a source of carbon. So this is such a big risk, as I said, to zero deforestation and degradation by fire. The Amazon countries are now reducing Brazil, this enormous number, 50% proposal of Brazilian government on states like Pará to have zero emissions due to deforestation before 2030. And more, we also have at the same time to create a big forest restoration. So this is the idea of the Arch of Restoration that will launch in COP28 at 3 o'clock in the Brazilian Pavilion. Please feel free to be invited. And this project will be looking for mega finances of restoration of the forest. So in my initial speak, there is the market. And the market is reaching such a high value for the carbon credits for forest coverage, recovers all the services of the ecosystem of the forest. For example, a studies shows that the recycling of water of the forest exports water vapor to the Cerrado. Just this water vapor increases the rains in Cerrado, and this has a value of 1 billion reais in the agriculture of Cerrado per year. Just to give you an idea of the benefits. Here I'm talking just of the carbon market, and I'll give you the final data. Yesterday we had a meeting in BNDES. I participated virtually. Various companies on the market carbon were there and showed how the carbon market in the whole world, but especially here in the Amazon, is increasing. And one company said they sold $140 million by $70 the ton. $70 the ton. It will restore 500,000 hectares of forest. This value is much higher than what the cattle farming produces in the Amazon. $70 per ton, 1 hectare of forest, secondary growing fast, it recovers 10 to 18 tons of carbon. So this will provide $600, $700 per hectare per year. The cattle farming in the Amazon generates $100. Soybean in the Amazon about $230, $300 per hectare per year. So that shows the huge potential of this project of forest reforestation. And I finalize saying not only the Amazon but Brazil becoming the most important country of the planet in forest restoration to keep the climate balance, not to leave the weather, the temperature surpass 1.5 degree. We must remove more than 5 billion carbon tons from the atmosphere yearly. If Brazil becomes the biggest project of forest reforestation, mainly in the Amazon, we'll be able to remove 1 billion tons, 20% of all the services of the forest restoration of the planet. It's a huge effort, and I think Brazil can lead, and I don't need to say that the finance and private sector have a central role to make possible that these Amazon countries, but especially Brazil, lead to fight the climate emergency. Thank you. I'll open the floor now to Paulo to talk about business opportunities combined with business. I would like to thank for the invitation. I cannot start without saying how rare it still is people from the North region to be having an opportunity like this to talk to a larger audience, and this has been more recurrent. So I think the good news is that it's important to highlight the public importance of Jorge Viana and the governor of Pará to open space for people of the region to talk about the perspectives on the region. I would like to say about something that has been said many times. We have, as Professor Carlos explained, we have a duty of solving an issue regarding deforestation and to start the process of reforestation. I would like to say that we also have a part of the Amazonic population, more than 70% living in urban regions, and many of those below the misery line or poverty line. And I was consulting the data about this reality, not to say something uncertain. 8% of the population of Pará has access to sanitation. That means 92% have no sanitation in their households in the state of Pará, in the region with the largest drinkable water of the planet. So we are always talking about the population that lives in urban areas, in metropolis like Belém or Manaus. If you consider the metropolitan regions, it will be the third or fourth largest American economy, cities that have huge challenges. And then I consider what I find to be my little role in this, which is to create an industrialization movement of add value of the regional products where we are. For these products have the adding value and creating jobs can provide retention of this value that exists in the region a bit more as a contribution for the populations. I find it very relevant to highlight the importance that this population of the Amazon, as us, may also benefit from the value generated by these forest products of the bioeconomy. Strengthening the social bioeconomy that I explained very simply. Look, the carbon, the cassava comes from nature. Now the transformation of this into an asset that comes from our traditional knowledge with like flour and tucupi and depends on the knowledge of the population for some millennia how to interpret the wealth that exists in the region. And I would like to take this opportunity to share an excellent news in that sense. I am an entrepreneur. I am a co-founder of the Mandioca, an industry of food based today in more than 20 different products of articles from the Amazon. So we produce sauces, and various food products will be at your lunch dish for sure. And today we ended to announce the first case of venture capital for an industry of the Amazon. We received investments from a multinational, Agimoto from Brazil, so we can strengthen our distribution, increase our technology, and increase our capability of add value in the region. This is the first case. I hope many will come. It's not just a case of investment. It's a case that a company looks into Amazon, understanding the potentiality of the product, of the economy, but a company looks into the intelligence of the entrepreneurial capacity of the Amazon. That's extremely important for our life quality in the region. And then to finalize, I would like to highlight the role of the Association of Bioeconomy Business, recently founded with the support of Apex in Belém, that includes business from all Brazil that selected to operate in Brazil, verticalizing value. Today we are talking until the end of November of 60 business, all of them with up to 20 million reais of revenues per year each, and that has this objective of putting in place institutions as we have the needs of business that are industrializing, verticalizing, creating add value in the region, but has huge needs for it's a region with scarcity of infrastructure. Just to give you an example about the potentiality of the carbon market that has provided additional funding. We have cases in some companies, including mine, where Nectar provides up to $5,000 per hectare with simple products with a previous system. When it goes to industry, that kilo of mandioc, it reaches 120 reais in the industrialized product. This difference, it's retained in the region. The food industrial engineer and the industrialization in the area provides this add value that is retained in the region. So we need initiatives like this one in the region. Moving to a second round of this panel, we'll have an open space to talk. We'll have 25 minutes. There is no rigidity of time for each one. These are 4 panelists on a short time. When I was discussing what topics to bring to this discussion, I thought about the following topics, and I would like you to select some. You can comment all of those, but you can select others. The theme that is very it's in the agenda is to exploit Amazon in the Amazon. If the standing forest is fundamental to stabilize the global warming, to expand the extraction of oil in the region, it doesn't go in the opposite direction, I would like your comments about it. In the context, what do we have? Climate emergency, Mercadante mentioned, Carlos Nobre mentioned, talks about this every day. There is a plan of ecological transition ongoing by the Brazilian government, and you have the speech of Brazil in the international forums on how Amazon lights the green and red light for the Brazilian diplomacy. Another aspect that has to do is the extraction of minerals for electric batteries, generation of electric power by wind, but this oil is located in an area of environmental production. There's a strong lobby to exploit these resources. Should we authorize? What kind of rules should reign upon this exploitation of oil in these protected areas? Something that increased the illegal gold mining and drug traffic and deforestation. and in countries near the border. And many times a part of the population sees in these illegal activities an addition to its income. So we must offer an alternative. I would like you as experts of the region could talk about it. Paulo mentioned a bit the urban aspect, but how do we deal with these issues, traditional issues of the big cities in the region, like the Amazon? What sustainable policies can we find for these urban centers? The data regarding sanitation is staring when facing the biggest drinking water reserve. So let's make an order here. I would like to open the floor to Juliana now, so you could then comment. Juliana first. The basis of this new model of development is based in the sustainability, in the three pillars that aggregates competitiveness to Brazil, but with sustainability and with a fair distribution of the benefits. I think that's a guiding premise. And I would like to say that there is no silver bullet. We'll have to provide a diversification, which is the answer. So this debate has to be provided in a wide manner with society and in a transparent manner, so we can make selections. As it was mentioned here by Mercadante in the beginning, we have a window of opportunity. The bases are launched as well with transformation, ecological transformation plan. With BNDES, we participate in this debate. We had the chance to share inputs along with business leaders from the Council of Leaders, and there we have seen a bit the path of the road. And it's important to observe 6 pillars. One regarding technological density or densification, the energy transition, and recognizing that the world will demand these rare minerals. Brazil has also its assets in oil, and when comparing the carbon footprint is still lower than other countries. So all this has to be analyzed of transforming these comparative advantages and competitive advantages in the distributive manner. Another super pillar that it's important is social bioeconomy, that may this leverage for the turnkey to value the biggest capital that we have today. For until to answer to that ambition of Brazil to sit by the table, to have its lead role, this is the agenda where we have a leading place and where we can set the agenda and not be. But we do need an action plan, and then I understand these partnerships, the prioritizing where this investment must be directed, this dialogue with the different interested parts, and the business community is quite open not only to discuss but also to make viable and mobilize resources. For this is the big challenge, to be able to mobilize resources with scale and the speed that are required to make possible this transition. And the window of opportunity is short, so we'll have in the coming years various important forums, G20, starting with as for example a number of task forces in energy transition, climate, bioeconomy initiative. So it's a super important space for us to set an agenda and define these priorities, and as from them direct investments, and to establish partnerships for the attraction of this capital to Brazil. Then we will have the BRICS meeting, and then COP30. That will be an important moment as well to demonstrate the concrete outcomes. Thank you. Swiftly, I'm going to comment the first part of your question with a conceptual answer. The Development Bank, both BNDES and IDB, our willingness to assume risks or non-financial risks or reputation risks risk is proportional to what we believe to be the potential of development, future development for the countries of what we are doing. That is, the more the potential of development, the more we are willing to support and assume financial and non-financial risks. So since 2020, both Brazil, BID and BID Invest, decided not to invest anything in the carbon chain, in the coal sector or oil and gas exploitation. On the other hand, we know that the energy transition will require some minerals, rare minerals that don't exist in all the places, and Brazil has the joy of being one of the biggest reserves of these minerals. So I believe that this has to be observed with the care that requires, for it's quite aligned with our objectives, as Professor Carlos Nobre mentioned, of spending and having an energetic transition much swifter. Since the Bank of Development, talking of the Amazon, I will resume to the comments of Carlos Nobre and Paulo. We saw the professor talking of a market that when you say regeneration, it seems an easy thing, but from the financial point of view, it's very difficult to articulate, to structure operation. We have vast projects. We have at least 4 companies that are doing a big dimension investments in the region with expansion plans. The data that we are also observing this data, watching what we are seeing as the qualified ton. In the Amazon, you can qualify your ton of carbon if you associate this with the rigorous control of the biodiversity associated with that forest. So you have a double value, the value of carbon and the value of the biodiversity. So there is this potentiality. But these are projects that have a long period of maturation. And President, the long tail, the tail of end, it's difficult to structure this kind of financial operation. So we need to align public policies of government, of the public agents, as we multilateral, and also of the private initiative, to make that these opportunities happen in the best opportune. And Paulo also mentioned that the nature of new ideas, bioeconomy, small companies coming, many times to attract, to speed up the increase of these companies becomes difficult for they don't know the region, the investors don't know the region. Again, we have the role of banks like IDB to provide comfort for these investments to come to the region and reach both the big investments in areas like regeneration, but also the big companies with a high potential of growth. With that umbrella, we want to operate, to potentialize. Let me talk about the use of energy. More than 70% is burn of fuel gas. I participate in a lot of reports of IPCC. We've been talking for 20 years that we have to cut down the emissions. We have 1.5 degrees, 50% of reduction until 2030, to become zero until 2050, the net emissions. So surely there's no way to justify anymore the increase of emission and burn of fossil fuels. The coast of the northeast of the Amazon, the sea there has a huge potential of energy. I'm not even talking of the solar or wind generating that we are optimizing. The cheapest solar energy of the world is in Brazil. I'm talking of 2 new sources of energy in the coast of Amapá. The tides rise 5 meters, and huge potentiality of converting the tides in electric power generation. And now Hawaii, Japan, United States are developing a new source of energy, which is the gradient of temperature between the temperature of the surface of the sea and deepness 1,000 meters, you convert this difference of temperature and generate either green energy. COP made a study about this. And these are new ways of producing electric energy, and these will be relevant. And the other comment has to do with what Paulo mentioned. Brazil declined its industrialization in the last 25 years. We became a two primary sector predominant economy. Now in the policy of the current government is the new industrialization, and with great satisfaction we have here Secretary Hollenberg from the Ministry of Development and Green Economy, Decarbonization and Bioindustry. So this is the summary of what Paul mentioned. If you look at the company Manioc, it produces 20 products and industrialize, increase the ag value. So this is a big challenge in the scale of the Amazon. We have to create this bio-industrialization of big scale. The indigenous populations for thousands of years, they utilized more than 2,000 products. Today we are looking for Canta, Rec and Manioc are processing more than 20 products, but the potentiality is huge. With industrialization, there is no developed country that is not industrialized. A mid-income country is a country that is industrialized. There's no way, not only Manioc, but some of these cooperatives they reach mid-class. Still have to provide a huge scale. So this is a huge challenge. I believe that Apex and the private sector and the banking sector has to invest a lot in this bio-industrialization. I want to conclude saying about the initiative. Various scientists, Professor Baldwin and other scientists, and also with the University of São Paulo, with the MIT, with Stanford, we are offering the creation of the Institute of Technology of the Amazon. The idea to create in all the Amazon, not only in Brazil, an institute of the highest standard in the world. This is our partners, our big institutes, to develop this bioeconomy on the social bioeconomy of standing forest with a huge aggregate add value, bringing the knowledge of the indigenous populations and local communities. Just to give you a number that came. The cupuaçu was domesticated by the indigenous of the Amazon 5,000 years ago. The indigenous, they domesticated about 50 products. We like açaí and so forth. So this is science. So this idea, building this Institute of Technology of the Amazon, we are designing the feasibility study in partnership with various Amazon countries, but mainly it must have various poles of innovation. And here, with great satisfaction, I see here our colleague Seixas Lourenço from Biotech, which is precisely that, on how to build these poles of innovation, is to bring the most advanced technology and science. This has been the challenge, to combine these factors along with the traditional knowledge of the indigenous populations, creating a big institute, preparing thousands of students for this new social bioeconomy of standing forest. That's a big challenge for the Amazonic countries in the region, and they surely must go in that direction. And obviously we need partnership with the private sector and partnership with the financial sector. This study that we are doing is already saying that the construction of this institute, with at least 5 poles of innovation, with a lot of educational infrastructure, graduation, post-graduation studies, about 25 advanced laboratories, floating, fixed, mobile, this would cost about $500 million. And we need to look for this $500 million on all the countries from the final private sector and financial sector. That's a big challenge that I leave to all of us to build an institute of technology of high quality for this new social bioeconomy of standing forest. Opening the floor, besides the integration of the federal government, it has also, for the crime is also transnational. And to wrap up our discussion, I would like to talk about Carlos Nobre comments that to highlight that yes, we are talking of a new economy, but repeating what I said, there is a big need of infrastructure. We looked upon the plan of IDB on the Amazon always, and I would like to know that we need to make a bigger. Talking about the manioc, we are talking about verticalization. We had a recent case, managed to make a product work. The overprice that we had to pay for the chain to be established would be 430%. In the new region, in the non-industrialized region, is to ask too much, to ask for the private sector only to finance for new business. So we consider, for example, to finance recently GZ, the German technical cooperation, and that generates add value aggregation in the region. The other topic, and you did mention about provide security for this risk capital that wants to invest in the Amazon. There are different surveys, but surely it's 1 billion reais available today to invest in Amazon business, but all this money is looking for a kind of a new Silicon Valley, something well established with a sector of investments super structured and with a huge return potentiality that doesn't exist yet in the Amazon. For that to occur, we need these public policies, both of development of technology as those policies that somehow reduce the risk of a fund that will invest in the region, and being a private fund surely will need a more secure return. The other aspect that will reinforce the technological development is that we still have a productive sector in the region based in things of very short add value. But yet in the industry we are talking of food and cosmetic industries, small industries. Without wanting to be rude, non-sector like mine, we need to have more than just jelly and chocolate, which was what I produced. So we need to add value in the products in the Amazon. And I would like to highlight also some differential products. And I have two examples here ahead of me. Through President Jorge Viana in Apex, we had several opportunities to show this add value of brand and identity, of traditional technology of the products abroad. I was recently in a fair in the United States where the Amazon product calls the attention by nature, especially in this American and European market, regarding sustainability, the standing forest production model. And the second initiative that I also have to comment is the recent seal launched by ABDIC that recognizes products produced in the Amazon, helping to differentiate the products that are being manufactured in the Amazon, producing add value in the region. And to finalize, moving from your central topic, I would like to highlight these necessary policies that allow this reindustrialization of Brazil. So we've been losing for the last 30 years in the Amazon, taking advantage of a characteristic that we have recently. We had a proposal, an idea of a free trade green area. There are a lot of discussions and criticisms about the free trade area of Manaus, but this product may have some interesting with a connection, deep connection with the biome of hundreds of companies that are installed in the free trade zone of Manaus. We don't have 5% of these companies connected to some thing connected with the Amazon. That's the first topic that can be different on the proposal like this one. The other aspect is the deep connection with the knowledge that we have already developed, like cupuaçu and açaí knowledge. You all know and have tasted the açaí or cupuaçu being the authentic or another way of consuming açaí. This verticalization, this industrialization went through a way of processing this product, of understanding what's a characteristic, of benefiting the açaí associated with the traditional knowledge, like the chocolate. So if we look to IDB, it would be a fundamental stakeholder to restructure reindustrialization based on the traditional knowledge and connected with the region. I think it may be a big path for the Amazon to be a new model of reindustrialization of Brazil. Thank you. I want to thank you, Juliana, for your participation, Gabriel, Carlos, Paulo, on the 6th Forum of Investments Continuous Firm. I'll wrap up this panel for the next events. Thank you very much. See you next time. Our sincere thanks to the participants on this panel. We would like now to recall in relation to the launch with the regions. There are various regions where you can set up your meetings and schedule encounters. Then we'll have a meeting point where the company people may schedule meetings. Just access the magic link that you received when coming here. Besides that, you also received in this event a card value that gives you the right to a t-shirt of Cotton Brazil in the same lounge. It's very interesting, besides knowing the t-shirt, about the traceability of cotton and the quality, and also for a good coffee. We have coffee available in the lounge for a special coffee from the SCA, which stand is near the circular stairs. It's by that stairs that we'll have access to a coffee break. We'll have a coffee break now that is being served in the lower level. 11:20 we'll regain the activities here. Thank you. To regain our activities of our 6th Brazil Investment Forum. To you that follow us remotely, let's regain our program. We'll have now another panel, another subject to be discussed on our second day of forum. The theme now is investment of impact and ESG agenda, solutions for a sustainable development. I'll call to the stage Gabriela Azevedo, Head of Planning of BID Invest, and we also call to the panelists that will debate about this subject. And Satoshi Miyoshi, Head of Itachi Sitiashi, and also Vice President of Business Development and Government Engagement of Microsoft. Also Rodrigo Hollenberg, Head of Green Economy, Decarbonization and Bioindustry of Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Services. And Gabriel Bertol, Head of Sustainability of the Santander Bank. All in position for another round of conversations that we'll have here. So I open the floor to the moderator. Good morning, everyone, again. Don't worry, for this will be my last time here. After this, I disappear. But it's another subject that is quite interesting, very close to my heart. Integration between ESG and impact. And we have here the privilege of having a panel with a diversity of experience, of sectors, of public sector, technology, banks. So it's a pleasure to be here with this panel. When I make the first question, they present themselves. So we'll make a better work on presentation, but it's an honor to be with you here. Time is short, so I will move right away with, I ask you that you talk about your institutions. In this panel, we want to talk about the impact under the perspective of proposition of value for the companies, for the public sector, for those who want to invest, and a proposal for the government under the perspective of public policies and how to do that. So I would like to ask everyone, considering that there is a close relationship between responsible action and generation of positive impact through investments, to listen to you about the proposition of value for your companies, but also for government, and upgrading high standards of behavior and how this affects decisions of investment to generate compact and generate value with society. Good morning, everyone. First, thanking for the opportunity of being with you, being able to share a bit of what we think as a company, as I think on how this subject. I'm in charge of the group of Itachi in South America region. I'm based in São Paulo, but we are also in Colombia, Peruvian, that are Amazon countries, Chile and Amazon, covering all the territory. Our business is focused in the issue of infrastructure, but more than the product of what we do, we have two big values in the group that we anticipate. The first one is planet preservation, and the second one is to take care of the well-being of people. This has been for more than 8 years as a priority in our group, and the understanding is in the sense of everything that we do, we can contribute for the improvement of our environment, as of the well-being of the people, and the economic return comes as an outcome of the good practices provided. So this is a bit a reverse on the way on how to conduct business. On a daily basis, what is asked from the operational staff is different. It becomes very linked with targets, but we always try to return to this better, higher good, which is what will effectively allow that the company has longevity and long life in its business. So what we foresee is, this has been mentioned in the previous panel, it's a global problem. We are all responsible to address this issue, and our company as well. Our executives, we are here to meet in the electric infrastructure, being in the technological apps, in the digital environment, and so forth. Our secretary, Rodrigo Hollenberg, was also governor in the Federal District. Well, good morning to everyone. It's a big pleasure to be here with you. I want to salute Apex, EMEDIC, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the organization of this event. I say I'm a secretary of Green Economy, Decarbonization and Bioindustry of the Ministry of the Development, Industry and Commerce, and I see today two big challenges to the humanity: to fight on social inequality and the climate change. I think it's imperative to address these two topics and to address these two topics jointly. And the good news are that this may open various opportunities of business, solving social problems and solving environmental problems. In that sense, I see with a lot of optimism the organization of this event and the opportunities that Brazil has at this point to invest, to bring revenues to the investors and to solve social problems and environmental problems. I'll be very objective, providing some examples. Today the world needs to change its energy matrix. Brazil, more than any other country, can offer these alternatives of companies to the whole world, and companies of the whole world can speed up their processes of decarbonization with the reduction of costs. For here we have an energy matrix, secure and cheap, and it's in expansion. We have an opportunity, for example, in the northeast of Brazil to develop an opportunity never existing before in the history of this country, a neo-industrialization as from the production of green hydrogen using offshore wind generating facilities. But it's very important that we produce this, contributing for the decarbonization, exporting hydrogen, but especially attracting the supply chain of air generators and other inputs. And the companies in energy intensive could produce green steel, green fertilizers, all the manufacturing products with high add value in green mode, increasing the competitiveness of the national industry. But if we go to another region of the country, interior, Brazil has enormous capability in the production of biofuels. Today, by the mandates, by the commitments assumed by the companies of aviation of the whole world, we need to decline their emissions. We need to replace the jet fuel by sustainable fuel of aviation. For you to have an idea, this year these companies must use about 450 billion liters. In 2027 they will need to utilize 4.5 billion of jet fuel. What country has the capability of producing in large scale this sustainable fuel for aviation? Getting this together with the recovery of degraded areas and pastures, aggregating value, and that have already technology developed for the production of second generation ethanol, and has a set of other biomasses that can be utilized as raw materials for the production of this fuel, sustainable air fuel, aviation fuel. If we look in the big cities, around the cities, you have these areas with large solid residues deposits that can be transformed in the nitrogen fertilizers and other fertilizers, solving social problems and generating income for the country. If we travel to the Amazon and the government ends up with the requalification of the center of biobusiness of the Amazon, and that today has a partnership with the Institute of Technological studies of São Paulo, we see another horizon, infinite horizon of opportunities. For we see a lot bioeconomy. We talk about these products already known of biodiversity of Amazon, cacao, guaraná, açaí. But more and more we see another universe unknown, which are the ones of the microorganisms, of the bacteria. And today there's a silent revolution, you know about it, of the union of the artificial intelligence with the omic science, the genomic, metabolomic, and other omic sciences. These are the microorganisms, the manipulation of these microorganisms, bioinputs of biofertilizers, biopolymers, that open another huge opportunity of business in the Amazon and all over the country for the production of biofuels through these microorganisms. And not to extend myself too much, another opportunity, we see that there is a need, the preservation of our forests. There's a world pressure, including commercial, for the preservation of the forests. And Brazil will host COP30. I stand for that Brazil builds to prove linked instruments of payment by environmental services as an instrument through a very simple line of thinking. If the cut forest brings a global loss, the forest preserved brings a global benefit. And then there is a market that is growing of the green CPRs, rural products certificates that negotiate the products that the forest produce along a year, which are not the carbon or the retention of carbon. Carbon is one of the products, but biodiversity, constant biodiversity of the forest and other ecosystemic services. And for that, Brazil needs to develop methodologies of monitoring and report and verification, both of the carbon that are recognized internationally, but also of identification of the biodiversity. I'm saying this to show in the very enthusiastic mode that this set of problems and challenges, social and environmental, that we have in Brazil today may be transformed in the big opportunity of business for companies. Business that will come from small, medium, up to very large businesses. Thank you. Alexandre, good morning. I'm Alexandre Del Debi. Today I'm leading the legal team of Microsoft for Latin America. I think we'll be able to talk more about concrete projects, some even secretary that will be able to share on the use of technologies for the preservation of biotechnology on the biome like the Amazon. But I'd like to talk swiftly as an introduction about this aspect of ESG. So if we think, and Microsoft has as a mission to empower each person in each organization to do more through technology, but with a lot of responsibility, using technology as an ally in the planet's preservation, as an ally in the increase of productivity in the sustainable manner. So when we talk about business sustainability, we are talking about not only the issue of the environment that no doubt is the most discussed area, but also the other social aspects on governance, and that today is an agenda of all the companies as a strategic vector. Those who are talking on sustainability as a business, as it was mentioned, are thinking then in a way of preserving our planet. So I would like to bring these initial words and recall that technology is today our big topic, to use technology as an ally for the planet's preservation, for sustainability, for the generation of positive impact of new businesses. And then we'll be able to keep talking, and I'll bring some concrete examples on how this is happening here in Latin America. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Gabriela Bertol. I'm the head of Banco Santander. I will continue we work on the agenda of decarbonization. I will be able to deepen this aspect, but I would like to call the aspect of the social engagement and this wide spectrum of ESG. Just to bring a bit of the history, I don't know if everyone will recall, Santander here in Brazil made a very acquisition, which was the Banco Real. I assumed this chair early this year, and I was in my onboarding. There was one person that would tell me, since the time of Banco Real, in Banco Real, so Banco Real, for those who recall, had sustainability associated with its operation, and that maybe for the general public has been lost, but within the culture of the bank, still very strong. Everyone, Banco Real, we have programs, social programs that until today come from the time of Banco Real. And it was interesting when Santander came and made the acquisition. Santander kept all our social environmental agendas, strengthened then by the time of Banco Real's, but came with a global ambition, different one that we didn't have in Banco Real. It came when Santander entered associated the principles of Ecuador, upgrading our agenda of social environmental agenda. It's a founder member of the Responsible Banking Principles, founder member of the Zero Emissions Bank Alliance. So being a key member of this ESG alliance called Corporate Responsibility and other names. This is a very interesting union. For once we have this internal engagement that is fundamental, we also have a commitment that keeps us within the track, responsible for disseminating and answering properly to the market demands. And these are all the projects. I can tell you some examples, but we'll be able to talk a bit more about examples of projects that are super interesting and that we value much more from the social aspect, that our business but within the company are appreciated by the environmental and social impact. Our program of microcredit, I don't know if you know, but Santander has the biggest microcredit program of private banking in Brazil, also coming from acquisition that we turnkey a program that is called, is paid a small program when compared with only with 1 million customers. It's a small program, but how do we value? Because everyone places and prosper, everyone follows prosperity. And why do we invest in prosperity? It's not for the financial outcome, it's for the social impact that it takes. Usually, mostly in the northeast and northern region, 66% of our customers are women, entrepreneurial women that wouldn't cross the door of any other commercial bank, that wouldn't have credit, and that we manage a credit line to work in their small business that they do besides their traditional job or accumulate with other activities. This is an example of things that we've been doing, not only providing credit, but wanting ever more. What can we bring, add value to our customers that goes beyond credit? So now we are starting the Prospera along with a more social, that's sustainability, a financial education program with our agents of credit, with the community, bringing your colleagues as well, so we can more and more have our customers evolve. My objective would be that these customers become big customers that we manage to involve. So that's an example. As the agenda of Santander Global of Education, Santander is the bank that invests the most in education, more than 100 million euros in education. Here in Brazil, it's an important pole. And how do we work? With scholarship that we open to the general audience, but also with our customers, are the biggest educational groups that we reach. I have resources that I can use for inclusion. I can increase diversity. How do we manage to work together? How do we manage to bring inside to our organization and live in our business all the issues of inclusion, of engagement of our employees, so we can work with ESG in practical terms? Thank you. Santander is our partner in various operations, so I know a bit of what Gabriel is mentioning. I'll stay here and I'll return to Alessandra, not just to stay in the line. Alessandra, company of technology. I'll make you two questions. Firstly, how the use of technology applied to sustainability, environmental sustainability, may generate business opportunities. Secondly, when we were talking on the panel, you talked about the use of artificial intelligence for the preservation of Amazon. Could you elaborate about it? I'll talk about an example that we have in Colombia, and I was talking about the use of technology for sustainability as an ally for the protection of the planet, and how in this case of Colombia that I'll address now, it helped us to empower coffee producers in Colombia that started to have an additional income besides the one they had by the plantation of coffee. I'll give you a bit of context. In Colombia, the coffee economy for these small producers, small growers of coffee, is very relevant. In the last years, with climate changes and extreme climate events, more than 500,000 families were affected meaningfully in their productivity of coffee grow. So once again, that's an alliance, and this message, no one is going to solve these issues of impact, solving problems like this aspect of planet preservation alone. So once again, it's cooperation and alliance. We have three big players: the Solidarity, which is an NGO that exists here in Brazil, in Latin America, in Europe, and in Africa. It works very close of rural producers, looking to support them in the sustainable production. The Ravel Bank, a Dutch bank, and Microsoft. So what happened in this specific case? Solidarity suggested to these families that they start planted shadow trees. By doing so, the moistiness of the soil was recovered and the index of productivity increased. The Ravel Bank was interested in understanding, for obviously the tree brought a benefit to the productivity, but also brings good outcomes. It generates water revitalization of water sources and recovers the environment in general. So the Ravel Bank wanted to understand how this biomass was being recovered with the plantation of more trees through a platform using artificial intelligence, a platform called COC, to analyze the satellite images and to follow and monitor the growth of these trees and also the volume of carbon that they were absorbing. So what happened in this case is that Solidarity included these small farmers within this platform, managed to collect all this data. So it belongs now to the platform, the artificial intelligence processing all this. And the outcome of this is that incomes is in this platform, they receive payment through this carbon credit. So what generated here in this process? Small producers that before they were in the line of poverty, now they are inserted in their global credit and they can receive these three participants allowing. So it's a very positive impact for the economy, for the businesses. It has the value getting out of this line of value, and we preserve therefore the planet. The use of technology with this role of conductor. I think I'll return to you, for you mentioned something that interests me the most. If I understood correctly, the vision that we have to change is a vision of generating outcomes to have impact, and to reverse that, and to generate impact to have outcome. Could you talk a bit about the technologies that Hitachi and their competitors as well, other companies, are utilizing or are developing to generate an impact? Well, as a matter of fact, this aspect of reverse values I try to be always in the proper understanding in the reality of every day. As an executive of big companies, we are asked by the outcomes rather than the impact of the good that we provoke. But if we don't impact on good terms, one of the factors that I see, the attraction of talents. We have a digital area that we have to attract talents, and to ask for results doesn't attract talents. To have a great future vision, engaging a team and producing outcomes, this generates engagement for this new generation. I see a lot of colleagues complaining it's hard to work. It's not hard to work. We have to enter into their heads and think along with them. I believe that this would be different. I personally, I was created in the new generation. You had to learn, you had to go to human resources, to department, but it's a different time now. Within the company we have some programs of awarding projects, always turn to this promotion of good. These are business projects of implementation of factory of repair on the transformer, firstly in the middle of the Amazon in the Madeira River. We made a project. We practically produced a factory in the middle of the forest to produce this. Have a wide intervention in the structure of transmission in the country. We are one of the players along with our competitors. It's a process of supply, but it's a process of continuous work. There's a continuous service platform to promote the good. And the concern of the project leader is to deliver the equipment working properly. But more than that, once being on the field, he sees the lack of energy consequences, and he starts understanding the good, that good small activity that he contributes to the good thing. So this kind of realization is important. At the end, we see that our stockholders only see the balance sheet and the number, but I see that we are an economic group with almost 400,000 people in the world, and you don't manage to engage 400,000 people in the world if you don't have any other value besides the technological value, being energy or being urban mobility or software, which is an area where we work as well. That's not enough. I would say that any company would do. So our research is to try to add this kind of value. And one thing that is missing, on top of all that, we have internal programs to compensate or promote the collaborators that work with this, but we still need a lot in the market, a mechanism that compensates for that cost, that has a cost. Even if small, we have an additional cost to be able to add this kind of value to the good cause. And that doesn't happen, is not considered in the public procurement process. They just analyze the price and the other factors are not considered. And they're just considered as additional benefits that the project provides. But I think it could be evaluated in the criteria to select the proposals for public hiring, so that would stimulate the path that we want to head. I believe that you gave me a lead here for the question that I'll make now to our Secretary of Green Economy. We are talking of economy, ESG. In the first panel in the morning, talking about the Amazon, and President Mercadante, talking in his introduction, mentions that we are under a pressure, a sense of urgency to reverse the economic order, mainly due to the climate crisis, but also we have in Latin America in general, in Brazil specifically, a huge opportunity. We need to work jointly, in collaboration, public and private sector. I wanted to ask you, how do you see this scenario in Brazil and in the world, the scenario of investment and its impact, and what is Brazil doing, and what's the homework that Brazil has to make in terms of public policies to become a capitalized country of all its comparative advantages. As I said, that's a need of the planet that can be transformed in an opportunity. This afternoon we have a meeting with the World Economic Forum where they're going to present a report about the impact businesses in the world and opportunities and recommendations for some impact businesses. Today, these projects of economic and social impact involve $1 trillion, and in Brazil only 18 billion reais. But there is an opportunity, as I've mentioned, in various areas, opportunities of businesses of impact. We created, as from the decree of President Lula of August, this national strategy of impact economy, and we made the first meeting of this committee with the participation of 25 representatives of the government and representatives of the civil society, with the presence of the Nobel Prize winner units. That we had the first meeting, and the objective is to articulate actions of the government, of the business community, and of the civil society to expand the impact projects, impact investments, looking at the resolution of social problems, of environmental problems, with the generation of revenues and profits. We also are under a public consultation. I ask you all to participate. The creation of the Amazon seal. The Amazon seal has an aspect of social inclusion, of identifying a product that is produced in the Amazon, not only the raw material from the Amazon, but the production itself being in the Amazon, respecting the standing forest, assuring benefits to the communities, the local communities. And we know that with the partnership with Apex and Sebrae, that this surely will aggregate a lot of value to the product, thanks to the strength of the brand Amazon. We also know, and it's in a public consultation, the program Green Seal Brazil, a program of certification and assessment of the compliance that facilitates to the Brazilian product that may gather in a single certification a set of certificates assuring higher competitiveness of the Brazilian products in the international trade. It's also under public consultation, working on the program Brazil More Sustainable, a program of technological extension to take technology to the companies, especially to the mid-size micro companies, in partnership with Sebrae, so they can adopt practices ESG within their procedures. Besides the creation of the Center of Biobusiness and Center of Biotechnology and Business in the Amazon, that aims to aggregate the themes of the frontier of knowledge with the benefit to the community, the local communities, the indigenous populations, the river margin populations, on the sharing of benefits to these populations, understanding that there is a potential of developing activities of impact with economic and social impact. I called the attention to the Amazon. I paid a lot of attention to the previous discussion that there's an extra benefit. We will only manage to provide scale to the economy of the Amazon if there are robust investments in infrastructure in the Amazon. Now, for example, I had the opportunity to visit the triple frontier between Brazil, Colombia, and Peruvian with the lower of the Solomon River. There a problem of supply to these areas. Imagine those populations that live by the margins of those rivers that have no water now, and since they have no roads, the only road they have is the river. These are communities that are isolated, challenges of infrastructure, of connectivity, of decarbonization in the Amazon, where the communities still utilize a great deal of diesel oil. It's the diesel oil their main source of energy. And these are other challenges that are placed. These are challenges that must be transformed in business. Thank you, Rodrigo. Gabriela, going back to you, you told us that you joined Santander shortly. but then you realize that the Santander has a public commitment of being net zero in 2050 and with intermediate goals for 2030. With a bank that operates in so many areas of the economy, the agribusiness, for example, sometimes like here, sometimes less of a hero, more like a villain. For I don't like to use this expression. For I stand for agribusiness. Tell us about it. What is the relation of Santander in this goal of net zero announced globally, and its role in the agribusiness? Thank you for the question. We keep our global commitment that will comply with our global portfolio, and within that, as you've mentioned in agribusiness, our agribusiness portfolio in Brazil, in Santander, is quite meaningful. So when we look at our portfolio and we see we have to learn how we decarbonize this portfolio, how to measure, how to meet the goals, how to reach the targets, we distribute the tasks. In Brazil, number one homework is look differently to agro. You have to meet. I have to look to my portfolio. I have to see how I learn what I have in my portfolio, how I take care, and since I work, how do I look into this portfolio where I have dozens of thousands individual customers that are farmers, a corporate portfolio with conglomerates that sometimes have primary production, sometimes they don't, but consumes from someone. So how do I look into this? So the first exercise, and this work took us more than 1 year, we do have to measure. We must know betterly our portfolio, and we made a detailed work that opened our portfolio, and we have to go client by client, understand what we have here. So we did a work in 2 stages. One, given all the information that I have of these individual customers that is devoted to agro activities, how do we use this information to make a better measurement? We managed to make a first stage of survey on data that about the region. I made a first mapping of the emissions to understand what each region is emitting in terms of emissions just on the productive process, and then came the question, what about the land? When we talk of agribusiness, but we cannot avoid to look at the different use of the land, and it's one of the factors when we lose at the agro reality. So looking to the change of use of the land, we have to learn what happened in the last 20 years. As it was mentioned, you look 20 years back and you see how that land was deforested or not, and you provide factors of emissions to it. Then you start seeing the importance of technology. These days we have a map biome that can look back. So as from that we could look through the car and the polygon. Each property looked 20 years back, year by year. The evolution that I managed to look by the amount of green that I have there, to see the evolution of that land, and to table precisely as possible of what we have in terms of methodologies. We manage to calculate with quite precision what's emission because of deforestation within our portfolio. It was very interesting for looking at the principles of social environmental services. We have monitoring of 24/7 of our properties to capture illegal deforestation. So it was quite comfortable to realize that we are doing everything accordingly. Our portfolio is quite well in relation to portfolio of deforestation. So, but that's an impact that we keep measuring, and we must know precisely. But then we start observing things that we didn't pay attention before. For example, we know that degraded pastures emit carbon differently from a well-administrated pasture. But I didn't know that. I didn't know where they were. Now I know. Now I managed to know precisely what are my properties in my portfolio that have degraded pastures. So I managed to be more assertive and contact with my customer maybe for the farmer is not so concerned with carbon, but he certainly is worried with productivity. So I managed to be assertive and tell him, if you improve your productivity by taking care of degraded pastures, so for everyone we managed to capture carbon in the process, then we start knowing our properties and be more assertive in the proposition that we present them, giving a benefit to our customer, for it will have an improvement in productivity and we improve the capture of carbon. On the other hand, as this project evolves, we know what are the carbon emissions, and that's a work we developed with McKinsey. Let's see how we manage to cross all this data and what we already know, but we must measure the solutions today that are more promising in terms of carbon capture. We still do not scale them yet economically on a traditional solution basis. So allied with this, we have an area of finances that deals with innovating sustainability solutions. If I don't scale up, how can I design an instrument or a solution bringing other capitals to create a solution that we manage to put it in practice out of the paper? For example, trends that we have we use the Dutch bank along with the British importers that want a chain of supply deforestation free, being legal or illegal. So we managed to assess 120 farmers and the resource as a counterpart that no deforestation is allowed. By doing so, we managed to guarantee a production of soybean to our retail customers in England. So the function of these partnerships, we don't do it alone, so we have an area that is catalyzing these solutions. Yet these are scalable? No, not yet, but with the knowledge that we accumulate with these partnerships, that will manage to increase this more and more. Our time is over. We'll have to start counting again. Fascinating. Too bad we cannot continue talking. 3 global brands, Santander, Hitachi, Microsoft, a new leadership is rethinking and stimulating this new economy, the green economy in Brazil. So I would like to thank for your collaboration and ask a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you once again. We thank you for everyone's participation. Thanks again for being here. The second day of our Forum 6th Forum Brazil of Investments. So now we'll have a sequence now. A pause for a picture with all the participants of this panel. We'll have now a relevant moment. We'll have some signatures and some announcements to be made here on the stage of this forum in this 6th edition. Now, stay at ease. The authorities have participated to take your seats on the audience so we can continue. As I was saying, we have now important moments for APEX as one of the organizers, and MIDIC, the Ministry of Development, Industry and Commerce. Let's salute historical leaderships for the development, attraction of foreign investors and stimulators of exports. We are now organizing the formation of this new set of people on the stage for the new moment.
Senhoras e senhores, nós vamos aguardar só alguns instantes enquanto todas as autoridades se aproximam aqui do palco para que nós possamos ter esse momento histórico nessa sexta edição do Fórum Brasil de Investimentos. Só um instante, por gentileza. Muito bem, senhoras, senhores, pedindo gentilmente então que retornem aos seus lugares, porque agora sim é chegado o momento que eu havia comentado, firmaremos aqui nesse palco parcerias históricas com o objetivo de desenvolver aí o potencial produtivo das regiões brasileiras, atraindo investimentos estrangeiros e aumentando as exportações. Para tanto, eu gostaria de convidar aqui ao palco o presidente da Apex Brasil, o senhor Jorge Viana, por gentileza.
To the stage, please.
Eles estão de estar conosco aqui nesse setor dia, por favor. Aqui no palco conosco nesse momento histórico. Muito bem. Nós vamos começar com alguns anúncios.
We'll start with some announces.
Vamos tratar agora de um anúncio da concretização de uma assinatura de um protocolo de intenções com a Apex Brasil. Para tanto, eu vou convidar aqui ao palco o diretor executivo da Simplifet, Bernardo Silva. Gostaríamos também de convidar aqui ao palco nesse momento, pedido do nosso presidente também, a agente de investimentos da Apex, senhora Helena, por gentileza, aqui no palco. E também convidamos a diretora Ana Paula Represa, por gentileza. Diretora Ana Paula Represa, aguardaremos aqui no palco também para participar desse momento. Muito bem, então vamos dar sequência nesse momento. O objetivo desse protocolo é a
The objective of this protocol is the cooperation among the parties on development of initiatives that aim to concretize the objectives of the National Fertilizers Plan, those who aim to improve the business environment, competitiveness, and the stimulation of the national chain of fertilizers. So we call here Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva, please. Good morning to all. I'd like to thank for the support of Brazil, Jorge Viana, for all the team of Apex that has been giving all the attention to an industry that is essential for the improvement of the agriculture in Brazil. The syndicate that I represent have chemical companies that transform the mineral resource of Brazil in products of high sustainability, of high innovation for the agribusiness. Fertilizers are the ones that isolated contribute the most for the improvement. Brazil imports about 90% of the fertilizers that are imported, and Apex Brazil, along with the federal government, continues with Sindivest to be able to national plan fertilizers that wants to reduce by half that external dependency that needs 120 billion reais in investments in the productive chain only, without counting with infrastructure, gas pipelines, and to sustain this chain that it's so relevant for Brazil. So I'd like once again to thank for the efforts and salute Apex for the event, and to mention that the Simple Fest, the industry of fertilizers at our disposal. So we thank you for Bernardo Silva from Sindiferto. We will talk the next panel on the foreign investments. The company Raizen with 20 billion reais on 20 second generation plants until 2030. So we invite Juliana Rodrigues, Manager of Government Relations from Raízen. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank for the opportunity. Truly, it's a great satisfaction for Raízen to make this announcement of the investments. Raízen is already a company, a reference global company in bioenergy and for the development of products and bioproducts as from the sugar cane. It's a mission that we have looked to fulfill in the recent years. The use of the ethanol of second generation that we call dearly of 2G ethanol produced as from the subproduct of the production from the first generation sugar cane that has a carbon footprint 30% lower than the ethanol of first generation, and the great novelty is that it is produced without increasing any hectare of additional land besides the one of the ethanol of first generation, and doesn't have the discussion that it's very constant in Europe in relation to the production of food. The EDG is a renewable fuel, clean, sustainable, and that meets the global demand growing for energy of low carbon. For us, it's a motive of pride to be ahead of this. As I said, Raízen is already a leader in 2G. We have the biggest plant in operation in the world, and shortly we'll make a second announcement of the bigger than the second plant of the 2G with a capability of production of 80 million liters that will be in São Paulo, in one of our energy parks in Guariba, interior of São Paulo. Currently our factory is being projected and planned. And as it was mentioned, Raízen has a commitment of 20 plants of 2G with investments of more than 20 million reais until the end of the decade. Currently, we have 8 plants already announced and 5 of those in the phase of construction. We place our bets on 2G to meet the most complex demands from society and to democratize the alternatives of the carbonization of the energy and to simplify the energy transaction. Our thanks, Juliana Rodrigues, Governmental Relations Manager of Raízen, supported with Capex Brasil. 750 million reais investment in the state of Rio de Janeiro. Presentation that will be made by Barbara from the logistic operator of the port of Huaçu. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank Apex for the opportunity, for the possibility of making this announcement in this important forum. The port of Açu is an industrial complex of deep waters in operation in the north of the state of Rio de Janeiro and developed by the Pro Logistic. In operation for less than 10 years, has 11 port terminals in operation that today generate 10,000 jobs and jointly answer for 5% of the Brazilian exports. Only these numbers show that the port of Huaçu is among the biggest ports in the world. Today we have the pleasure to announce a new memorandum of understanding with the company Mikiangi, one of the biggest renewable energy companies of the world. Jointly, we'll develop a solar photovoltaic plant around the port with the capability to produce 220 megapixels of energy with an investment of 750 million reais. This plant will be connected to the national system, will be able to meet a hub of hydrogen and derivatives of low carbon in the port of Açu that is already being licensed environmentally speaking, will produce green ammonia, green hydrogen, SAF and methanol, and will have an investment of $8 billion. Finally, I would like to thank Apex for the partnership and for the group that has been developed. This partnership announced that here with the team Mikyang is a result of an event for which we were invited to participate by Apex to have a first contact. So having to tell you that work has been productive. Today in the Brazil Investment Forum, I reinforced the commitment to continue to attract more investments to Brazil and to transform the port of Açu in the Brazilian port of the energy transition. Our thanks to Barbara Portolin for the announcement and for being here with us in this memorable moment, announcing another investment. So now let's carry on. I invite now to the stage Marcelo Cordaro, Vice President of New Business of CEL, to announce investments of about 12 billion reais in the states of Bahia and Minas Gerais and plants of biofuel. Mr. Marcelo Cordaro. Thank you to all. I would like to thank Apex for the opportunity. ASA is a company that is controlled by, it's an arm of investments of the mobile investment company that is controlled by the sovereign fund of Arab Emirates. Came to Brazil to enter in the market of energy with the acquisition of the refinery of Mataripe in Bahia, a refinery of big dimension with about 11% of the capability of refinement of Brazil. But that's a first step. From the beginning, the energy transition was part of the strategy of this business, and as a step for that, obviously, energy transition announced with that agricultural power of capacity that Brazil has for the production of biomass and be able to produce biofuels. It was natural that this project was developed and we are announcing today. The sale will produce sustainable aviation fuel and green diesel of about 20,000 barrels a day, which provides 1 billion liters per year. This plant for global market in terms of capability is in the top quarter of companies looking to the global market already. This factory in this context the exports market aims markets that have a true high incentive. And we believe that Brazil will head to this because these are fuels that will be able to be utilized in any industrial park and mobile market that utilize this kind of fuel. It's a 12 billion reais in 10 years investment, but this is a known technology. It decided to take advantage of all this potential of Brazil and verticalize the production of biomass, adopting a culture of high energy based in the native tree called macaúba. It's a cousin of the palm tree that has additional advantages. It's a plant from the Cerrado of semi-arid soil with a capacity of producing as much oil as Dendê per hectare, but can also require less water. So Macaúba is a project that will require 3/4 of investment. It's not a domesticated palm tree, so we create a whole network of partners in technologies, universities, centers of research that have some know-how of Macaúba to be integrated to provide this development. It's a sustainable project in all its dimensions, in the competition that the Macaúba oil may bring to a global producer of biofuel, in the efficiency, environmental efficiency in the sense of reducing the emission of the fuel when utilized, and also in the recovery of carbon. For Macaúba is a tree that will recover degraded land. 100% of Macaúba will be entirely recovery element for degraded lands, so we'll have reduction of carbon. And thirdly, a social aspect. This project implemented mainly in Bahia and in Minas, as their industrial and agricultural aspect, will generate about 90,000 direct and indirect jobs and bring to the economy about 85 billion reais of impact in 10 years. Our thanks to Dr. Marcel Cordat, Vice President of New Businesses here, announcing another investment. Thank you once again. And now I will invite to the stage the Director of Operations of Atlas Magno to announce an investment of 4.3 billion reais in the state of Minas Gerais in the industrial plant for the production of nitrogen renewable fuels. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, President. Good morning to all the Apex team, as well other authorities here present. For me, it's an immense pleasure that I come on this stage to announce a very important project and innovative, not only for Brazil, but for the whole planet. Our country is already internationally recognized as one of the big global powers in the production of food. And the agribusiness is growing in the speed mode for decades. Various factors were crucial for this growth, as the technological development of Embrapa, among other factors. And the use of fertilizers, as my colleague Bernard mentioned previously, has been one of those factors fundamental for the agricultural productivity of Brazil. However, today Brazil imports more than 80% of its fertilizers utilized in its agriculture, being today the biggest importer of this raw material worldwide. The various of geopolitical tensions have threatened this chain of supply and place in risk the supply to the country, therefore the food security in Brazil. At the same time, one of the pillars ever more relevant in a whole planet is the decarbonization of the economies and the energy transition. Evermore, various products will be demanded to reduce their emissions in the whole chain. In spite of the indisputable benefit of the increase of the fertilizers in the use of agricultural purpose, the industry of fertilizers is one of the main emitters of greenhouse gases, being responsible for about 2% of the global emissions of greenhouse gas. And these are the problems that Atlas Agra is trying to solve, to produce nitrogen fertilizers 100% green, as from technologies of generation of clean energy, assuring the food security and reducing the dependence of these raw materials for our agriculture. We'll build a plant of hydrogen renewable fertilizers in Uberaba, in the Triangle of Minas, with an investment of 4.3 billion reais. This new plant will use 100% clean matrix like solar and wind energy for the production of green energy, green ammonia, and finally the nitrogen fertilizers with zero carbon. This is part of the strategic plan of Atlas Agro in the decarbonization of the fertilizers industry. We have an advanced stage about a new plant that will be on high scale factory in the United States. The Brazilian one will be the second and in the world and the first in the South Hemisphere. It will avoid more than 1 million tons equivalent annually to the atmosphere. So it's a project with originality, replacing the foreign fertilizers with a meaningful carbon footprint by a national product with a clean manufacturing and sustainable. It's also a great opportunity for the new industrialization green in the country as the upgrade of the food security in our country. As we announced, green fertilizers for our national economy will help the farmers in the field to reduce their carbon footprint within their farms, being in the production of corn, coffee, sugarcane or other cultures. This is the power of the green fertilizers, reducing the carbon footprint of the farmers. The producers will add more value to their exported products for markets ever more demanding and with new barriers and taxation over carbon that is starting to appear all over the world. In this manner will help Brazil to be placed in the vanguard of the sustainable agriculture in the whole planet. Thank you.
Muito bem, então nossos agradecimentos mais uma vez ao Sr. Rodrigo Santana, diretor de operações da Atlas Agro, que também marca a presença aqui no palco desta sexta edição do Fórum Brasil de Investimentos, anunciando aí investimentos. Vamos dar sequência então agora. Teremos uma assinatura neste momento, uma assinatura de um protocolo de intenções entre a Apex Brasil e o Ministério da Integração e do Desenvolvimento Regional. Tratando, convidamos ao palco o ministro Valdez.
We invite now Minister Valdez Góes for a ceremony of signature of a cooperation instrument with Apex. Tá bom, grato. Obrigado.
Muito bem, assinado então o protocolo de intenções entre a Apex Brasil e o Ministério da Integração e do Desenvolvimento Regional. Vamos ouvir agora as palavras.
We have the intentions memorandum signed and now we'll listen the words of the Minister Valdez Góes. Good afternoon. Thanking once again for this noble friend, former governor, and today fulfilling a huge mission in the name of President Lula and Brazil in Apex, Jorge Viana. Extensive to Ana Paula, Helena, to Aguiar. Saluting the colleague Minister Favre that is here for the next panel. And to say here that we are, as a matter of fact, consolidating the work that Apex has been doing with the Ministry of Regional Integration and their linked entities. The one yesterday was here, that the Minister has the superintendencies linked to him, Sudan, Sudeco, and the National Agency of Water and Sanitation, So this work that Apex did with us contemplates a portfolio of initiatives of projects that are related with all the recommendation of President Lula. President Lula yesterday did very clearly a reinforcement of what he said during the campaign, post-election as well, in the transition and in its on the commitment of Brazil being in the agenda of Brazil in relation to the climate changes and inequalities, fighting inequalities, and did strong work along with Itamaraty, the Foreign Relations Ministry. Today over 50 new markets in 50 countries with markets open for Brazil, and surely the Ministry of Integration has its role in its agenda that President Lula is standing for in the regional development, in reducing the regional inequalities, and in the capability of formulating the participation of the traditional populations in this process of development. So I believe that when President Lula says that the environment couldn't be better for the investors, with legal security, with fiscal security, with the taxation security, we have the fiscal reform, and also the secure legislation framework, and also reflecting the impact and holding further reactions on the climate changes. I'm here to reinforce that agenda. The portfolio brings a lot of initiatives. It's important to say to you that the Ministry of Regional Integration, with the 5 public policies that takes care of, from the small initiative to the issues quite meaningful in terms of size as well. At this point today, we are building with BNDES a public-private partnership for the management of all the transposition of the St. Francis River. 13 billion reais have been invested, and Water for All has a budget of 30 billion reais in the budget that has to do with hydric infrastructure, supply of basins, social technologies, and then we'll join the irrigation project as well. We have a strong work in the policy of irrigation that is also in the portfolio. Irecê, UUR locations, Itaqui, Itajaí, projects that are already, Itajaí is already in B3, Jequitaí is already in the, it will be an auction next year, so that's a huge possibility of capturing foreign private investments. And even in the minor questions like the irrigated perimeter areas, we launched 5 areas through DENOX, and it's already a growing possibility of new businesses. So this agenda of the irrigation of the regional development is huge, and it comes from projects that mobilize millions of reais up to smaller projects of inclusion and participation of the local populations. This portfolio must be included in the PAC next year. I made a swift register, but Brazil has a potential already prospected of 55 million hectares for irrigation, out of which only utilize 8.5 million hectares. So as a public policy in the PAC, this agenda will be huge, and it communicates directly with the reduction of emissions, with the production of food with low emissions, and reduction of regional and social inequalities. So I want to thank you, Vianney, and the whole team. I'm sure that the outcomes will be successful year after year in this regional development and reduction of social inequalities. And since you pilot the contact with investors, do it without being heard, without being afraid of not being happy, for we are happy to receive all the financing that you can attract. Our sincere thanks to Minister Valdez Góes. And now to talk a bit about the relevance of these partnerships, so strategic, the signatures and the announcements. Let's listen to the President of Apex Brazil, Mr. Jorge Viana. Thank you very much. I wanted once again to thank for everyone's presence, to be able to receive you in such a noble space as this. As I've mentioned, the House of the Brazilian Diplomacy, the House of the Brazilian State, of the Brazilian people, that it's Itamaraty Minister Valdez Góes. Thank you for honoring us, for returning here once again. Yesterday you were with us as well, and to celebrate these protocols of joint work in the sense of doing what President Lula is pointing us as the path. The path had several deficits. The deficit in the world's presence, deficit within the country, deficit for facing the social inequalities, for investments, as Aloysio Mercadante said today. I believe that the government has a challenge, which is to bring the normality, but also the boldness in the innovation front. So in a very special way, I would like to say that with the name that is Brazilian Investment Forum, we had here the privilege of announcing 5 big investments that are mature and ready to be implemented, of corporate groups that work with Apex, that work with the sector of investments of Apex. I want to salute Elena and all the team of collaborators of Apex that helped to build this 6th Brazilian Investment Forum. Carla as well, that have been helping us with Lucas and with her team, Ana Paula, that is my partner and colleague director. So all the sectors of Apex. Here is also Helena Chagas, that now joins the team of Apex with the team of communication, that was also fundamental for the success of this event. It was very bold from our side to bring to Brasilia and to bring into Itamaraty, and yesterday to be able to have the presence of the whole government with President Lula in this proof of this special moment that Brazil is living, a moment where there is a public-private real partnership, government defining policies, public policies, taking care of each government has to do the economy, the social, the people, giving concrete signs of fiscal responsibility, presenting numbers of the economy that cheer any world citizen and make the whole world somehow invade the moment that Brazil is living. I'm talking of declining inflation, talking of economic growth increasing, talking of Brazil risk declining. When President Brazil, I repeat, Brazil was characterized by the risk agencies as speculation grade, a place to speculate. And now this year, 2 agencies already increased the grade of Brazil, and it's probable that President Lula, once again, as he did in 2008 in his government, bring the investment grade back to Brazil. That sends a message, independently from agreeing or not, to the whole world. Today he was talking, Minister Favaro is in the meeting here already. He was talking that, as Favaro was saying, he announced the opening of a market. The next week the numbers change, always increasing. It's a huge number. I've been a partner of the Minister of Agriculture. I see a team working with a lot of dedication of everyone. So for me, it's an honor to be able to be in Apex and to be able to lead this event, that I think it's one of the most important events that happened in government Lula so far in this aspect of attraction of investments, of announcement of investments, and to send a message to Brazil and abroad that we have an extraordinary opportunity to make this Brazil advance. We created a program called Export More, Amazon, Export More Northeast, Minister Valdez. This program, because the North and Northeast export little compared with other regions, and the Constitution establishes that Brazil has to work and face the regional inequalities. It's in the Constitution. Based on that, we create the program Export More Northeast and Amazon Export More, where we are bringing buyers from worldwide, and we are making their contact with the ones that have the product, with the history of the producers, and that's a fantastic story for immediately that turns business. We did that, and we'll complete this year 14 states, and next year until mid-year we'll provide this Exportamize, Export More Brazil, but with an emphasis also with the look a bit differentiated for the regions that export less. I'm talking of the northern and northeast region. So the program is having an extraordinary success and affecting the flow of trade of our country, giving opportunity of companies that are not yet exporters but have good products to be exporters and want to participate in a foreign market. I would like finally to thank Bernard Silva, Director of the Simple Fértil, the announcement of implementation of companies that will work in the reduction of dependency of Brazil in fertilizers. That's music for the President of Embrapa that it's here, for the colleagues from the Ministry of Agriculture that are here. For this is an extraordinary thing. It's a great opportunity for those who want to implement that business. I am a small producer, I still grow coffee, but at least 30% of my investment has been buying fertilizers to the land, and with this dependency from abroad we reduce then this dependency if we have a plant in Brazil to provide these inputs to the agricultural. I want to thank to the group Raizan. I talked with Ometo yesterday. We are talking of 20 billion investments that will occur until 2030. 20 billion in ethanol of second generation, that, as it was said, reduces the carbon footprint in 20% of the ethanol, that it's already a fuel that works with a clean, sustainable matrix. Also Barbara Bartolino from Bruno Logistics that announced as well work of a partnership with the team of Apex, 750 million. I went there to Bruno. I've been there in the Blue Point. I was there. I visit 21 states, and where there is an interesting project that requires something from Apex, I'm visiting. And this has been extraordinary as well. Marcelo Rodaro, Vice President of Aceilen, that announced here 12 billion of investment. These are fundamental announcements, along with Rodrigo Santana from Atlas, with another 4.3 billion of investment, working on the idea of biofuels for aviation, working on new plants of inputs for the Brazilian agribusiness. So I'm very honored, and once again I would like to thank it's arriving here. I won't take any more time of this competent master of ceremonies. Please. I would like to be able, I'm happy to have here Minister Favre, a colleague, a partner that I have the honor of being with him all the time, and his team. So I salute you, and I ask the Master of Ceremonies to do is to invite the Minister on the stage. I'm announcing here, Minister. This is the second day investment of the Simple Fértil. We announced, signed a memorandum of understanding for the construction of plants of fertilizers. Group Raizan announcing investments of 20 billion. and then 750 of the group Logistic, Prum Logistic, and of Acelen 12 billion reais. I added here, we are talking of almost 40 billion reais of investments, 40 billion reais in biofuels of second generation plants and fertilizers, announced by 5 companies this afternoon. It's a victory of President Lula, that is in a certain way the big propeller of this agribusiness in these first 2 governments, and now makes a third great phase of Brazil in this third government. So I pass the floor to you. So we listened to the president of Apex Brasil talking about the relevance and importance of these strategic partnerships, of these agreements, of these signatures, and of these announcements. We'll know agro-revolution, production with sustainability. For this purpose, initially we'll invite to say some words on this topic and shorten this conversation Minister of Agriculture and Carlos Favaro. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like, first of all, to thank for the invitation our president of Apex, Jorge Viana, and all his team. We are traveling worldwide together as a request of President Lula to reestablish the good diplomatic relationship of Brazil with the rest of the world, established with our diplomacy, with the whole team of foreign affairs and external relations. It's being coordinated by Minister Mauro Vieira and all his team, providing a huge support. Not differently, our Vice President, Geraldo Alckmin, and all his team from the Ministry of Development, Commerce and Industry, provides that this advance, this dedication, this pilgrimage of President Lula in these 10 months becomes as well and generates good commercial relations and good opportunities to our partners and to the friendly countries and to the corporate agents of these countries. As the President said, a good commercial relation must be 2 sides. And in all the cases I recall, Favaro, you're going in that mission. Remember that Brazil doesn't want to sell, wants to buy as well. Brazil wants to generate opportunities to our friendly countries. It's important that this message gets to the friendly countries. To salute the president of Top Life, I also take the opportunity to salute the head sustainability of Bayer, Carolina Brassa, Giuliano Foscarini, that will be part of this panel with us, and Silvia, president of Embrapa, that in the special moment is in the position in its 50th anniversary with an important mission to look upon the next 50 years. Carlos Agostinho, the president of the Council of Embrapa, are working intensively on this, so Embrapa continues to comply with his role of taking new technologies and ways of production. So swiftly, I want to bring an important message. I know that so many opportunities can be addressed and mentioned here, so many options that we have for our investors in Brazil in this moment of reconnecting, as I mentioned. In relation to the Ministry of Agriculture, some points are important to bring to you. First, our commitment with the sustainable production, our commitment with the environment. Our relation indestructible with the Ministry of Environment. And some used to say that this relation was a conflictual one. In no way it's a conflict. On the contrary, I always say that Brazil, in these 50 years, became from importer of food to a big provider of food in the last 50 years, because it has good assets. I could say that part of these assets, these important assets, and one of the most valuable are people, men and women that they know how to handle the land, know how to deal and have talent to deal with agriculture. Therefore, they produce so much. That's a big asset. I could also say that one of the biggest assets are the adoption of technologies, edgy technologies, and again, Embrapa has a key role, but also the private initiative. And the companies have a great work of developing technologies for the production. It's a great Brazilian asset. I could say that these are equipments and machines that are utilized. Agribusiness highly technified, and that's a big Brazilian asset as well. I have no doubt about it. But none of these big assets are bigger than the biggest of all, which is weather. Nothing. What's the point of having talent people, productive land, men and women that know how to handle and have technology available if we lived in the desert, if we didn't have a desert, if we didn't have sun and rain in the proper time? This is the tone that we have to take with a lot of productivity. Brazil will intensify its food production. We that incorporated 40 million of hectares to the productive system in the last 50 years, we incorporated 140% more of area productive in 50 years. We have now the main pride that this was possible with the adoption of fine technologies that allowed the increase of our production and productivity we grew 580%, and now we'll incorporate another 40 million hectares with two basic differences. First one, we won't do it over the forest. We won't do it on the base of deforestation. On the contrary, this Brazilian asset, our forest, is the guarantee that the weather will remain stable, assuring the success of our production. We shouldn't and we don't want to deforest more in Brazil. That's an important asset. And it's not because the others need to tell Brazil that we must keep this asset. It's because we have the awareness. Minister Marina Silva said recently in an event here of the Brazilian Association on the Industry of Vegetable Oils that less than 2% of our producers still insist of not having good practices of good sustainability. To those only remains control and command the punishments foreseen in the Brazilian legislation. Nobody needs to impose those restrictions. But to the others, the incentive, the opportunity is immense for the immense majority of those who want to do their agriculture with sustainability. The second point of this program of increase 40 million hectares to the productive system is that we don't have to do it over the forest. We'll do it over pasture, degraded pastures, areas that are in the productive system but do not provide the revenue that they should, but have a good profile. Out of the 160 million hectares of Brazilian pastures, something about 30 million are pastures of fine quality with a good handling. Then we have areas that are more sensitive that cannot be included in the productive grain system. For example, the Everglades, Pantanal. No one wants to plant cotton, soy or corn in Pantanal, but there is an ecosystem that allows cattle farming But then we have 40 million hectares. And who said that? Science. Embrapa, that made the whole monitoring with the quality of soil, topographics, rain index, proper logistic, to the implementation of agriculture. And certainly this portfolio of 40 million hectares of area may and should be incorporated, not in 50 years, but in 10 years, maybe 15 years, generating opportunities, growth, generation of jobs, assuring of good production of quality food and sustainability for Brazil and for our commercial partners. And what other role the government has in this program? Secondly, the opportunity that we have through our public banks, BNDES. I know that yesterday Aloysio Mercadante was here to open the opportunity that these investments occur through Bank of Brazil and through BNDES or Bank do Brazil, which is another public bank with capillarity in the agribusiness that can provide access to the retail, to the small producers. All this without allowing as well the opportunity for the private partners and the other private banks to be participating and open to this program. So the important message, I see that my time is running out, that I bring here. Brazil knows its commitment with the world. Brazil recognizes potential of producing food with quality and sustainability, and this is certainly a good opportunity to the market, to our friendly countries, jointly produce more at accessible prices to be able to help in the legacy of President Lula, that he says that the dream is to see the world without anger, and Brazil can hope assist this target respecting the environment. Thank you.
Nossos sinceros agradecimentos.
Our sincere thanks to the Minister Carlos Fávaro that now join us for this conversation. The topic, as I said, agro-revolution, productivity with sustainability. To talk on this subject, I'll invite to the stage Mr. Leonardo Larue, expert leader on the integration and commerce of IDB, and also Ms. Emily Rees, and CEO of Drop Life International, Ms. Silvia Masqua, President of Embrapa, also Ms. Carolina Graça, Head of Sustainability of Bayer Propta, and Mr. Abdul Rahman Bakir, Management Director of Saudi Arabia to the Americas. So the word with the moderator. The floor to the moderator. Good afternoon to everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here and for IDB to be supportive to this event with the Brazilian government and APEC, super important. I would like to thank the presence of Silvia and Emily, Carolina Barqui, Minister Carlos Fávaro, super important participation. This is undoubtedly a big event, or even the biggest event of the region to attract investments. So it's an enormous pleasure to IDB, but for IDB as an institution to support the Brazilian government in this organization. And now we move to the theme specifically, for there was an introduction more than spectacular of Minister Fávaro talking about the vision of the government to the agriculture, to sustainability. So I don't want to extend myself, but in the last 20 years what we have in Brazil, it's a big revolution. We have an average increase in the production yearly of about 8%. In the export, something about 9.4%. Last year, agribusiness represented about $159 billion in exports in Brazil. That represents more or less 47% of the exports of Brazil, which is a lot. And this is due to the various factors. Obviously, we have the issue of the consumption increasing internationally, higher demand. We have the expansion. We have the expansion of the agricultural border, which is a relevant aspect, and that also brings us to the agenda of the environment that the minister mentioned in its introduction. We have a point that for me out of this is the fundamental technology, innovation, productivity, and this Brazil actually is the champion, is an example to the whole world. But the year post-COVID brings us two challenges. We have two international challenges in the view of IDB. The first one is the issue of the food security. It's good to know that Brazil is a fundamental player. I'm assessing the responsibility and you have the capacity of producing more with more technology. This brings us with more sustainability. As with technology, this is linked with investment. Obviously, this is linked with good public policies. And it's a bit about this that we'll be talking. And I would like to present two questions. Sylvia, we passed to Embrapa, super important. We passed to Emily's to talk about the vision of the private sector. And then we have a vision of the potential investor. Mr. Bakir can talk us about on how Saudi Arabia and how we can eventually attract more investments to the country. I start in Portuguese. At the time of the questions I changed to English, but then we'll move to Portuguese to make a closing. Okay? Minister, I believe that you talked about the government of President Lula. What are effectively the policies that have been developed? But this is the time to listen a bit more. What is the ministry, what is the government effectively bringing in terms of policy? How is this aligned with the environmental agenda, with the sustainability agenda? We would like to understand betterly how the government works in terms of increasing production and sustainability in the agriculture. Okay, perfectly. I think that I gave you an overview about it. I didn't get into the details, but the importance in the Ministry of Agriculture is committed with the sustainable production, but on the bias of the awarding. It's a role of the Ministry of the Environment, the command and control. What it was mentioned, those who are less than 2% of the agricultural or pseudo producers that still insist on not complying with their legal duties to produce, that insist in invading public land, that still insist on illegal deforestation, that still insist in setting fire on the forests are very few, but they are noisy. To those we have an alternative, the Ministry of the Environment and the Ministry of Justice, the command and control action, the repression against these practices, for they contaminate the whole group. The great challenge of the Ministry of Agriculture that was given to me by President Lula is to reconnect the world and to know about the good practices of the immense majority. For what it looked recently is that Brazil was the country of the fraud with cattle farming in illegal manner. Now the immense majority knows about their responsibilities with the legislation compliance. So as from the Ministry of Environment, Command and Control, and with the Ministry of Agriculture, the awarding providing awards, recognizing the good practices, being with the biggest crop of the history of this country, offering resources, for example, in the moment of commodities with declining prices, but available resources for budgeting on and investing in machines, inputs, and equipment. It's the first time that Brazil has a dollarized credit line that is being a success. I got the balance next week, over 2,000 contracts already, 1,700 some contracts, almost 3 billion reais already on the credit loan line in dollarized. That is in the same volume already loaned this year by the model conventional model, and the intensification of what I've mentioned, the opportunity to continue growing, advancing technology we have, commitment with sustainability, commitment with sanity. I have to recall that Brazil is one of the 4 countries in the world that produces chicken and eggs and has no chicken flu with efficient this is not lucky, this is competence. The bird flu is not just by chance. We have been efficient, but didn't enter into our commercial establishments of chicken production. But we have a safe environment that provides sanity to these establishments. So assure good practices, transparency, and we will continue growing in such manner. Thank you, Minister. Now I enter into a second question to you as well, to understand a bit more how the Ministry is considering the policy with a specific initiative to the recovery of the degraded pastures, in what way this will be financed effectively, and in what way, and super important, the private sector can participate as well on the financing, and in what way this may be appealing for the financing of this initiative. We know that IDB talks about it and the importance of the private sector, of the financing from the private sector beyond the public financing. This would be our question. How the Ministry finances and how the private sector can participate. That's a very relevant topic. It's obvious that we have the participation of the public power. For example, in this crop plan in 2023 were invested about 500 million reais with attractive interest rates, 7% a year in reais, attractive for the Brazilian rate that we have, but we should work with lower interest rates in the future. 500 million reais were invested in this program with a limit of 5 million reais per individual per year. So the producer could take 5 years, the son another 5 million, the other partner another 5 million, obviously if they have payment capability. And next year he may take another credit line of 5 million. It's a permanent program of investment. But if we calculate that the program foresee the incorporation of 40 million hectares and with an average cost for the agriculture with an investment in equipment, storage, machines, we need about $3,000 per hectare. We need about $120 billion. So obviously we need the participation of the private initiative, of the sovereign state funds. I do hear an invitation for Saudi Arabia and its investment funds to participate, so we can speed up the process of giving opportunity of financial gains. But more than that, gain of opportunities in the commercial relation. We may have operations that finance this conversion of pastures to their customers with conditions that X% of its need of the producer of buying products for its activity may come from the portfolio of the company that is financing, may be financed by companies that are partners that finance the production and buy the crop. This already provides a conversion in the pattern of 12-15 years. And those who are attracted, it's another governmental role, those who are attracted by the carbon market. For the time being, we regulate, President Lula will talk about it on the next 22, 22nd of November, 10 a.m. in the Palace of Planalto, saying what is the role of the government, the institutionalization of good practices, so these farmers can look for the certification into the carbon market but we do have the carbon market. Embrapa creates the metric in the tropical areas for the carbon market. We validate that to the market and can be attractive for the investors. Thank you. And now I pass the floor to Embrapa. Silvia, our national pride, the fantastic company, active and fundamental in the agro-revolution that we are talking about in Brazil. And let's talk about technology. We have the Internet of Things, we have big data, we have automation, we have genetic evolution. These are some technologies that are being utilized in the recent years to improve productivity of agribusiness. How Embrapa sees this in a way to promote the increase of productivity and the production in Brazil, and what are the success cases that we may quote with the effective participation of Embrapa and that we can mention to our audience to understand betterly what are we talking about. Thank you, Guilherme, for this opportunity. I would like to salute here our Minister Carlos Favara and all the panelists, Carol and Api. It's fine to be here with you. To salute also the President of APEX, Jorge Viana, by whom I salute all present. We as Embrapa is one of the big secrets of these 50 years, is precisely in the science-based agriculture and technological-based agriculture. Many times we mention that the United States likes to talk about NASA and Brazil. We in Embrapa, we are the NASA of Brazil, which is the strong point of our country's agriculture, and an investment in science and technology was made for 50 years. If we are talking of new technologies, the IoT and other things, we could regain in the study that McKinsey did recently in 2022, consulting, making an analysis of global agriculture, where is Brazil, United States, Canada and Europe, and they foresee that in the area of agricultural technology, Brazil leads in two topics: sustainability, technology with sustainability, and precision and digital agriculture. That means that Brazil is always ahead, thinking on the times, and bringing this in a more concrete area, our cattle farming. Just for you to have an idea, I've been a researcher in Embrapa for 34 years, and since I did my first project in Embrapa, we must assess the environmental, social, and economical impact of all technologies. So this topic of sustainability, from direct planting, recovery of degraded pastures, we talk about the bio inputs and products of biological base. When we start with the monoculture, we call the big green revolution. Then there was a second cycle with the integrated systems. We talk of integration, cattle farming and agriculture and forest, agriculture of precision, biotechnology. And today we talk about this agriculture 4.0, 5.0, where these new technologies enter. Why? Connected with sustainability, we must bring metrics, indicators, and we can only do this with these new technologies. We must have data, information, models, so we can generate these metrics. And connected to this, we have the traceability. We also must use these tools to bring the traceability on the transparency of the production process, to show both to the internal consumer as to the international customer how much our cattle farming is sustainable. Placing some examples in concrete manner, I want to tell you that there is a recent report from FAO 2023 that shows that this technology, these digital transformations, biotechnology, nanotechnology, will provide this transformation to assure this traceability and transparency in the production process. And Embrapa has projects, for example, in the area of IoT that you mentioned. We have a project with the European Union of irrigation of precision, both with soybean as with grapes. So we have sensors to analyze water availability on the soil, and as from there we only provide irrigation in that portion of ground. So with this, we save about 30% of the water utilizing this kind of technology. It's an outcome. We also have in the area of IoT today a system integration, cattle farming and agriculture and forest. We work with sensors to analyze the physiological data of the animal. We provide analysis with microclimate information. Then the animal goes on the scale, weighting the weight gain, and you work with the nutritional balance of the animal to find the optimum point of slaughtering. So we have today fine data within the cattle farming facilities, data of microclimate, satellite images, drones monitoring. So that's another kind of app that we have. The vision to classify grains, optical systems, and to use the use of coverage processes for the soil, the satellite images for vegetation coverage. We can monitor what has been planted in the last 20 years in the country. So we have a lot of tools. But besides the farm door, when we talk about climate changes, and the minister mentioned 3 topics: food security, energy security, and climate change. When we talk about that, we already think, and we have to be in Embrapa studying plants resistant to hydric stress that requires biotechnology. We have a large project with Unicamp working on this area that integrates the 43 centers of research of Embrapa. So we have within the before the farm door and within the farm, we have planned ahead our post-production, how to provide distribution and logistics. We have projects in the area of traceability where you integrate. We have a system called the Brazilian system of agro-traceability that integrates from the QR code in the supermarket shelf. You can track from the supplier of inputs. We have worked with sugarcane. We have working also with rice, beans, and soybean as well. And besides that, when we talk of sustainability, we also see that aspect of the carbon. Embrapa has projects and started with a low carbon meat, low carbon with protocols on low carbon on the public-private partnerships, milk of low carbon, another PPP. It also has working with a soybean of low carbon and other projects, and also with coffee in Rondônia state, in the valley of Acre, of low carbon, including, George, we have an experience that even came in the magazine that I like to see, and I thank you for the article of Embrapa that you published, that shows that in the Amazon we managed to recover more than 55 million hectares utilizing new types of pastures with new plants for new herbal seeds, and we managed to reduce emission by 36% of greenhouse effects using these technologies. So these are scientific results that we've been validating in the portfolio of pastures of we have numbers. What I would like to mention here is that we are talking of evolution in rural sciences, as in these new technologies using IEA, and this is happening in the agribusiness, biotechnology, nanotechnology. Our challenge is firstly to place this, to communicate this information and this data to the whole world to understand betterly. So I believe that Embrapa has an important role with the ministry. And the other challenge is to make this available in the cooperation south-south-south in tropical agriculture, where Embrapa has platforms to make available this data and information. So we'll be placing this at your availability for the south-south collaboration. And I forgot some other examples that I couldn't mention, but some highlights: innovation, science, technology, something very important, public policy based in evidence, data, outcomes. This is amazing, it's fantastic. And the outcome that it brings, an outcome that the public policy based in evidence and technology brings to the country. This is the outcome that we see with the participation of Embrapa. And now another question: how did science in tropical agriculture and traceability in the the whole supply chain of agribusiness can be tools to fight deforestation effectively and for the proper mapping of the emission of greenhouse gases and the impact in the environment. Well, I did mention swiftly, but Embrapa, for example, has various projects in the area of geotechnology for the use and coverage of the land. We have partnerships, for example, it's a Terra class that works with INPE, the National Institute of Space Research, where we provide all the classification of the areas in the countrywide. Today we have for the Amazon biome and the biome Cerrado, but we are working on the project with the Ministry of to make the Terra class Brazil for the whole biomes of the country, so we can show how this has been worked on and what technologies have entered in the country so we can produce in a sustainable manner, increase productivity and production. Another work that we've been doing that you did mention on gas emissions, on the carbon aspects, Embrapa works from programs to define protocols within the productive chain. We have programs with a private initiative on the project called Pro Carbon. Bayer is here that can talk more about it on this project. That we provide the calculation of the carbon footprint and life cycle analysis in the whole process of production. Agriculture is a unique sector. It's a limit, but it kidnaps. It's the one that kidnaps carbon, and this is scientifically proved by this model of analysis of life cycle of carbon footprint that our colleague from the area of forests can talk how much we can kidnap of carbon in an integrated system with good practices of handling, and along with a private initiative, this Pro-Carbon project with Bayer and other places. We have the milk of low carbon, the soy of low carbon, but we also have launched with startups and with other companies some technologies like Believes, which is a tool that you can use this technology where you can do soil analysis utilizing spectrometry, optical. You can classify all your soil analysis with spectrometers and calculate the carbon in that soil. So we have a lot of technology, from the basic technology utilizing and measuring how the practices are more sustainable, as I've mentioned, direct planting and other impacts in integrated system or a consortium system, how to kidnap carbon. We have a calculated already, scientifically calculated for sugarcane that's subsidized public policy like Renova Bio. We have all this has provided models and information that subsidizes this public policy design, and today this calculator is being utilized for other cultures. Just to wrap up, these tools can be utilized to other cultures, like for example coffee in Rondônia of low carbon in Acre. We are working not only with soy and corn. Embrapa literally works from A to Z, from açaí to zebu. This is the diversity of our country, and our country is what we manage for the different biomes, for the different characteristics of the production systems. We are talking for agroforestry in the açaí, cupuaçu in the north, but I'm also talking of feijão calpi in the northeast. I'm talking of soybean in the Midwest. So this diversity is what makes our agriculture in Brazil to have this differential aspect towards the rest of the world. And it's a challenge from the scientific point of view, but it's also, as our minister said, it's a favorable conjunction of factors. We have land, we have science, and we have technology, so we can plant without cutting one more tree. We have land. Minister mentioned this program of the federal government that we have almost 40 million hectares of soils with rural usability, and we are crossing this data with the weather mapping of these regions to see and provide guidance to subsidize the loans and the credit, the rural use. I get excited. If you let me keep on, I'll carry on talking, but agriculture is a passion, and to talk of science and technology in agriculture is a bigger passion. So count always with Embrapa and the funds and We invite everyone to come to meet Embrapa and technology, to know more Embrapa, the technologies that have been generated in these 50 years with scientific validation. And we leave at your discretion so we can carry on as protagonists and to assure guarantee food security in Brazil, that you also have to guarantee food security and to reduce our food insecurity, so to speak, and to help us food security all over the world. Count with Embrapa always. Strong hug. Thank you, President. And the diversification of Brazilian agriculture and of science, Embrapa, we see in our outcomes. Brazil today is the leader, or one of the biggest producers in more or less 34 products related with agribusiness. Before we had a lot of concentrated production, and today we managed to diversify, and that has a lot to do with good public policies, Embrapa, technology, and private sector jointly working on the diversification of the Brazilian agriculture. Emily, the floor is yours now to talk a bit about the Brazilian experience and how this experience contributes or may contribute globally for the two twin objectives to fight climate changes and food security. That is fundamental, obviously, for the country, but for the world. What other countries may learn of this experience in Brazil? Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank to Apex Brazil for being here with you in Brazil. It's always a pleasure to be in this tropical country. I don't say that because I'm living in my house, which is also pleasant to be in a more tropical environment. I would like to start maybe touching in that point of South-South cooperation that Sylvia raised. Last week I was in Kenya, in Nairobi, talking of the African Conference of Agricultural Cooperation. These countries in Africa are looking to these innovations, to this technology, biotechnology, genetic evolution, that are already proven and work properly in Brazil. With the intimacy to know if this can be adjusted to the African climate, if these solutions, we are looking at Medica Safa, for example, for the cassava, the mandioc, if it can, looking to other kinds of beans that are regional of Africa, and they all look to Brazil as an example. So they look as well to innovation of Embrapa and this world science contribution of Brazil in the innovation with a lot of respect. And they will say, I could say also with some envy. So when I'm here, I'm always looking and promoting this agro-revolution that Brazil is doing as an example on how a country leaves the insecurity of their food supply to become a big producer and also a considerable exporter that contributes for food security all over the world. And this for me is a change of paradigm, that when you come to Africa that we have today, where food insecurity is of about 30%, but also depends on 80%, more than 82% of exports outside Africa to be supplied with food, we have to look at this paradigm and observe the good practices that Brazil can take to the world. Among those, that revolution, the revolution of tropical agriculture, the revolution of the Cerrado biome that took productivity, improved with innovation and technological, as well as the rural producer here in Brazil that likes innovation, likes technology, likes drones, likes agriculture of precision, and it's always ready to new experiences, to innovate in the farms. And this entrepreneurial spirit that exists in the agricultural sector, it's hard to explain, but this is also the important component, not only science, it's the producer that participates actively in this. So when we see these examples on the tropical agriculture, it's really important to take into consideration for the South cooperation, and we have all the backup of the Ministry of Agriculture. We have the agricultural attaches, we have the diplomacy of Brazil, we are in the house of the Brazilian diplomacy. In our daily activities, I can see that this work is being done to take this experience abroad, based once again in science. So we are observing here a collaboration, public and private, also of fundamental importance in this agro-revolution in Brazil. And here, representing the private sector, I'm representing one of the innovators in the agro. The scientists that are also from the private sector are looking for these new solutions, that are aiming to take these innovations for these rural producers, and are great investors in Brazil, including my colleague here from Bayer. And what makes a difference in terms of having a standard, a regulatory standard? And Brazil has. We mentioned now, for example, of the forest code, not only, but we have here regulations based in science with impact assessment that make us have a trust in the regulatory system of Brazil, and also that can be an example for other countries. By saying this, we have the opportunity now in Brazil to modernize. And specifically, I have a minister by my side, a bill of defensives that for 30 years has been in the parliament, that requires modernization. Here in Brazil, we also need to bring more sustainability, more competitiveness, more productivity. And this as well shows a Brazil that is moving ahead, that is taking more sustainable solutions to the rural producer. And finally, in relation to this regulatory standard, what are we observing? This commitment, the commitment with science, with environment, commitment with the protection of biodiversity that makes Brazil having this global shine that I always represent as an example when I am in various international events worldwide. Thank you, Emily. And now a specific question of something that enchants me regarding trade. The trade for agro is fundamental. We know Brazil is quite open for agribusiness trade, counts with technology and productivity, and accesses a lot of markets and may access even more markets. We have agreements with Mercosur, European Union being negotiated, other agreements with Singapore, with EFTA. But how the trade and the attraction of investments, private investments, may effectively operate as one more element to stimulate and encourage our agro into gaining access to external market and for the increase of production of Brazil. How do you see this investment looking to the external market as fundamental elements to increase production and productivity? In the last years, we have seen some events of fragmentation in the international trade due to the three factors, the three C's. COVID, we saw that COVID also created difficulties, logistic world difficulties, disruptions, conflicts, the impact of war in Ukraine, changing the whole grains trade, and climate. We cannot forget the impact of the weather and climate in the world fragmentation of trade, and climate as a motivation to have more trade, not less. And why is that? We are observing that weather shocks are occurring now. We have floods on one hand, drought in other, and those who produce one day, the next day they have to import. We have seen in the recent years, for example, close to us in Argentina, our neighbor, that had a decline of production in corn of almost 40%. So this corn that was about to be exported, it would supplement the food security domestically. So you have these shocks. Pakistan, 30% of the crops in Pakistan under the water for months. So Pakistan has to import now. So within these climate shocks, we will need more flexibility on trade, more trade, not less trade. And Brazil must have a fundamental role in this to produce to the world. And as well, more taking all the measures to have an agriculture that is efficient, weatherly, the climate smart agriculture that we've mentioned, that will be a case of study also to mitigate, talking of mitigation. But when we are looking into trade, we have to talk about the adaptation of the weather and the role of the trade in this. And there are some points to be taken into account. First, we have to continue working to overcome the non-tariff barriers that affect the world agricultural commerce. I'm talking of the phytosanitarian barriers that affect the world commerce of food, that affect the producers of Brazil, of the world. And these exports must be always based in science and with international standards. Therefore, I urge Brazil to embrace a fair trade based in international networks, science-based, where it's the common good. This is what allows the food to continue to supply the world in the good based on the threat of shocks that may arise. And commercial agreements must be celebrated to bring closer the commercial relations through agreements. I know the minister just returned from India doing this job of opening markets. So this is very important to include the great work of the negotiators, the diplomats of Brazil from Itamaraty, and I also salute the MEDIC in this job that works on daily basis to bring these agreements into effective operation with the European Union, for example, and to obtain the ratification of these agreements, having not only the agricultural shares but also based in rules, so that allow flexibility to flexibilize the commerce in the sustainable for the enrichment of the country. Thank you, Emily. I think we could stay 3 hours talking about trade, but our time is limited. I'll make just a small change in what we agreed in the beginning of the presentation. I was going to make questions to Carolina. I'll change now to Mr. Baki, firstly, and then I'll change to English, and then Carolina will wrap up with questions about regenerative agriculture to make a topic on commerce and investment on
language. Mr. Bakir, it's a pleasure to have you here with us today. So what is Saudi Arabia's food security strategy? What role does Brazil play in that strategy? And how is sustainability considered within that food security strategy?
Boa tarde.
Excelente, very good Portuguese.
First,
Thanks, President Jorge Viana. Thank you so much for the great Brazil Investment Forum. Sua Excelência, it's great to be with Sua Excelência Carlos here in this Brazil Investment Forum, and hopefully in the next one we will have a higher representation from the Saudi private sector with us in the next year. When it comes to food strategy within Saudi, it really sits on the heart of the Vision 2030. Food security is a major objective of the vision. And if you can see the dynamic, what's happening in Saudi in terms of consumption of top commodities, in the last 20 years, it more than doubled. And we just expect that consumption to grow, obviously. We're an importer country. Most of our commodities are imported. One interesting dynamic that it's more worth mentioning other than the population, because the population now of Saudi is 37 million. We're expecting to go to 50 to 60 million in 2030. Riyadh alone, the capital, is 7 million. We're expecting to double to 15 million. But when they allowed women to drive in 2018, I know this is here something might be silly, but in Saudi it changed dramatically the consumer behavior and the purchasing power of households. So when women started to drive in 2018, we witnessed a shift in the house unit from 1 to 2, meaning higher purchasing power, meaning also a change in the consumer behavior when it comes to meals, eating. There was a higher demand for ready meals. So all of that just another reason of why consumptions will keep growing. Now, when it comes to Brazil, of course, Brazil is the world's farm. If you see the top commodities that Saudi import, the top 5, Brazil is amongst the number 1 or amongst the top 3 producer and exporter for all of the commodities that Saudi import. However, Brazil is the only country that's capable to export on a high amount compared to other countries. If you take soybeans, for example, Brazil export more than 80%. Second in the line will be just around the 65. So there's a big difference. Also in sugar, in soybeans, in poultry, and so on. Now, when it comes to the Ministry of Investment, what we've been doing in Brazil, we are looking at the whole value chain. So from production to warehousing to logistics to trading and to processing. We came here in July this year. We had around 100 entities from the Saudi private and public sector with capabilities in each part of the value chain from both the private and the public sector to come and really be integrated within the market. We're not interested just to come on a one deal and leave. The idea is to come and be part of the whole value chain, to be a trading and a strong partner for Brazil. Finally, when it comes again to the food security, I have to emphasize that there's a lot of commonality within the land in Saudi and Brazil, although Brazil is much more greener. But there are some areas when it comes to desert technologies that can have some commonality within Saudi. So I really urge the Brazilian companies with those technology to come to Saudi and transfer their knowledge. And that's what we want to do also, what we've been doing, working closely with Apex on that.
Thank you very much. But that's very interesting, the idea of being part and integrating, or being part of the supply chains and integrated to Brazil. That's very important for Brazil, of course, and this is something that the IDB, of course, support. But now, could you give us a brief explanation about the instruments, investment funds, financial support that Saudi Arabia has for international agribusiness companies?
So one very important program is the Agriculture Investment Abroad, which is part of the Agri-Investment Development. So for the last 16 years or more, 60 years or more, it was only financing, giving loans for Saudi entities. However, in August of this year, only a couple of months ago, it changed and it opened for international entities. We already had some interest from Brazil when we were in the visit, and I can guarantee you this will be the most competitive interest rate in what's happening now in the world. So in a very, very low interest rate, it can go up to 12 years with $100 million of financing. There is short-term financing and long-term. So the long-term will tap into more the infrastructure, the supply chain, and so on. But in the short-term, it's just as simple as working capital or contracting for a farming. And the requirements are simple. The requirements are just to export 50% of that into Saudi. So that's the idea. But with offtake agreements, with the demand of Saudi, I can guarantee you even it will be more than 50%. So that's in terms of financing. One important element to mention is the Ministry of Investment is seen as an umbrella within the back home in Saudi, and a lot of the private sector would like to tailgate. So they would come to us and say, where can we invest here? And we had a couple of companies such as Al-Rajhi International, they were with us. They announced some deals with farms in Brazil. So private sector players would like to learn more about Brazil. So again, through Apex, we've been working on doing that bridge. And events like that will make those deals happen.
Thank you very much. So we can see here that we have many opportunities in the relationship, bilateral relationship between Saudi Arabia and Brazil. We hope that the government will enjoy this opportunity or be able to bring more investments to Brazil related to agribusiness and other sectors, of course, of the economy with this partnership with you. And now I will switch to Portuguese again. De novo. Obrigado.
Thank you, Carolina. Now to wrap up this event, a couple of questions to talk a bit about what has been enriching the agriculture, regenerative agriculture. Not everyone knows about it specifically, but I would like you to provide us an explanation. What is effectively this agriculture of regenerative? What are the challenges that they aim to face, and what are the innovations in terms of technology, since we are talking about technology? Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. We have surpassed noon. I know that some are in the last final mission on this panel, but I take the advantage to salute all the panelists and to bring salute to you. I also salute the audience that is here with us until now, until before lunch. Everyone starving, I'm sure, but soon we'll be having lunch. I would like to talk on sustainable agriculture, and it's a constant topic in the agricultural sector. We are always aiming to produce more with less, and now came this new expression, regenerative agriculture. Comes from the responsible agriculture, to produce more with less, but now we want to generate a positive impact in the planet. So that's the difference, but we have a neutral pact. On the contrary, we want to have a positive impact to regenerate the health of the soil, the health of the hydric resources, and by doing that to provide better life conditions to the producers, to the communities that are living there. So jointly with a set of technologies, and this is the big thing of it's not a single technology. In the past we had waves of innovation, the green revolution with the fertilizers, then we had the wave of the genetic improvement, transgenics and so on. With the regenerative agriculture, we are looking that it won't be a single technology, it will be a set of technologies integrated that will provide this regeneration, this positive impact to the planet and to the life of people. So this is the innovation that it brings, integration. And we stop looking to agriculture in the short term. We have a vision more of a system, like the agronomic system, how that space will work in the period of 3-5 years. So we don't have a short-term planning only, but we'll have a long-term planning. And this makes a whole difference and has a lot to do with restoring the degraded pastures, with consuming less, producing more. Everything that has been presented in this panel has a connection, a strong connection with regenerative agriculture. As an introduction, this is what it is. As an introduction, the concept is clearly explained. I believe that all could understand. And now let's talk about the economic benefits. How Bayer and you personally see the benefits, economic benefits of regenerative agriculture. What do you see on the ground, specifically in terms of economic benefits with this practice and examples? I think, Sylvia, it's important to have examples. Well, I start saying that Bayer today has a partnership with approximately 1,900 farmers in Brazil. We have partnerships piloting, test and develop this system, agronomic regenerative system adapted to each region of Brazil. Besides that, we have a partnership with Embrapa and with other 9 research institutes to help us develop this technology and also to quantify the carbon. It's a modeling process. For this is a big contribution on one side. The producers are interested in having recipes as from the carbon, and on the other side we know that this is a big contribution of the agriculture to create this carbon stockpile in the ground. We are developing the science to store carbon in the soil and to manage it within the agricultural cycle. We also have partnership with other companies that help us to disseminate these good practices. So based in this ecosystem, we have some outcomes to announce to you. So the practices of regenerative agriculture, summarizing 2,000 producers in Brazil, are showing us that we are capable of increasing the productivity in at least 10% in average. And by doing so, we also have an increase of profitability to the farmers. Until now, these partial outcomes are showing us at least 6% increase in productivity, which is excellent, for we are increasing sustainability and bringing a return, financial return to the producer. Other benefits: improvement of these farmers for climate changes with higher resilience to the climate changes. Today there is an article being published in the media that 70% of the Brazilian producers already feel the changes of the weather, the climate changes, so we have to prepare them, since we cannot avoid it, but we can prepare them to mitigate in a more resilient manner the effects that they suffer. And the risk management within the properties, not only the weather risks, but the risks that we have these investments with a stable productivity. So all these gains that bring benefits to the producer, as I said, not only for the producer, but for the society as a whole. But for this program that we call Pro-Carbon, we call the carbon, as Sylvia calls Pro-Carbon, the buyer also developed a platform for all these informations that we are being informing here. They have value if we could transmit along the chain. It cannot remain only to the producer, only to the partners of research. So we develop a platform where these information are compiled and available for the next chain element, and we take this information to the final consumer. What the consumer wants to know is what he's consuming. So it's a platform with technology of information that allows to provide this connection from the producer to the consumer. And this program within Meyer is called Pro-Carbon Connect. And I want to announce another program that we have related to carbon, which is the Pro-Carbon Commodities, where we are not looking just for a portion of the producer's output. We are looking to the whole property of the farmer and making a connection of that producer with the market, aiming to value that production, responsible production of that property. So we are looking different front lines to make the regenerative, sustainable agriculture sustainable and valued in Brazil and abroad. This is it. Super thanks, Carolina. Quite clear, super interesting. And the importance of the private investment, the importance of the private financing, not only for the big farmer, but also for the small producer. We have some elements here to wrap up our panel. Innovation, technology, good public policy, foreseeability, public policy based in evidence that is combined with good public policy, and also the partnership with the private sector, the partnership with the public sector, with the private sector along these years in the Brazilian agro revolution and in the Brazil ahead, which certainly Brazil will carry on being a big agricultural power with innovation and sustainability. We wrap up here. I would like to excuse my voice, but I'm a fan of Fluminense that was a champion last week, and thank you to Apex. Thank you to Apex for all the organization and the Brazilian government. Thank you. Our sincere thanks. We'll have a pause for lunch.
Encontrada uma mochila cinza da Cestini no lounge das regiões. Ela está junto com a produção do evento. Quem der falta, é só procurar a produção do nosso fórum. Bom apetite a todos. Nós voltamos aqui às 2h30. Até já.
Brazil Investment Forum.
Vamos seguindo aqui então, porque o tema agora é transição energética. O Brasil.
Our team now is the energetic transition. We're going to call to the stage the panelists. Ana Paula, the director of Apex Brazil. Also the Minister of Energy, Alexandre Silveira.
You can't do that.
Secretaria Nacional de Transição Energética e Planejamento do Ministério de Minas e Energia, Leandro Albuquerque. Muito bem. Então, só reforçando que temos aqui, na verdade, para essa conversa, Ana Paula Ribeiro.
So just to say, we're having Ana Paula Brasil, the Minister of Energy.
De Sua Majestade para a América Latina e Caribe, Cônsul-Geral do Reino Unido em São Paulo, Jonathan Knott. Com a palavra.
With the word, the moderator. Thank you, Adalgisa. Good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I want to thank especially to Minister Alexandre Silveira, to the other panelists, Luciana, Jonathan, Igualdo, for having accepted our invitation to talk about energy transition. Following the debates of yesterday and of this morning, I believe that the participation in our panel was very happy. We talked about the big topics of investments in Brazil, of the agenda of reforms and economic reforms, all the part of the program of acceleration of growth. This morning we talked about decarbonization of a number of sectors, especially considering the barriers that started to be imposed by markets that are more developed for the entry of products with a carbon footprint on higher level. We talked about investments in energy sooner, but now we are going to talk objectively about energy transition. We believe that the energy transition has been a topic more and more on our dialogue. Those who work with public policies, those who work with positioning of Brazil abroad, being for the attraction of investments or for the export of products, the energy transition has been a key topic, and Brazil has a position globally quite relevant on this topic, and has appropriated, has empowered itself of this lead role in the present government. Isn't that so, Minister? Historically, we are known for having the cleanest energy matrix. 80% of our energy matrix is formed with clean energy, hydroelectric power, renewable energy, biofuels, and more recently, wind and solar energy. Just to have an idea, Brazil today is the third largest world park in terms of generation of electric power with wind turbines. We have the third largest park, and we are opening new frontiers in this energy transition agenda. We are talking of SAF, sustainable aviation fuels. We are talking of critical minerals for batteries and for automation, and we are talking of eolic offshore and clean hydrogen, being green or blue. hydrogen. That is, Brazil, besides having a traditional participation in the world market and the relevance in as systematic with the traditional renewable energies, it's also assuming a lead role with the new technologies of renewable energies. And it's about that we are going to debate now in this panel, understanding where Brazil is, what are the next steps, both from the point of view of formation of public policies as from the point of view of private investment. So talking at once, Minister Silveira, I couldn't start without being with you, for you are being a brilliant presence in this panel. So please give us an overview about the agenda of energy transition in Brazil. We know there is a number of bills in the parliament about it that wish to improve this regulatory environment and to leverage this agenda, but we would like to listen a bit from you. Firstly, to register that I am the one thanking you for this opportunity, for those who are having the responsibility of leaded by the President Lula. I'm being trusted by Minister of Lula to take care of all the portfolio of biogas, mineral and fossil fuels, and all the energy sector of Brazil. Is always very important and very good, and I'm quite happy to be able to talk that Brazil is already, no doubt about it, the big leader of the energy transition in Brazil. For we started to do this transition not only by our potentialities, but for public policies that have been implemented along the years in Brazil for more than 2 decades. We have about 180,000 kilometers of transmission lines in Brazil, transcontinental country with the dimensions of Brazil. We have only one state of the federation that is not connected with our national interlinked system that I had the joy, along with the president in Parintins, to give the service order so we can start the investments, and I'll be launching in December the 2 transmission towers to connect Manaus with Boa Vista, so we will have 100% of the country with all the capitals connected to the electric grid, allowing us to be more vigorous in the integration including with other countries. We are interlinked with Paraguay, we are interlinked with Uruguay and with Argentina, and now we are going back with our connection with Venezuela. So Brazil, in spite all this leading role, in spite having 88% of our energy in Brazil clean and renewable, and having 11% of the sweet water of the planet, which allow us to have, for we made a big bet on our hydropower plants, but we keep trusting them as the lung of the electric sector. We are implementing policies even more bold. We are doing, in the first semester of this year, an auction of transmission lines of 16 billion reais. We have 2 more auctions programmed for December and for March, totalizing 56 billions. And why am I saying this? For these lines of transmission are exactly the reinforcement that we need to be able to lead and liberate and make opportune those who want to invest even more in solar energy, the sun that punished so much our population of Jequitinhonha, Minas Gerais and the Northeast, today is a source of energy. And the wind in the Northeast, in Rio Grande do Norte, Ceará, bringing this energy even more while we do not industrialize Northeast. But in spite of all this, Brazil continues to invest not only in its park of clean and renewable energy park, believing that with this we will be reindustrializing Brazil to be able to export sustainability through green hydrogen, but also to invest strongly and here is Claudio that is following this closely. We have sent to the National Congress a bill extremely modern that creates a mandate for investments in green diesel, creates a mandate for investments in the sustainable aviation fuels, and we created in our first meeting of the National Council of Energy Policy our mix of biodiesel from B10 to B12. We believe in this industry. We are certifying more and more the quality of the biodiesel so we can expand its participation in the matrix. We are expanding the participation of alcohol that we have invested about 3 decades in Brazil, coming from the mix of 27.5 to 30 on the fuel of the future, and investing in the capture of carbon. So Brazil, because of its potentialities, because of the public policies implemented, is already the lead role. And I have launched in all opportunities that I have. The great challenge, and I see this as the big X of the question in the energy transition, is what you just declared, when the world and the industrialized countries truly will value the green products, the green economy will consolidate. For then it's a bet that will be translated into what is the big purpose of all of us, and the big purpose especially of the government Lula, which is to fight inequality, to generate opportunities, jobs and income. And Brazil is investing strongly in the energy transition, placing its bets in this, and we believe in it. We believe truly in our decarbonization of the transportation sector, in the sector of mobility, and in the production of clean energies and renewable, and in the diplomatic relation with the industrialized countries, so we'll be able to consolidate the energy transition, so important for the safeguard of the planet, but also fundamentally to be able to improve in relation the social economical profile of the global south with the industrialized countries. Excellent, Minister. So I take this opportunity and I pass the floor to Jonathan, that is our General Counsel of the United Kingdom in São Paulo, so he can share with us a bit his experience of the United Kingdom in this agenda of energy transition. We know this is a very important agenda to the UK, and we would like to listen how it happened in the UK and what are the perspectives for the future, especially considering this possibility, or perhaps a reality, that the negotiations, the international agreements between the countries bring more and more this character of environmental protection, of energy transition, of decarbonization of the economy as a whole. So we have the expectation that in a while we won't be talking about tariffs anymore, but we'll be talking about standards and compliance for the environmental sustainability and its impact on the flows of international trade. The floor is yours. First of all, thank you very much, and thank you for letting me talk a bit in English to express a little better.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister, for those words as well. Maybe I can be brief on this, but I think the UK appreciates the importance of transition, first of all, for our climate agenda, but not just for our climate agenda. And I think what drives us is the combination of benefits we see for the environment, obviously, but also in terms, for example, of energy security. For the UK, for decades, we've been exposed in our sources of energy, and a transition to greener, sustainable energy gives us an opportunity to address that potential economic weakness. And I think there is no divergence between that transition and supporting a healthy economy. And our statistics in the UK show exactly that. Because in the years between 1990 and 2021, our emissions, we reduced our emissions by nearly 50%. 50% over that period. Our economy in the same period grew by 65%. So those two aims are realizable at the same time. I think the other element which we are super focused on is how inexpensive energy should and can be reliably for the citizens of the United Kingdom. Because again, exposed to external factors, it's really difficult, as we've seen even in the last few years, to offer regular, reliable, inexpensive energy to the people of the UK. At the moment, we have particularly focused on offshore wind, but as well, and I know this is sometimes unexpected for the United Kingdom, but on solar power as well. With a mix of that and nuclear and bio sources, we're achieving those reductions. Just from our offshore wind sources, at the moment, 10 million UK homes are powered with offshore wind. We believe by 2030, we can quadruple that number. So we believe this combination is, if you like, a virtuous circle. We believe by making the transition now, we can harvest those benefits for our people now. And then our hope and expectation is that we can, as a green economy, an economy of the 21st and 22nd century, an economy of the future, reach out to friends around the world to help and enable them to make similar transitions. I hope as well, because my job, you mentioned I'm Consul Geral in Sao Paulo, my big job as well is as Trade Commissioner for the UK and Latin America. So what I'm looking for are opportunities for British business to trade, to do better business in Latin America and in Brazil, to help, in this case, Brazil realize the vision that the Minister has just talked about. And my hope and expectation is that with the experiences we have already and our determination to continue and complete the transition, we'll be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, Jonathan. It's quite interesting to know the vision of the United Kingdom and those possibilities that we have as from a cooperation, a closer cooperation between the countries. And now I would like to talk with Luciana. BNDES assumed a lead role quite meaningfully as from the government Lula in this agenda of energy transition, in the climate agenda as well. And I believe that you received there some kinds of questions regarding foreign or Brazilian investors. Is it truly a sector, energy transition, renewable and clean energies? Is this a sector in which I should invest? What are the advantages and challenges for an investment being from abroad or being from Brazil to invest in this sector here in Brazil? Thank you. Thank you to all of you. Thank you, Minister, Council. It's a pleasure to be here with you. BNDES took this lead role as a fact in this cycle, is part of a government that changed the strategy. This government is a government that believes in energy transition, in the ecological transaction, believes in the sustainable future. But like Minister mentioned, Brazil started to make the energy transition longer time ago in the Proinfa 20 years ago, in the early 2000s. and before that with the pro-alcohol in the 70s of the last century. So the energy transition in Brazil has occurred for a few decades, and BNDES has been part of this equation. It finances more than 50% of all the capacity of generation in Brazil, more than 55% on onshore wind power in Brazil. All the big projects of energy went through BNDES. BNDES has sectorial expertise. How do we foresee it? I agree with the minister. Brazil, within the G20, is the country that has more comparative advantages, but we don't yet have received or perceived them as competitive advantages. We are not being paid for that. For the world yet hasn't paid or agreed to pay the premium for the great energy on-board content of carbon. So this is a great challenge for people, for us as a country. I agree with the Council that it's possible to grow decarbonizing in a rich economy that has a low capital cost. Besides the world not paying premium for our green products, and with a big energy content on board, our capex cost is still very high. That's a challenge for the energy transition, is capital intensive. We don't do energy transition without investing in green hydrogen processes that cost up to between $3 and $7 billion. No big country in G20 has onshore, offshore wind power and solar power as in Brazil. We may have the cheapest green energy. It will cost $1.5 a kilogram of green hydrogen in Brazil in 2030. It will be one of the cheapest, if not the cheapest one in the world. No other country has biogas, biomass, biodiversity, carbon. We have the biggest tropical forest of the world, electric integrated system grid. We deliver renewed energy anywhere in the country. Hydro dams work as batteries. The stable geopolitical and honoring contracts. No other country has this simultaneously, only Brazil. But we are capable of producing hydrogen, aluminium greener, cement greener, and these products greener. But the Brazilian products that are greener, they don't have a premium yet, for we don't have a global carbon market that we need to have. We don't have yet the sustainable aviation fuel will be a reality. But what Corsia is able to do will be a reality. The airlines don't have sustainable aviation fuel as from 2024, according to the new regulation that will be implemented. That will be voluntary in the first moment, but as from 2027 will be imposed. So the airlines will have to utilize carbon offsetting. Will that occur? So for the comparative advantage of Brazil to become a competitive advantage, we need that new commercial terms for green products are effectively happening in the world. And for that I agree with the minister. Who is going to pay for our greener products? And a developed economy like the one of the UK managed to grow and decarbonize, already industrialized, has a lower capex cost than the Brazilian one, and these new products are very capex intensive. So we believe that our challenges are different from the ones of the so-called first world. Excellent, Luciana, thank you. And then we have the lucky of having Claudio, Vice President of Institutional Relations from Raiza. As you know, is maybe the biggest group in the world of biofuels, of the use of biofuels. And this morning was announced investments for the construction of 20 more plants of second generation ethanol. There's also a project for SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuels. As a matter of fact, it's a project of hydrogen with USP, and has been here for some time investing, believing in this market of biofuel. And there is a discussion, Claudio, that while for some countries, for some markets, the solution to decarbonization of mobility, being the electrification of the vehicles. We know that for countries like Brazil, that we are abundant in biofuels, it's not mandatorily the energy transition won't be as swift as for the arrival of a possible electrification of the fleet. So I would like you, as a knowledgeable person of the topic, would talk about the importance of the biofuels in the energy transition. We talk, oh, let's electrify, but as a matter of fact, there is, as Luciana mentioned, ProAlcohol has 40 years of existence, and that's it. We were not even born, right? So we are not transition anymore. For us, it's a reality. But in global terms, how Raizan sees the importance of the biofuels in the energy transition agenda. Thank you. Thank you for the compliments. Not so deserved. Thank you, Minister. It's a pleasure to share a panel with the Council, with the Minister, with Luciana BNDES, and thank you to Apex for this. As a matter of fact, there is no doubt that Brazil has an enormous importance to lead, have a leading role in the energy transition process. But there is no doubt that a big part of this leadership in the energy transition is sustaining the biofuels. So we could talk of a bunch of experiences, but I will excuse and I will bring the topic to my comfort zone to talk about an experience which is with the sugarcane. You can see that the sugarcane, this sugarcane plant that adapted in a fabulous manner to the Brazilian soil, is the biggest converter, the most efficient solar converter of solar energy into biomass. There's no animal that can make this conversion with as much efficiency as the sugarcane. And you can see that the sugarcane is in less than 1% of the national territory. And today, it stands or supports almost 20% of the energy demand. Just to recapitulate, the Minister knows this quite well. The industry of the sugarcane has some waves, some stages. So we are living today an advanced stage. The first wave occurred with the manufacturing of sugar and alcohol. Was not even ethanol at the time, called just alcohol. Then we had the second wave, where there was the generation of bioelectricity. We electrified and started to use biomass to produce electric power. We live today the third wave, where we are manufacturing, besides the ethanol of first generation, the cellulosic 2G ethanol, that has the big characteristic of having the possibility of producing 50% more ethanol with the same planted area. It has a potentiality of enormous growth. And on top of that, we also have in this third wave the biomethane. It's a fantastic opportunity for the input to create biomethane. It's infinite. For each liter that we produce of ethanol, we produce 10 liters of winery subproducts and another of what we call the pie of residues. It's considered like a residue. We put it in a fermentation lagoon and we produce the biogas and transform it into biomethane. It's an enormous finding. And we are already watching into the fourth wave. What's the fourth wave? It's to utilize the ethanol as one of the routes to produce the sustainable aviation fuel. It's a promising path and has an enormous potentiality. There's a calculus that is made with a lot of frequency that is told that only out of all the sustainable aviation fuel, if only 25% will come from this route, from the ethanol, from the alcohol route jet, we will need something per year of about 9 billion liters of ethanol. That's nothing. Brazil produces 30 billions. the states produce 60 billion, so there is a ethanol abundant to sustain that. Besides the SAF, you have biobunker, you have the issue related with the biochemistry or the alcohol chemistry, and more noble uses that will come with this fourth wave. So no doubt that we have a country that is over well positioned. And my last remark, just to corroborate the words of the minister, we live public policies environment that are quite well focused and in the right direction. Besides RenovaBio, that was the first market of carbon credit regulated that was implemented in this country, and that allows a growth of the biofuels in the sustainable manner. So we have to address this law quite well, and the minister has been taking care of it. In addition, we have been observing exceptional initiatives. The fuel of the future, we are watching the beginning of this bill being analyzed in the National Congress. We had another bill that I won't recall the name, but Luciana, that project provides the possibility of making green funds that would, as from credits included in the taxation burden. There is a calculation that there are about 3 billion reais of tax credits available. If you use 10% of that value to provide support to this green fund, you have enormous possibility of sustaining these funds. So our vision is super optimistic, and there is no doubt that Brazil is already the leader and will continue leading this energy transition agenda. Thank you, Claudio. Minister, now taking the opportunity of a number of bills that Claudio mentioned that surely will be new opportunities once approved. Can you explore a bit what we know that there are some things you did mention in the first question? Some things are to be announced shortly, but I would like to leave some room for you to elaborate and even to show, listing even more, what are the advantages for a foreign investor to come to Brazil and to take the opportunity. Brazil is known, and Luciana has highlighted this. It's always important to highlight and make it crystal clear for us Brazilians to be proud of. It's recognized as a country that has social stability and political stability, and has proved that more than ever last year. Brazil is a country that respects contracts. Our electric sector, for example, is the mostly judicialized sector, maybe compared only with the health sector, but it's a country that respects contracts, that has a judiciary as a strong instance to clarify the contractual doubts. It's a country that has a regulation ever more stronger and vigorous that works, and once again I repeat, has huge potentialities. What we have to do is to continue modernizing our regulatory mark, modernizing our legal framework to be able to create more and more an investment favorable environment that will provide the reference to what's most important for the capital, which is the foreseeability. So we are discussing in a very vigorous manner within the National Congress the legal framework of the green energy, the legal framework for the offshore wind turbines. We had a longer meeting in the palace this morning about these subjects. The Congress is a very fertile soil for this debate. This movement of safeguard of the planet due to the climate phenomenon have been consolidated and are not anymore just scientific discussions. It surpasses the scientific discussion. There's almost a unanimous perception standing for the sustainability of the planet. And Brazil, no doubt, will lead this process. And in special, we have a moment that will make us believe. I had unequivocal evidence when visiting Goa, India, with the presence of 46 ministers of energy of the world, and now my trip to Washington in the Department of Energy of the US government with the Minister Jennifer, that Brazil is under the leadership of President Lula, is the country to lead the Global South in the relation with industrialized countries, so we can once again make happen this pricification or pricing of the planetary sustainability. And this is what we are believing. Brazil, with all its characteristics, and even more, investing. For I was talking with the representatives of IDB here. When we send a project as fuel of the future to the National Congress, we are creating a mandate for the green diesel. We are anchoring investments, but we are also creating Cost Brazil for the green diesel. Naturally, has a higher cost than the regular diesel, normal diesel. We are anchoring SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuels. We are investing in the modernization of the carbon capture or kidnapping. When we provide subsidies to the production of wind energy in the northeast of Brazil, of solar energy, and of distributed energy generation, we increase the amount of energy of the Brazilian consumer. So what is left? We have to show this to the world in a vigorous manner, to debate in a diplomatic manner with industrialized countries, to say Brazil is a fertile soil for investment. We launched a project with President Lula in Parintins to decarbonize the Amazon. This Amazon, that is a symbol of sustainability for the whole world, is effectively the lung of the planet. Still has 169 diesel-propelled thermic central plants to produce electric power. There is solar technology available. So we are demonstrating and showing, giving one more step yet in the sustainability, showing that Brazil is taking decarbonization as a serious matter. So let's get rid of these plants of coal, thermal plants, reducing the cost to the consumer with eolic and solar, for we'll provide the account of energy development. We'll use this technology to cut down the cost of the energy bill to the consumers. For I say once again, those who have paid this bill have been the Brazilian population. And now it's time for us to continue doing our homework, to continue believing that the path is sustainability, continuing standing for the green economy, but searching for opportunities for, as Luciana mentioned, each country with its own peculiarities. And the big advantage of Brazil, besides the ones already mentioned, is precisely our plural array of solutions in terms of energy. We have land, biodiesel, solar, wind, our ethanol technology of second generation, and we have to invest in this. I was asked in France if it wasn't incompatible, Brazil wanting to lead the energy transition and to stand for the exploitation of energy in the equatorial margin. I said it's quite the opposite. We, by our characteristics, by our inequalities, are still visible in our society for our reality that has to be faced so we can advance. We do have to use our natural resources in the proper manner, and no one discusses that. Our government does not compromise in the legality, but we have to finance the energy transition so the environment is created. Brazil is a country and the whole world, and I'm certain that when the world starts to effectively to value the green products, we will industrialize even more in the more vigorous manner, generating opportunities for our people and the policies that are possible to be addressed without contracting our economy are doing vigorously so we can contribute for the safeguard of the planet. Excellent, Minister. Truly insightful, your presentation, and I'm thinking of some names for the next year's panels of beef. We can provoke this discussion about valuation of our assets regarding sustainability. You are already invited. Jonathan, I believe that United Kingdom and Brazil may cooperate a lot, not only thinking on the agendas, on the domestic agendas of each of the countries, in the investments agenda of bilateral flows of investment between the countries, but mainly as important global players that may help to induce a better possible governance on the topics related with energy transition. How do you see it? Do you see room for this cooperation? I know that there are some initiatives, so I would like you to elaborate a bit about this.
Thank you very much. Yes, and you're right, that this is one of the several areas where we have seen a huge step up in our bilateral relationship, really quite recently. And I mentioned I'm the Trade Commissioner, Ma'am. I was very pleased to see that our levels of trade increased by a little over 25% in the last year, which is, if you like, a signal of the closeness of our countries and our people. I'm also pleased and proud that over the last 10 years, Brazil and the UK have already been working hand in hand on these issues. On issues like research, on policy, on regulation, on social inclusion, waste to energy, biofuels, and of course, offshore wind. And I mentioned a little early on the strength of the UK experience that we're keen to share on offshore wind. And what we've done in that area is to create partnerships here in Brazil. We've created partnership with the Minister's Ministry. We've created partnerships with organizations like IBAMA, EPE, ANEL, and in fact, the Navy as well. And we're supporting and trying to help those organizations realize their vision using the UK experience. We're doing that in various ways, whether it's policy, and the Minister mentioned regulation as key as well. I couldn't agree more, which is why, again, we were so pleased that very recently the UK's regulator, called Ofgem, signed a memorandum of understanding with its Brazilian counterpart, with ANEL, to collaborate around regulation issues, around design and planning of electricity systems, and around decarbonisation and digitalisation. But this isn't just about government, this isn't just about regulators, although it's we who are responsible for the framework. It's also about making sure, as I mentioned earlier, that our business, that our commercial communities connect with each other. And what I'm, again, very pleased to say is that we were able to invite the largest Brazilian distribution network operators to come to the UK just last month. Not to teach them, not to give them lessons on how it should be done, but just to show them how the UK has operated, to share the mistakes that we've made, to share the experiences that we have, so that those partnerships can grow. I touched a little, and the Minister's been kind enough to touch a little on hydrogen as well, on low-carbon hydrogen, which again we feel is the technology of the future if clean energy is going to become a truly internationally traded commodity. And that's another area where we are very keen to share the experience which we have, in that case to learn together with Brazil, because I think we're on the same transition there. We're on the same path in understanding around the opportunities in hydrogen. And we're particularly keen to work with him and with his ministry around the Brazilian National Hydrogen Program. This, we've tried to make sure that this is rather than just words, we've tried to make this practical in two ways, because our reputation as a nation is to be practical rather than around grand ideas, and I think that's where we can guarantee our delivery. Now, in doing that, we've signed just this year an agreement with the Brazilian government on green and inclusive growth. It's a green and inclusive growth partnership with specifics around how we would like to work together. And then to finish, because I know we're short of time, maybe to talk about capital a little, because that's a core enabler and a potential limiting factor. But here the UK wants to put its money where its mouth is, because our export credit agency, UK Export Finance, has declared an appetite of up to £4 billion to support projects, to support businesses here in Brazil. The requirement is that those projects have just 20% UK content, whether that's a product, whether that's somewhere in the supply chain, whether that's a service. But we would like to make joint projects with British companies, with Brazilian government and companies easier to achieve. And UK Export Finance are keen to partner in that with national banks, with multilateral development banks, with commercial banks. And again, to help access the kinds of capital which the Minister, and which our colleague from BNDES, have been talking about. And to finish, if I may, it's great to hear that the Minister travels extensively to make sure that he's up to date with the very latest in what's going on. I hope he'll be able to visit the UK before long, to be able to see some of the things I've been talking about at first hand, and to really reinforce what's already a strong relationship between the UK and Brazil on making that energy transition. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Jonathan. Luciana, você comentou.
Thank you, Jonathan. As you mentioned, BNDES already operates for a long time with the greater projects of energy, of infrastructure of energy in Brazil. But surely currently we have more instruments of the bank turn to this financing for clean energies in this agenda of energy transition and climate change. So I would like you to comment a bit about these instruments, especially about the climate fund that calls a lot the attention and certainly awakens a lot of curiosity. Well, BNDES the Brazilian economy is a volatile economy. It's an emergent economy, a great project of infrastructure or of energy. It takes time to be structured, and sometimes some years, and in some years anything can happen in Brazil. The bank that has a patient capital is BNDES. The capital market in Brazil opens and closes. The market of commercial banks goes up to 5 years. Many of these projects need long-time lines, credit lines. Some of the lines for BNDES in infrastructure go up to 35 years. Energy credit lines go up to 24 years. And on top of that, BNDES has the funding of the Clima Fund that today has a very attractive cost, and that we make a mix of this funding with the funding of the balance sheet of the bank. But more than that, this fund will be strengthened. Brazil aims to issue a sustainable bond, and the treasurer will transfer to us the cash of this emission, and this money will have attractive cost, a lower cost than the one of the market, and it's a money that will be able to make a mix with the BNDES money. BNDES is in TLP, long-term tax interest rate. We don't have subsidized interest rates, our traditional interest rates, but the funding of the will have a more attractive cost, so we can have a final cost lower. More than that, no bank has a funding as long as ours. And the expertise, sectorial expertise of BNDES, today when the capital markets close, BNDES continues. And we have examples of operations, and when the market starts to return, if we move on with all, we push the market. In projects that the BNDES is structuring, we provide a quality seal. Capital markets and private market feel more comfortable of co-investing and co-financing with BNDES because of our expertise in structuring of big projects. So BNDES wants to stimulate, induce, not necessarily to compete with the capital market and with the funding of commercial banks. We believe that there is room for everyone. In relation to the international funding, the best possible partner for international investors is BNDES, for we know deeply the other stimulus bank, CAF, BID, KfW, they are global. BNDES is the biggest bank of Latin America of infrastructure and energy, and it's an exclusively Brazilian bank, so no bank has the sectorial expertise that BNDES has. So we believe that we can be very complementary to private capital, to other banks of development, to the capitals market. Claudia, precisely in your time, they just turned the chronometer now, not to grant me time, just joking. But I believe that it's very important to listen. We are listening to big public policies, the possibilities of international cooperation, the tools that exist, and we have a company that truly utilizes these tools and operates normally. You did comment about the competitive differentials of biofuels, of new technologies that you are exploiting, but what do we have in terms of projects, of new plans for the coming years from Raizen? Well, Anna, I start saying that we in Raizen, we produced already today the fuel of the future. So this is a turn page for us. Just to give you a few examples here, given the scheduled advance. If you consider gasoline and diesel, the density of carbon in these fuels is something like 87, 88 grams of CO2 equivalent by megajoule of energy generated. So keep that number, 80 some When you consider the ethanol of corn, for example, it's of about 50. When you consider the ethanol of first generation is in the house of 20 some. When you consider the second generation ethanol, it has 15 grams. When you consider the biogas, is even less. So these are fuels that are super advanced with extremely low emissions and that may contribute and are contributing for the decarbonization. Just another detail. Raizen is a young company. We are 11 years old. And in these 11 years, if we consider this period of existence, we have managed to displace the emission of more than 30 million tons of CO2 equivalent. Why is this? Because of this product. So this is already the fuel of the future. Obviously, we are not waiting for the time to pass. So as it was announced this morning, and Juliana brilliantly announced, looking into the future, we see a strategic decision of more 20 plants of 2G ethanol. We think this is a path. These 20 plants, as a matter of fact, is already operating. One that is practically finalized, and we have 5 more that are in different stages of construction. So this is not just talk. These are things that are happening, and we'll implement these 20 plants. Of course, there are other investments that are relevant. For example, this investment will take more than 20 billion reais until 2030, and obviously it has one more plant of biomethane, and you have the future, the fourth wave that I've mentioned, that we are looking upon ahead. That includes obviously the possibilities in the SAF, in the biobunker, in biochemistry, and of the hydrogen itself, which is the last comment that I'll make about the fuel of the future. Hydrogen, it's a project that we are designing, is a super interesting project. And as a matter of fact, it's happening. It's a project that deals with Shell, deals with USP, deals with Raizen, and now more recently Toyota. And what is being made in this project is to withdraw the hydrogen from ethanol, and this hydrogen will then be used directly to propel engines of fleets of transportation. These are what's being developed. We have a super optimistic view ahead, and we have a program that is fantastic to comply, and only thanking once again for this opportunity to the minister that has been helping in the implementation of the policies, to BNDES that has been helping as well in the funding of part of these projects here at the Council, the English Council, that has been a big partner, giving the affinity of one of our controllers, that it's Shell company itself. And finally, Anna, in your name I thank to Apex, and thank you all. I thank you.
Well, we could be talking for a long time, but I want to thank you for being here and for sharing so much important information. And the minister has so many invites to go to the UK so we can advance in this agenda. Thank you so much to everyone from this panel. So we're going to keep going. We're taking a picture so we can register this moment for the second day of the Brazil Investment Forum. We have a lot more panels. In our next Okay, we'd like to invite the authorities from this panel to keep here with us. And we would like to thank you for watching us, and for you who's watching us from the digital channels. Thank you so much for being here with us. on the 6th Brazil Investment Forum. So we'll keep going. The new theme is the venture capital, the potential of Brazilian investors. So for the next panel, we're going to invite Tomás Gomes, who will moderate this conversation for us. We're also going to call to participate with us and to continue with us Ana Fontes, who is the president of Maite Lourenço, Natália Dias, and Valdir Oliveira.
Muito bem.
Well, is everyone ready for another conversation? We're going to have another conversation. We're going to talk about venture capital. So the word is for our collaborator. Thank you so much for being here. We're having the pleasure of speaking of venture capital with everyone here. I would like to ask for you who's not here and doesn't know a lot about venture capital to still listen to us, because the venture capital has an impact on every single investment topic. Our speakers, my name is Tomás Teixeira. I am the Chief Strategy Officer of BG Lab. BG Lab is a development lab. And with BID Invest, which takes care of our investment, we're the only international development company who has this worry. We believe that investment is not a niche topic. It's for everyone, especially in Latin American and Caribbean, and of course Brazil. So we're going to talk about expansion of basic assets like education and health. So that's why BID has an arm related to this type of investment. We have the luck to have a lot of investment in Brazil. We have more than 10 funds of capital invested in startups that we think can help the Brazilian reality. And in Latin America, we have a forum of investment for the region. So before anything, I would like to introduce our speakers. We have Natália Dias, who is a director of capital market of BNDES. BNDES is a huge partner of BID Lab. We also have Valdir Oliveira, who is a manager of capitalization in Sebrae. We have Ana Fontes, who is the president of Rede Mulher Empreendedora, which is an investment women company. And we also have Maite Lourenço. He is the co-founder of YA Ventures, which has 6 years of acting. It's very important for us to have them around, especially in the theme of racial diversity. I would like to start talking about the general context of venture capital. I would like to ask Natália to talk to us about the potential of the industry. They have been doing a lot of impressionable programs in this country. I would like to invite Natália to talk about the advances and how BID can help we advance.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the presence. Thank you for the invitation. I would like to thank Apex for the organization, IDB as well for the invitation. Well, when we talk of stimulating the venture capital system, we are talking basically of stimulating and improving the capital structure of small and medium companies. Here in Brazil, the medium and small companies, they represent about 30% of the GDP, but 70% of the formal jobs. So when we talk of developing this industry, we are generating social inclusion, development, but we are also promoting innovation that will be as fundamental to make possible that Brazil can provide the green transformation that we discussed so much in the previous panel. So BNDES has a role in this industry since the 1990. It's one of the pioneers, recognized as one of the biggest investors in the venture capital and private equity in Brazil. We started to invest in the years 2000, and we have today a portfolio that more than 50 funds between venture capital, private equities, credit funds, and we prioritize sectors that go from infrastructure, obviously for the core of the DNA of the bank, but we have stimulated the innovation, the impact, environmental areas, the climate, and also credit for small and medium companies. I would like to talk a bit about the history of the bank that talks about the evolution of the venture capital industry in Brazil. We have been the first investor in the series of APEC funds that IDB helped us to design back then. We are already in the fourth series. We were a set of funds to stimulate innovation, but had a highlight in the regional innovation. We were also the first investor in funds of biotechnology and of clean energy for small, medium companies. We also made the first corporate ventures, and I believe that in the second round we will talk about the anchor company where we have the aerospatial fund. We stimulate the fund of Embraer and companies with technological base quite disruptive, and we did others. The first fund of angel co-invested fund, the first angel debt fund, which is more recent. So financing credit for the borning companies, and we have many other initiatives. So we have a portfolio of about 52 funds. We have 6.8 billions of assets committed, 6.2 PL, and we have supported more than 20 states of the federation in 290 companies. So why are we working on the venture? We talk about the big investments in infrastructure, but when we operate through funds, we allow capillarity, we allow innovation, and we reach a segment where effectively in the direct financing we enter not so much. And the investment is very profitable. The average return in the portfolio of investment is of about 15% per year since the introduction and since our beginning in the operation. And I believe that there are some data that are important for us to mention. Latin America, according to OECD, attracts only 2% of the investment in the segment and almost 3% in the number of rounds, that is in the contributions. So when we look at the weight of the segment of venture and private equity in the developed markets, being the United Kingdom one of those, the income of that segment moves about 6% of the GDP. Here we are quite below that. It's like 0.20% of the GDP, which we can look as a half filled or half empty glass of water. And I think this is a moment to have this discussion, taking into consideration all the challenges that we have to transform the competitive advantages in the renewable energies, in the fuels, in the routes, all the theses that we developed in the previous panel. How can we create an ecosystem with more distributive characteristics, making possible that the small and medium companies get involved in the technological development? Thank you. As I was telling you, in all the sectors we see the transformation of those industries and startups, and we name our unicorns that are disseminated by the media, but there's a lot of innovation and a lot of complementarity happening, and we can see as a role. I would like to invite you to talk about the success of entrepreneurial initiatives. Everything starts with the support given to the entrepreneurial agents where Sebrae assists in these topics. What are the big challenges? How do you see Sebrae has been doing more and more focused program in this segment? How can we empower even more our entrepreneurial agents? Thank you very much for the invitation. Sebrae is very honored to Apex, of being here, participating in this debate of this constitution.
Well, we have a big challenge. This challenge is to popularize this business model. By popularizing, we can attract this new investment. Through the last to work with business, that the viability was
on top of indicators that have been assessed, these economic indicators, internal rate of return, back, and we understood by then that if the business is viable or not. So our formation was a formation programmed to foresee and select the projects that were viable, and on top of that metric. And then we had this new economy that broke this paradigm and brought a new logic of saying no. The empirism help us for the important is to say if this idea has a sense or not, so we can then assess the implementation. If not, we get rid of it and implement another one. Then the hackathons came to teach us that the big asset of this business model is creativity and agility in its implementation. So we went preparing for this model, and Sebrae played along with this ecosystem, entering in this ecosystem to adjust its solutions without forgetting to act in a traditional manner. Today we have a role, a function well built, and spite we have a enormous potential of growth in this market that gives the opportunity to everyone, and that needs a lot of stimulus and incentive. So this source that is intelligence may come out from these projects, and we that have the possibility of preparing business or of investment may support. But for that, this ecosystem needs to be strengthened so the flows can happen and our models may operate.
Sebrae has enterprising capital, which is a huge program that's been creating for the 27th of November a huge business circle with 80 investors, 280 startups selected that will be there. But we have acted with more than 1,000 startups. That's how we've been building the stimulus of this market. Also with the preparation with funding, so those investors can have ways to better their business. We also have a worry with the sustainability and the social impacts that are fundamental to the consciousness of our investors. This is not a debate that is far away from small businesses. If we don't talk about the basis conscience, we will never have investors with business that have social impacts, with defending the planet and the humanity. We're doing this through metrics. We have a huge possibility of self-diagnosis to know if the small business has metrics that are related to this. So this is the way we have to get in this new economy. So you can see this is how businessship has go to the world. This is how bigger markets can work to this. Even in Brazil, we have every day more and more this capability. So Rede Mulher, or WomenNet, has been doing a great job to integrate women in investment for the women in the market also. So how do we make women to, how do we get women to insert themselves in this market? Thank you so much, Thomas, and to everyone. It's an honor to be here talking about this important issue. We're talking about venture capture, and we're talking about a financial resource. As an enterprising woman, it's important to talk about the women in the investment. When I started the Rede, what they asked me the most was, isn't business-ship the same for women and men? Isn't it the same challenges? And I say, no, it's not the same challenge. There's more challenges for women. We need to understand and help those women. There's been 13 years since I started Rede Mulheres, and we've impacted the lives of more than 1,000 women. Our data is very complex, so we can make it concrete, and so we can help and act in the investment and business-ship education. Because before, people used to think we don't need to study before we start enterprising, but we do. Lately, we know that we need to work in skills, and women get a lot of judgment, and we need to talk about this so we can get back women their confidence, their self-confidence, so they can develop business. So we can know later about the how women can start their enterprises. How do they start? Nowadays, we have a beautiful name for this. We didn't used to have a name for this before. We have women that have learned a lot, and then we get them to donate their time so they can help another woman. Another thing we do is to grow smaller networks. So we believe in a lot of in local networks. Brazil is a very big country, so we cannot think that the same investment you do in Brasilia, you would do in a smaller city. So we try to help those smaller cities to also have growth in their business. We also do micro donations. So people will ask us, how are those micro donations? Lately, we have donated 40 million real, and we are not a bank. We donate from $10,000 to $20,000, real, to women who want to invest, so they can buy their fridges and their stoves, so they can develop their business. We've learned about the impact that this causes in the lives of those women, especially for those women who are vulnerable. And we've learned that this is only the start, so that those women can develop and then they can get an investment. I would like to finish by saying that there's a lot of difficulties related to the female business. But the half of the small business in Brazil is made by women. We get less investment than men, but that's something we need to work through. The place where I sell my business is a very complex business, but those women get a lot of flexibility by talking about those things. I would like to bring back a data that Natalia brought, and I keep bringing that back up, that 70% of the employment in Brazil is brought up by small business. I would like also to reinforce that there's a judgment we have in our head that innovation has to do with technology. I see that innovation is in rural areas, from women planting and benefiting from that plantation and selling those plantings. To me, they all should get investment. So we should demystify where the money goes and how we invest. For me, the best investment tactic is to invest in people who are going to better our society. And to me, who's going to better our society are the women. Thank you, Anna. No doubts. This innovation topic that you bring regarding to technology, I would like to say that is related to the business innovation. Even our unicorns, oh, I would like to invest in an app. Sometimes the innovation is in the business model. Someone who's doing a new project and not only in the technology. So this is what matters for sure. We've talking about the BNDES and women investors and women business women, but I would like to talk about the demand. The big business demand. How do you see this industry and this? How do you see the investment world? For who gets those services? Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for the invite. Thank you, Beach. Thank you, Apex. For us who are doing the startups and the business, people used to think there's going to be astronomical innovation. But we need to look at the day by day. We need to better the day by day for the number of people. We need to look at the development as a big challenge because we have a huge thinking that only a specific group can do this type of action. My action specifically is related to racial diversity. So there's a lot of racialized people in Brazil who are related to development and technological development. But sadly, just like women, like Anna brought, not only white women and non-black women, and also black women, and also the black community in Brazil, that is 60% of Brazil community. They are not part of this development process. We're talking about black people, about LGBT people, and also the women and the transgender community. Regarding that, the startup gets a lot of specific requirements that makes it impossible for this specific type of community to go through that. So we bring a lot of affirmative action so we can bring those people back to development and to business. So the 60% of the startup ecosystem in Brazil is declared black. So we don't see the 25% of the black development in the development spaces. So the affirmative actions are regarding these specific topics. So we're talking about diversity of racial diversity and gender diversity.
So you can have investment in these areas. Unfortunately, this is the first within the various of the 20th century, and we still have the challenge of demystifying the EOPs, the opportunity to discuss diversity in these institutions. It's valid to show a bit what's happening abroad. California just passed a law requiring that the funds publish race, gender, and sexual orientation profile. That's a demand that more and more the funds have diversity within their founders of startups, and this generate consequently a financial return. And then the financial return, we have a study that shows that racial diversity as founders of the startups returns. I get a return of 3 times what I invest. And when there is no diversity in these startups, it only returns 2.5 times the value of the investment. That is, it's not only a political action or a social responsibility or of any time of benefit or philanthropic action. There is a financial return, for it is a group that is doing bootstrap, that is more and more is building their effective actions alone without any help, as a support has to potentialize. So we must think on racial diversity aggregated with gender diversity, and we have a big potential to transform the economy of the country, and we need to create this structure, and we are here at your disposal to develop all this.
Thank you so much. I would like to say to the investors, please talk to Maite. It's a very important cause, and it's not about the diversity. Racial diversity is not only about politics, but it's right. It's the minimum. And it's vital to business. Every single thing we've done from business in Brazil is only to a small group. Usually white, straight men who have been to a lot of universities. That's kind of it. So it's vital for us to expand this world. I would like to go back. We're talking about universalizing the investment. I would like to go back to how we bring the big corporations to this world. I think sometimes it's a topic that gets restricted to a specific group of people, and I would like to talk about how we can bring this to everyone. This is super important. I think the corporate venture has been getting bigger in Brazil, but it's still small, just like every segment. We've seen so many business trying to bigger the environment. But innovation is not only technological. I agree with the ladies. There's many ways we can innovate, but a lot of business have been focused on their own ecosystem, which is good because you can better your business model. But I think since we're in a diverse panel with so many women talking about this ecosystem, I think it's important that we see that the future is for us to see the impact. The MIDIC has released a social strategy, and I would like to bring attention to the big business that the impact, what is the impact? Is something we can have a social and environmental impact, a positive impact, and we can grow this impact through our mentorship startup mentorship program. We don't only select startups that are focused on impact, but we also select those startups seeing seeing if they are created through women. So we've tried to
It's very specific, and we've been working in the new design of the program so we can focus on the diversity. And Spite Garage has already quite of it. I think in the last round we had 66% of the roundups with black entrepreneurial agents, which is quite cool. And we also mentioned the regional diversity. So in our last call for investments in funds, we also privileged diverse teams. So in the selection of the managers, we gave extra points for the most diversified teams, for we saw that the most diversified teams take better decisions from the risk point of view, better decisions in terms of creativity. So we see that as a value for the business, and I believe this should be a segment where all other companies should look upon. What have we done in the corporate venture in BNDES? I mentioned the Aerospatial Fund, but we also have a fund for the Internet of Things, where we have big players like Qualcomm, the people of the technological sector, where the great movement that we want to do is how we bring the attention of these big companies to stimulate this system of impact. This is how we are designing the next calls. Okay, dois e...
I would like to finish Natalia's thought saying we have funding for a lot of regions, and the biggest fail in our investments doesn't have diversity. This is the biggest fail we can see, is when we don't have diversity. I would also like to talk about the preparation for the investors. A lot of funds, including ours. How we ask ourselves, how can we qualify the people, and how can we see the talent of the investor and the businessman? What's lacking in this participation between the investment fund and the technological advancement? What's missing? Fundamentally is the gestioning process, and go back to the implementation of the preparation. This is a fundamental preparation. Even if it is in basis of information, but we need to see the managing as a important factor. Sebrae sees innovation as a new look and a new way of doing technology. So a new way, a new look can be, to us, an innovation. We have a great example from the Ceilândia Sebrae with Agatha, who suffered as a consumer in an. So she created a new mechanic shop only for women. The mechanics are women, and the environment is for women. And she had a lot of success. She always says she makes a great propaganda of Sebrae, because it's not only investing, but we need to work with consulting and capacitating. We try to improve the investor and the businessman. So the big secret for those businesses to succeed in their making is that we prepare and look at the making process. Sebrae's work has been directed to that. We have millions of investors in Brazil with this thesis and this methodology, which is the huge challenge for what I'm calling the popularization of business. Sebrae is a big friend of small business and is a big friend of anyone who wants to invest in their ideas. Excellent. I think this is a great point. We see a lot of enterprises focused on making solutions and dealing with a very detailed plan of business. But I say that plan is not what's going to happen. This is the only thing we know. So you need to manage not knowing what's going to happen. I would like to ask how you coordinate the ecosystem. You can talk to a lot of entities from every single profile, and there's a huge secret we see in the systems, on the more mature systems of business. So there's a lot of funds, and how can you make this coordination? What's the next step we can take? This question, when we started 13 years ago, there's been a lot of new people trying to make the same as us, and we try to always collaborate. We created a women initiatives collaboration, which bring those so we can work together, because we don't believe in the solution without collaboration, without group work. It's very beautiful to talk about group work, but doing it, it's not easy. It's very beautiful, but on the day by day, it's very hard. We've been trying and failing, showing people how we do it so we can connect everybody. It's not easy. Since the beginning of the Rede, I've been trying to make a network that is inclusive, that doesn't separate people from their point of view and their thought process. I wanted to bring women in a more inclusive way. So there's women who make mug cakes at their house, or women who have been facturating millions by years because she's investing in technology. We've been creating projects and programs related to bringing those women to our ecosystem. 5 years ago, we created a process of acceleration because we heard from women they were saying we're never approved in the investing programs. So we said, let's create a program that is focused on that. That's focused on MVP. Let's give opportunity for those women in the beginning of their careers. So everybody looked at us and thought, wow, you're going to do this equity-free? We've been doing this for 5 years. Our biggest fear is be doing this, but we have 400 people involved. But it's a program because we need to have more women involved. So this is why it's so important to look at the social and the impact, because 5 years ago, our principal or most important investor was Google.org. So we can help more women-led business, since it's so hard. They give us the money as if it was a donation, and we get more money from outside than in Brazil, from foreign than in Brazil. So here's a tip for everyone in Brazil. We would like to get investments from Brazilian companies. We need Brazilian resources is very important to us, just like the foreign resources. Excellent, Anna. We have a little more time. I would like to talk to Maite. I would like to ask you about the valley of death. It's something you invest, and then it's a gray area. I would like to know from you, Maite, how can you make so much, do so much? How can you create the first fund in Brazil focused on racial diversity, working only with businessmen in this starting phase? How can we diversify this stage? Well, less than a minute, I'm going to run. I'm going to go for more than 1 minute, sorry. Anna said very smartly, and Natalia said also, that there's a lot of markets. This is what makes us have success, so that we can give success to our businesses. We need to understand that today there's still segregating processes for women that make women realize they cannot access the environment, and also the black community. We can realize we have the possibility. I always joke, if you don't want to have money, I want to. So this is why we want to have good businesses. I think that having the possibility of having markets and people and demand, and realizing that those diverse people understand the day-by-day hardships and the juridic hardships, make them have the potential to grow their businesses. So there's no potential for the Valley of Death, because I am scared. Since I have a huge network, I can see that I have a space for growth. We only have one shot, so we make this happen. The demand exists, and what challenges us still is that the businesses still believe that the only possible profile is for a white man. But we need to see that who runs this country are the 70% of the small businesses in Brazil. So we have a huge potential, and we know we can do more. But we need more institutions to work with us and to understand that they have return from that. That's it. Guys, I asked for a little more time for our panel, and they gave it to us. I would like to ask a question to everyone. I want this topic to grow more for the next time we're here. I want people to understand that investment is not the solution for everything. But without investment, it's very hard for Brazil to have the success it has. So innovation is not only for the businesses; it's for everyone, inside the government and outside the government. I would like to ask, what would you like to see happening in the enterprise ecosystem in Brazil, so we can see it in 2-3 years? Natalie, would you like to start? So I think we could have a practical roundship, bring investors to the event. Excellent. I think maybe we can democratize we can make it more accessible to have credit for everyone. We can see that the numbers, that if we want to develop this country with more equal, there's no way we can go through without looking at the small businesses. And those small businesses can only help Brazil if we try to make it more accessible for everyone. Who knows, maybe next year we're talking about bigger number, astronomical numbers of credit in the hands of who needs it. I would like to say we need to stop talking about diversity without doing diversity. We need to understand that a white woman, a white rich woman, has a lot of challenges, but she still can access places that black women and black men cannot have. So I hope that in 3 years we have a lot more panels with people who are worried about those things, so we can have more diversity in the real world. Well, besides agreeing with everyone, with wanting a more diverse, I would like to also I would like us not having to talk about diversity and inclusion. I would like to see us just working and making the money go around. We have so many great investment in Brazil, and we need to bring those women so we can talk about the potential that women, especially women, have and can build. I would like us to bring, for the next discussion, I would like to bring people who are making it happen, who are making the difference. And I like us to invest, to think less about the investment and think more about the impact we're going to have. It's about that. I would like just to make a question. Would you like a showcase with investors here? Every type of investor. Okay, it's done. We're pressuring everybody. Great. I would like to thank everyone who's here. Innovation is a theme for everybody. It's not done just by one specific type of people. It's made by everybody and for everybody. I would like to thank you for being here, and Apex for including us. And next year, hopefully, we'll be there with more diversity. Thank you. Thank you so much for everyone in the panel. Thank you for being here. We have more panels to happen in the afternoon, more important topics, more important conversations that will bring effective actions to Brazilian economy. Well, now they're taking a picture so they can register the important people. I would just like to say we have 2 more panels. The next topic is how science and innovation can work together, and how can that help our health services. This is what we're going to talk about in the panel we're doing next. So I would like to invite the members of the panel. The moderator is Norberto Prestes, who is the president of Abiquife, together with the people who are going to talk about the topic. So I would like to invite Nícia Trindade, Maurício Souza Freitas, who is the director of Anvisa, Matheus Fitoussi, which is the General Director of Servia do Brasil, Henrique Neves, who is the CEO of Israelite of Albert Einstein Hospital, and Guilherme Marques, who is the CEO of Siemens Healthineers. I would like to invite them for one more debate, one more talk for our forum. So now, for our work, I'm giving the work to the moderator. Thank you so much for introducing me. Good afternoon to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I would like to thank initially Apex for bringing such an important conversation to the panel and such an important event. And the president of Apex, and Helena Brandão, for inviting me to moderate the table. Well, I would like to contextualize about our work with with Apex, related to the investments. We have a sectorial project with Apex for over 10 years, and this project focuses on exporting pharmaceutical products from Brazil. In the last 10 years, because of who's managing the project, we used to export $10 billion. Recently, with Apex and the government and the business, we grown this number to $270 million. Maybe we'll get to $300 billion from exporting Brazilian pharmaceuticals to Brazil, to outside of Brazil. So we have a lot of exportation of medications, and then we started work with investing with Apex in making Brazil more attractive to the health department. So our job with Apex is to better the ecosystem of Brazilian innovation through private and public. Thinking of this panel was made out of people who are from the government and also people from the private enterprises and also from the government. And I would like to start this panel opening the conversation with Leandro from the Ministry of Health. Leandro, thinking of this, of making Brazil more attractive to health investments from outside. So this discussion has come back strongly. Brazil is very dependent on importation of pharmaceuticals, and I would like to know from you, what are you doing so that this environment gets more attractive to investors in health in Brazil? Thank you so much, Norberto. Thank you, Apex, for the invitation so I can speak to you about this theme. The health sector answers for 10% of the Brazilian. It's the opening door for investments in the future. It's a very important sector. So as it was put by Norberto, we have a problem. We have a few problems that make Brazil, the system, more vulnerable. We have a deficit of almost $1 billion in the health sector, almost the biggest deficit. How do we deal with that? How do we deal with how do we deal with in this specific point? The government talked about the importance of.
It's a group that involves 20 ministries and entities of the government plus civil organized society. Area of research, production, medication, area of services. And this executive group that was created recently, the President of the Republic published in September, last September, creating a strategy of operation of this executive group to deal with complex situations like this, which is the imbalance of the commercial balance of Brazil. In this decree creating by the President of the Republic, he lists and makes a connection between the group that has in CNDI, that was presented here sooner, where one, there is a vulnerability. This decree provides the link between CNPI, showing that the executive group of the complex is the one that will be contributing for the development of the health sector in Brazil, launches some specific objectives with marks. Among those are the international commerce. The Minister of Health, in the sequence, launches strategies through a decree on how to implement in the health area this program of the development in the sector. In this strategy, it launches 5 priority areas. Policy of productive development that brings innovation to the country, tries to internalize this area in the country that depends from contributions from abroad, brings a policy of local innovation and policies of creating strategic areas like neglected diseases, blood byproducts and vaccines and others. Another area that, and all included in the PAC project, in the program of acceleration of specific actions to strengthen the health sector. They were announced in the area of almost 9 million reais. In the same action, in the same day of the decree, is also launched actions of BNDES and FINEP of about 3 billion reais to help the strengthening of this sector. So this convergence of area of governance that was created along with a program that will give a direction to the actions of the government for the development of this sector along with the actions of the country, that provides an important combination for the actions. Maybe consider the SUS as the biggest buyer of drugs in the country. You're mentioning this movement makes the country even more attractive. One of the biggest complaints, I believe the complaints from the foreign investors, has to do with issues related with regulatory aspects. It's a sector of pharmaceutical, highly regulated, so a regulatory agenda to attract. How Anvisa is envisioning the innovation that were published recently. I also salute the representatives of this table. I would say it's a great honor. It's the best possible moment after reflection of what we have faced during the pandemics. The agency understands its role in this process as facilitator, always establishing these guidelines of facilitating access. But we have the commitment to supply to our population drugs and products for health with quality, effectiveness and security to assure this safe access. And surely after facing a sanitary crisis of the dimension that we faced in the last years, we have the questioning which has to do with the supply chain. The strengthening of the supply, the contribution of Brazil in the supply chain has to do with the strengthening of the economic complex, industrial complex of health in Brazil. So it's an aspect, important topic in this agenda. I would like to recall that our National Surveillance Agency has 25 years of existence that managed in this period achieved international reputation and consideration, and being in this process as an agency of reference as well, national reference and international reference. And in this scope, Anvisa has been trying to improve its sanitary regulation for its conversion to the main countries, thinking that a product that is registered in Brazil has today conditions to be accepted in other countries, so we can assume that an authorized product in Brazil has the proper guidelines to enter in other countries, including in a more simplified manner. Anvisa has been including their contributions with partners in the exchange of information, in the dialogue, in the trust that we call regulatory trust, more from the point of view of the improvement of the regulation. We already launched the improvement of the ways to registered biosimilars with a great strategy to strengthen products of high technology and strategy of high cost that could favor access to our system of unified health. We have to strengthen that, highlight that Anvisa is part of the unified health system. And we have a proposition that we can follow up more innovative projects, especially innovative projects that come to improve the technology of the national production. So we are looking upon to the example of Europe, as they did recently through the European Agency of Drugs, bringing an office to follow up closely the innovations. And in this follow-up provided by the European Authority, brought more than doubled the approval to 89% of projects followed by its center of development, bringing to that growth of minor industries, making the 10 approved products approved by the European Agency are of smaller companies. So Anvisa is also in this challenge to follow up the startups. I have an estimate of next year to place a public call for startups that may be transformed into products to be elaborated in Brazil and globally a product that favor exports. So our regulatory environment is convergent to the main world practices, and we have been looking to overcome and place Anvisa as an authority, sanitary important authority, but with a complex strategy towards the complex of industry in Brazil, and presenting the results in the shortest possible time with a high standard of quality and convergent with the strength that our unified health system has, not only incorporating products but also favoring that these products may be available in the private sector, and that we can also be a warehouse of the food for the world, but also pharmaceutical warehouse for the planet, for a product manufactured here has a quality standard and can be a competitive player not only in South America but also worldwide. So the health regulatory environment would be favorable, and wishing this desire of Anvisa to impulse these new products. Anvisa has a new public call that places these products to favor the innovation in the country. You may conclude, this is it. Let's go to the debate. No, I would like to highlight that we are doing an effort, and Visa is doing a sensational effort. On October 16, we were there about radical innovation. We launched a guide for startups about regulatory issues in partnership with Apex. And our role in that mission with Apex is to place Brazil within the world route of innovation. Before I pass the word, I would like to quote the name of a Brazilian company that developed a product as from biodiversity, treatment of vitiligo. And they are doing 3 different products, stage 3 of development. And our idea is that blockbusters show up and Brazil enters into the radar of this world. So, opportunity. I would like, talking of science and innovation, Einstein is doing an investment, meaningful investments in that process as well. We are following closely with the work that you are doing with the startups. And I would like to understand, if possible, understand how this bet. We know that we watched speak of an Einstein representative telling about its role in public room and so on. If you could make some remarks, why are you placing that bet here in Brazil? What's interesting to invest in? Let me tell you first about Anvisa. Anvisa is an institution of high level. We have for years a relationship with Anvisa, and we recognize the high competence and responsibility of the people that work in that organization. We recently passed through the regulation for the various diseases. It was an extensive work, and I must say that we learned a lot in this interaction with Anvisa. So I feel obliged to make this recognition. So some companies are not necessarily related to translation. Initially with basic attention, so subsequently the size of the activities. Very few people. So the area of capitals of health and the processes of diagnosis. Scale of benefit to the usual. Players like Einstein had to reflect upon their strategy. Einstein developed a platform, developed its area of research. You observe that the big hospitals, big organizations in the United States made innovation. And we understood the process. And it's part of the internal transformation of the organizations. These are part of, they spread knowledge, and part of this knowledge doesn't work within the organizations. They are big, heavy, slow. The startups come to add and complement by their dynamics the capacity of highly risked projects that require a huge engagement and a configuration that transcends the rationality to take the project ahead. Out of that startups and Einstein interaction, we understand that a startup We have to learn about intellectual property. If you don't protect from intellectual property, we have no idea of regulatory issues. If we don't instruct them in those issues, it can be of multinational nature. They don't know cybersecurity. That is, security. It's a complex activity. And there's another element. These organizations need seed money. Those who bet the money, they risk. I would say that about 35, and they died of natural death. They were well buried. One or two that are a great success, and the rest are things that have been run, are normal organizations. So as we come close to this organization, the organization interacts with it, your people start seeing opportunities where they could only see threats. They manage to get involved with new areas of knowledge. So we invest, for example, genomic big data analytics. We bring to the private area basic attention. We created areas of digital attention. If we didn't have this, it would be much more difficult.
You wanting to bring investment to Brazil, which I think it's honorable. There has been 10 startups, and if you need startups to make your sandbox regulatory, we have a lot of them. Oh yeah, there's an editorial coming out. Well, thank you so much, Henrique. I would like to know your consideration. I've been watching you for a long time, and I've seen a huge movement to make Brazil a huge focus towards investments. I would like you to talk about the last projects that you have been releasing, including talking about the ministry challenges. I would like you to tell us about that. Thank you, Apex. Thank you, everyone. I cannot hide my French accent, but I'm going to speak Portuguese. Sorry for the mistakes I can make. Well, we are not very known, but we are the second French group. We have 1,400 groups in Brazil, one in Rio, another in Minas Gerais. So our centers of research are in Brazil ever since 50 years ago. So just like Brazil, so we've been very strong here. I would like to reinforce things that have been said before. Brazil have offered a rare combination for the quality of education, the quality of the professionals, and the size of the market, and the projects, the government projects of funding the projects. We have a lot of ambition, a lot of projects that exist already, and a lot of productions. But we want to make a chain of innovative medicine, and we like to include to this project a French technology that is innovative, and also the use of IFA, which is Brazilian. And also, we like to bring it to Brazil, but we will also like to export from Brazil to other countries of the world. So we have a lot of projects in the biological area. We have a lot of ambitions. What's important is that we want to go beyond producing. It's important to think about the use and the intelligence of the studies, especially Einstein studies. We have a lot of important data to understand the necessity of Brazilian patients. So we have the opportunity to use those data so we can improve the medicine. Thank you, Matthew. I would like to keep the topic because we have SUS, which has a great database, which is a reference to anyone who wants to develop technology in Brazil. And it's important for the panel to speak of this because it's important to talk about technology. And I think this project is very important. But what may come regarding investment? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. Super cool to talk about innovation. We are a business with more than 85 years. We have more than 80,000 patents in the world, and we breed innovation. Brazil is already in the innovation process. If you look back 20 years ago, we invented the first X-ray in Brazil because Brazil has a different need in that so it was something that was developed here. Nowadays, Brazil has been gaining a lot of attention and strength in the digital area. We have more than 120 people, either public and private, that can allow the patients to have a better care. We really think that the benefit is to integrate. When we talk about data, it's important to know that in the system of Brazil and the geographical particularities that Brazil have, we have different countries and different states in a lot of diversity in those areas. So we need to create a solution that can allow, not substitute, but connect. We have a very interesting solution that focuses on the collecting of data from the medical records in either labs or to know if there's a possibility of cancer. In this, you can even manage the line of patients because the patient can go to diverse institutions and he can get different responses. So we need to get together with to a lot of clinics and hospitals so we can see what we can do differently. Another solution that I think it's important to share, there has been a lot of panels towards that. We have a solution with the HC and other institutions that the idea is that we can, through telemedicine, possibilitate the care of patients everywhere, no matter where they are. They can have the specific care they need immediately, no matter how much they don't need to work towards it. In the most rural areas of Brazil. there's another alternatives we can do that. And maybe to the last part of your question is that there's more coming. There's every day there's more coming. If you see the last few years, we've grown a lot. Just to cut you off, sorry. I was talking to Paulo about your work, and he said, I think it's a very important information. He said that the Germany research, he said Brazil is the only place that you developed outside of Germany. It's not only outside of Germany, there's a lot of other places. Brazil is one of the principal places and the principal with a focus on development, and there's a lot of things we can share and create together. There's a lot of collaboration. We can talk about collaboration. We don't need to look at technology thinking about money, but we need to think about the benefits that it brings. I think it's a quick conclusion to the first talk is that we have a lot of competence in Brazil. There are competent people in Brazil working in this area, working in this field. And there's a lot of innovative programs. I think it would be nice if there's some numbers of the values that the ministry is going to invest. Soon we're going to have a closing, and then we can feel comfortable to talk about this. I think we can talk about the difficulties that you have in deciding that Brazil is a good investment place. Because why would you come here? It's important to speak what are the positives and the negatives of investing in Brazilian health. Because inside the Ministry of Health, what makes it more attractive to come invest in Brazil? What are the technological areas that are interesting for the next 3 years, talking about numbers, so that the investors can look at Brazil and think differently? Well, you want to talk about Brazil being you want to talk about Brazil having our group being the biggest buyer of Brazil. The Brazilian Health Ministry has a lot of buying power. It has a recent quest that it looks for technologies of research. So there's a lot of new ways to use this power of buying, so we can expand on our research. So we're trying to use this buying power to make the local buying places stronger. So through the
Ministry of Health will identify challenges and solutions that are important to be developed in the country, to be brought to the national production or developed in the country. This path of reaching through the challenges and solutions is the path that is in the logic of the missions that was announced by CNDI, and is the one that is being worked on and must be announced in the coming days. This will help to drive north and guideline the process of investment in the health sector of the country. Talking about the CNDI, being headed by the MIDIC itself, and nearshoring. For after the pandemic we had a break in the chain, so we are seeing a movement of Brazil of looking for investors willing to install the operations here and produce products for all Latin America. Dr. Meruza, within the considerations it was mentioned the aspect of big data. Brazil is an important provider of big data when was mentioned the installation of the unified health system. The information generated by the unified health system can be utilized both for improvements of existing products, we're providing incremental innovations on how to direct strategies of radical changes. Recently, Anvisa launched a guide of data of real life based in the experiences that we had in the pandemics. We impulsed this topic in the world discussions of having data of real life, and this data of real life comes in the characteristic of our unified health system. Information have to arrive. We must know this information. They need to be interoperational among data banks, and that generates value, a value that can help improve in the life quality or to improve the technologies already existing in health. So at that time, the warehouse of data is favorable, and we are heading in this path so we can support innovations. Excellent. So a message inviting invest in Brazil. It's worth it. Any final remarks you want to make to the companies? Is it valid to duplicate the bet? As Lucian mentioned, we attach a lot in Brazil. And I'm not doing a criticism, but usually the multinationals and the companies, they see as a big buyer market of equipment and drugs. Yes, it's a fact, but is on how to improve this and double the bet in the sense that this can be a hub of development and a reference for Latin America, including to produce things to export to Europe. Why not to the US, and why not? So how we would like you to comment how the edge and the board is analyzing this, if it's worth it to double the bet in Brazil. Did the environment improve? It's of attraction of investment that we are talking about. I already talked. We do have a problem in the heart, cardio-heart diseases, and the problem are not with the drugs but with the behaviors of the patients. The lack of capability of the patients to ingest the drugs and change the behavior. I think innovation is a topic and wants to find new path for the drugs, but also must think on about the wanting of the patients, the importance of the innovation on that side of changing behaviors of the patients. In Brazil, with the unified health system, we have an extraordinary force, but we have a system that doesn't use now the resources in the better way. They have a lot of drugs, but finally, if the patients don't take the drugs won't work. So we must think, when digitalizing, we have to think innovation and to be able to track and follow up the patients and bring data. And Brazil be effectively go ahead, may lead this evolution, for the SUS system is the biggest in the world. So if Brazil managed to go ahead and lead this innovation in the care of the patient, that will take the drug, that will change behavior, that will eat betterly, that will do exercise, this will change things, and Brazil will withdraw a lot of elements that will attract innovation, including innovation of research. For the research, all this will manage data, and intelligence will come out for Visa to register drugs and to understand the reality of what is happening in Brazil. Just in addition, Leandro, So SUS has an enormous mission of provide data of very high quality, so companies become interested in coming here for development, innovation, and industry of new drugs. Let's think on how to improve data. I will go another way. Innovation doesn't happen because of an appeal. Innovation requires an ecosystem. No one in an isolated manner innovates. You need to have a system. The state has a fundamental role in this, announcing priorities, orchestrate the system as a whole, allocate resources, and take part of the risk for himself. There are countries where the state places seed money in the project that wins the competition, but if it loses, no problem. Second point is the flow of talents. What goes abroad to learn, the ones that go abroad to learn. And Brazil has a fantastic experience with Embrapa. It will be 50 years. Embrapa sent 2,000 people abroad to study in the best universities, and they return. If we take the complex ITA Embraer, we have examples of excellence in Brazil that are wonderful. I believe that health requires this kind of effort. For example, I traveled around the world visiting research state centers. I've been in China, Singapore, Israel, United States. We also have a plant there. But the interesting part of this story is that the proximity between the teaching, the research, the system of innovation, and the productive system is much higher. The productive and financial system is on the top of the research system. It's along with the teaching system. It's the teacher that teaches the students and is a researcher and takes the students into the laboratory. The level of technological density, I came from these countries impressed. What Einstein needs to do is physics, chemistry, and mathematics. If we don't dominate these basic sciences, we won't make the deep tech what we need to develop. I believe that we must have a discussion of wider and deeper on what is innovation, the density of the Brazilian population. All these companies look at the Brazilian population and where they look for critical research. They go to China, they research in Ukrainian. In Brazil, there is a diversity of population that is fantastic for this purpose. So I believe there is a richness to be exploited in the sense of production of new things in Brazil that it's enormous. What we need is to be able to formulate this project for us. If you allow me just following what Henrique mentioned, we still need to work a lot in the base and to define what are the priorities where we want to invest. Otherwise, it's so complex, it's so wide that we may be along the way. If we manage to have a clear agenda, let's think big, but let's start small. Let's work this kind of disease, let's say diabetes or cardiovascular, or let's focus more on cancer. This has a totally different impact besides the diversity that you mentioned super clearly. I believe that the Brazilian has something that nobody else has. It's a capability of accepting innovation. If we look into all new text, telephone, Brazilians are the ones that speed up more. Social media, finances, financial market, it's an example for the whole world. So I believe that we have to look at that with a look much more pragmatic and truly executable, for we have a lot of potential. It's like getting detached from this potential. We'll have to wrap up. The panel is closed, but I believe that good, positive news out of this discussion GSAs came to stay. I believe that a lot of this protagonism that the ministry is assuming has to stand up again, but is doing a very interesting work, providing these markers of priorities to make convergence of efforts in relation to the comments you did about taking the people abroad to bring knowledge. We are reactivating along with the Ministry of Science and Technology, the diaspora of the Brazilians abroad, to be able to speed up startups and research for research centers, so you can do here a good work. And I believe that this path with Anvisa and regulatory, the challenge was launched to have a public call for startups early next year. I believe that this expands and starts showing that things are getting organized, so the investment comes to Brazil. And out of 3 years, 5-10 years, making clinical trials, interesting news must show to unlock this front. No doubt, we are working on the mark of clinical trial. Brazil is in the 17th position in the world ranking, and we try to improve this ranking in Brazil, not only a strategy of phase 3, but to create more studies like phase 1 and phase 2, understanding that this diversity, this plural composition of our population is strategic for clinical trials and considerably for innovations. Let's place Brazil in this map. Thank you, Apex, thank you to everyone, to those who have followed us and online. Excellent to share informations with you. Thank you. Our sincere thanks to the participants of one more panel in the second day, in this 6th edition. We will now provide the sequence, one more panel, so they will make a register now.
E nós vamos seguir porque nós temos mais um assunto para tratar. Nós estamos caminhando aí para o último painel.
We're walking to our last panel for the day. Brazil shaping the growth in the insertion internationally. We would like to thank everyone who's been here since the first day. And thank you to you who's watching us online. Thank you for watching us. Now our next panel is Brazil shaping the growth in the insertion internationally. We would like to invite Marta Beck, the moderator of the panel. We would like to invite to talk about this Tatiana Prazeres, who is the Secretary of Exterior Commerce, Bernard Api, and Fabrizio Operetti. Well, everyone in the stage, please. This is our last panel, so please, thank you for being here. Good afternoon to everyone. This is the last panel of our forum, so thank you to everyone who's been here, to the last one. Our mission today is to talk about how Brazil has been working in the international market. This is not an easy talk. The world has been dealing with the high inflation, the huge growth, and we have two wars happening in the world right now, one in the Middle East and one in Europe. But it's in the middle of this scenery that we are preparing to receive investments. Lula has announced a program that will get more investment for Brazil, and another program that will work towards a more inclusive, a more sustainable business and commerce in Brazil. those are all things that need investments, not only for the government, but also for... So we have Tatiana Prazeres, Fabrício Betti, and we used to have a chair for Bernard Api, but he's not here now because he's taking care of something important for our team, which is the voting for the tributary reform, and it's being voting right now. So he needs to be there right now. Since this is our most important topic, I would like to start asking the secretary how is this reforms going to help our commerce, Brazilian commerce? Thank you for inviting me. I would like to compliment the panel. It's an honor to be here. The theme is so important, not only for the external commerce of Brazil, but for the economy and the industry of Brazil. I would just like to ask a question. Talking about the international commerce, the reform is going to...
The competition of the Brazilian product, our goods carry residue of taxation due to the accumulation of the Brazilian model that can reach about 7%. And what's more perverse is that the more productive links, the more stages of a development of a product has, the higher the residue that the Brazilian product carries when exported. So the tax reform is this meaningful reform to relieve this taxation from the products exported. And product tax reform is especially relevant of new industrialization of Brazil. There is a movement, there is a vision of this government about the importance of the industrial activity in the economy as a whole, and as we know, industry is a super taxed activity in relation to its contribution to the productivity of the economy of Brazil. The tax reform addresses this issue and not only contributes for our exports, but also contributes for the production in Brazil is more competitive, for the production of manufactured goods, higher aggregated value is more competitive. Obviously, as the Secretary Api says, is not a perfect reform, but it's a tax reform that will bring meaningful gains to the country for the competitiveness of our economy. Can you estimate to us of the Ministry of Development for that rate of export as for the balance of payments is being revised to a higher value? Can we estimate how much of the tax reform could leverage even more the exports? We need to see as for the outcome of the discussion in the Congress, but I would say, and I highlight this aspect that I've mentioned, Brazil exports taxes. The more processed, the higher number of stages, higher the residue reaches 7%. So a number that I can sign is the tax reform, if confirmed, the understanding that won't have any more residues to be exported to our goods would bring this gain. Obviously, it will depend on the sector. This residue can be higher or lower, but this percentage of 7% is something that the market recognizes as something as a reference in terms of burden that still is included in our products. I would like to take advantage of your question to say that we have to revise our forecast for external trade. Brazil never exported as much as we exported from January to October of this year. So we start from a high level of last year. We are overcoming this level from last year. We are overcoming already in value, and with a surplus, a very robust surplus in the trade balance, will reach a surplus that will be at maximum value. This shows a vigorous state of our economy and points out to us the challenge of making that more and more companies, more regions of Brazil may benefit from the advantages associated with the access to the external market. The moment is very positive for our external market, and the challenge is to make that a bigger number of companies, a bigger number of sectors, a bigger number of regions, municipalities in Brazil perceives the benefit of the external insertion. And besides the tax reform, which is something that we've been discussing in Brazil for 30 years, since I started to work in the media, journalists that created a whole life just talking of tax reform. It's a big challenge. Dr. Fabrizio, I would like to know what else is a challenge for Brazil to increase its external ascension and attract more investments. Good morning, Marta. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I'd like to salute my friend, the Secretary Tatiana, with whom we will have a very close dialogue in our work agenda. I also too want to recognize Apex and its president, Viana, in this historical partnership, 6th investment forum that we attract to Brazil at this time. We are very happy with the outcome. The feedback that we are having from the participants is quite good. Nothing better like the last session, working in the good advanced Portuñol of a Uruguayan brother that cannot speak other thing than Portuñol in this dear Brazil. Our vision, Brazil as historical. Brazil has what the world needs, what the planet needs. To start, to highlight that Brazil is already one of the biggest receivers of foreign direct investment in the world. We start from a base of a dimension of quite relevant. Just in 2022 received approximately $86 billion in investment, direct foreign investment. On top of these values are the sectors that have been selected. Brazil is one of the countries, as we say here in this forum, the biggest biodiversity of the world, with opportunities in this bioeconomy that has everything to work and progress. Just a region of the Amazon produces currently the equivalent of $3 billion in products of diversity. Then we have the clean energy of the energy matrix. It's one of the cleanest of the world. The critical minerals. We cannot speak of sustainability without critical minerals that supply electric vehicles and a number of devices. And Brazil has them all. And finally, the topic, Brazil feeds the world. It's a topic of food security that it's very relevant. And the topic of Deforestation Act and more demanding of consumers. Finally, the countries of the agents. This is an opportunity for Brazil. It's a challenge. It's a transformation that the country is having world-class stakeholders like Embrapa. So Brazil has this kind of from the point of view of the challenges, these are challenges that have Latin America and the Caribbean region. IDB was born under the vision of a Brazilian Kubitschek in the year of 1959. At that time, the international insertion of this region was about the same, 5% in the participation in the world commerce. Didn't change much. Then we had the opportunity of having a quantitative and qualitative jump that is stopping only costs, logistic costs, regulatory costs, costs of transportation, and costs of information. That's the agenda that we find important for Brazil. There is the role of Apex.
un poco una iperbole, pero una iperbole molto simbolica de una política, y con eso termino, anticíclica. Comercio significa crecer. Entre el año 90 y el 2010, en esos 20 años, América Latina e el Caribe fizeram um processo de liberalização comercial. Nós calculamos que esse processo valeu.
This is a valid process, 40% of growth of the GDP per capita given to this process of liberalization, commercial liberalization. Commerce, exports, investment means growth, it means development. Brazil this year opened considerably to the world. United States, China. In this aspect, we would like to talk on the topic for Tatiana. Many fronts that are open. How is the line? How is the order for this, if there's one? Is it more interesting Brazil to make core agreements in bloc or bilateral? For there are countries that are within blocs, like it's the case of Uruguay, that want to make bilateral agreements, for they think it's a more interesting way. And taking a lift in my own question, what's missing for us to wrap up finally a Mercosur-European Union, when this will happen? So thank you, Marta. I salute Apex for the event, and I salute IDB as well, this well-succeeded event, for this beef that we dearly call beef. We understand that it's necessary to expand the network of international agreements that link Brazil. Brazil today has a limited network, and it's necessary to expand this universe of countries with whom we have commercial preferences, we have easier access, favored, and so on. You did a very good question. What is the priority? How do we deal with that? And we have clarity among Mercosur. What are the priorities for this semester? Brazil presides Mercosur, you know. The presidency is a pro-tempore presidency. So in the scope of Mercosur, the 4 countries of the bloc define the priorities for this bloc. And the priorities are to conclude the agreement with the European Union, with Singapore and EFTA. Of course, it's something very ambitious. I would say that European Mercosur and Mercosur Singapore are advancing quite well. So we still need more arms to advance in the 3 priorities. But it's natural that the bloc has defined the 3, for after all, along the semester we had no clarity at the moment that the priorities were defined, how they would advance. But we are quite happy with the advances in these 2 fronts of negotiation, with these 2 priorities. The third didn't advance in the rhythm wished because we allocated the resources available to these two negotiations that we understood that are possible, yes, positive outcome in the short term. President Lula, Vice President Geraldo Alckmin have declared the need to finalize a balance agreement with Europe still this year, and this is for that we are working for. Last week we were in Brussels in the meeting with the European negotiating team. Last week we were here in this building with the government of the countries of Mercosul. It's not a Brazilian negotiation, it's not a Europe, so partners were here because Brazil is in the presidency pro tempore of Mercosul. Therefore, we have been working in a very intense manner, in a very engaged level, but the presidential meetings and the number of online meetings that have occurred along this last month. So it's hard to say if we will reach to a good outcome or not, but we are trusting that we'll finalize a balance agreement with the European Union by the end of the year. Can you tell us, it's one of the last difficulties that was in the law anti-deforestation in the European Parliament that you went to discuss in Brussels, and they were here last week. Anything you can tell us about of advance in relation to this? The two topics are related. The negotiation, Mercosul and European Union, and unilateral measures adopted by the European bloc that affect not only Brazil and the members of the Mercosul, but also the members of Mercosur. That is how to deal with these two fronts of negotiation simultaneously. One de facto is a negotiation among blocs, and the other front of dialogue, of discussion with Europeans, how to minimize and mitigate unneeded costs for our exports in relation to the need of legislation of this country. So we need to know that this won't stay here. The legislation about deforestation, mechanism of border control, there will be other measures that will be having an effect on the commerce. Ever more measures adopted with the objectives of public policies in other areas affected the commerce. How to negotiate commercial agreements knowing that the countries individually will adopt measures that will have a repercussion over what is being negotiated. It's a challenge that at the same time an opportunity, for we need and we want to influence the way how the Europeans will regulate the anti-deforestation regulation due to the need of reducing costs and cutting the impact and the difficulties associated with compliance by our producer-exporter. Brazil has a steady commitment in fighting deforestation, no doubt about it, but we are quite concerned with measures that affect the commerce in an unneeded manner, measures that impose high costs to our exporters. So these conversations occur simultaneously, and the fact that we are now negotiating a commercial agreement with the European Union offer us a need to address on how to cooperate with Europeans, for example, to cut costs, so the data of Brazil and of the members of Mercosul are accepted in this process of demonstration of compliance of the new European duties and obligations, how to assist small producers of Brazil and the Mercosul with the new legislation. The fact that we are dealing a new agreement put us in a privileged position that will affect everyone in minor or major degree. This topic of deforestation is not something that applies only to the members of the Mercosul. So it's an additional challenge, but it's also an opportunity. Just taking the advantage that we are already in the topic, and in addition to Mercosul is united in this task, considering that Uruguay made a gesture in the early this year standing for the bilateral agreement. Argentina is going through an election that we don't know the outcome. We will know in 2 weeks, but we will know that whoever wins in Argentina may have an effect upon Mercosur. How united do you think that is Mercosur within these last weeks of negotiation with European Union? It's a legitimate question, and I say with a lot of tranquility that the level of engagement of Mercosur members is very high. I am in this circle for quite some time, and I ask myself if it was possible to keep this rhythm, this capability of taking difficult decisions. So that's how it works. As a negotiation advances and you reach the most difficult topics, I have no doubt that they're all committed and compromised with the good outcome of this negotiation with Singapore and the European Union. These are two negotiations that went close to a final outcome last year, but were not finalized, so we recovered the efforts in light of the new circumstances of demands from one side and the other to conclude these understandings, so they're all committed and compromised. In relation to negotiating in bloc, I believe that the conclusion of these two negotiations would be a very concrete sign of our capability of concluding relevant commercial agreements. Well, it's natural that after, in the case of Mercosur and European Union, after 20 years, considering the fatigue, all the efforts, the best answer is to conclude this negotiation. And within this work, obviously, of commercial agreements, IDB has an important role, which is to promote exports culture. I would like you to talk a bit about the initiatives of IDB, not only to Brazil, but to the other countries of Latin America, to instigate this spirit of exports and to help this process of exports in the region. Thank you for the question. What I want to highlight is the central importance of working with the private sector. Who exports, who imports is the stakeholder of international commerce, and these are the companies, the private sector. So it's, if we need to dance a tango or to dance forró in Brazil, and also to grow and to develop. The public sector facilitates, places the rules of the game, but the private sector are the ones that they are the protagonists of this film. So what we want in IDB, what we do is to facilitate this cooperation, this dialogue, and this action, public-private action for the international commerce of different ways. One of those is this kind of meeting. There were almost 1,000 people, many business people, and these meetings are very important to facilitate the networking, to know opportunities, people from different countries, from the continent, to generate this room of network is very important. It's not necessarily just these meetings or this reunion with a lot of speeches. No, in parallel we had a lot of important meetings. We will get together tomorrow with the Secretary to plan and to discuss the topic of facilitation of commerce, studies of impact with the Mercosur and the European Union, the top of export culture, and as I was saying, the top of the business forum. Next year in Brazil, we will do, along with Apex, a round of business of Amazon, around a business round in Manaus with training and matchmaking for the sector of food from the Amazon products. These spaces are key for the region. We did with Brazil and with other countries of IDB. Another way of to bring the companies close to the international trade is internet and the platforms. We developed one that it's very successful, Connect Americas, and what a lot of people is listening and watching this online is when we are considering taking a coffee, and I took a lot of coffees while being here. the company of coffee is connected with Connect Americas and made contacts. The one that is here is providing a wonderful Brazilian coffee. So this way of connecting companies to businesses, to learning, to contacts is very important. With the small, medium company in general. With the big companies, then another important thing, a key element, is what we call in English the policy advocacy, the way of advocate for public policies that facilitate international trade. And by doing so, IDB provides this with a dialogue of the business environment with 450 big companies from the most important chambers of commerce and federations of industry, commerce, and services of the Americas. And every 3 years, in the summits of presidents, and the next one will be in 2025 in Dominican Republic, the private sector is presented to the presidents of the state to create dynamic business environment. Now there is this topic of artificial intelligence. These kind of groups of companies like Mercado Libre, Microsoft, Meta, and many other, we are finding a room to be able to help those governments to facilitate a public-private dialogue, very dynamic. And in that we believe, and truly believe, and we do that a lot in the region and in Brazil. So we congratulate Brazil again for this BIF edition. How important it is, this agenda that Brazil brought and the whole world is discussing of ecological transformation. What's the importance of a country to have this kind of projects, for these kind of meetings that generate appetite by the private sector to have a green agenda. The topic of sustainability is a cross-cutting topic in all the productive activities, including in the specific matter, the international trade. The new tariffs will be related with these carbon credits, with this exchange of credits, and this traceability that Brazil is a great element of environmental care in Brazil. So it must have a strong voice in this governance. These are mechanisms being created, but what determines in the last instance is the consumer, is the people. The people demands to see the traceability of something, of carbon, of good practices, good labor practices, of human rights and democracy. Today the commerce goes much beyond than the comparative advantages of costs only. Other variables interfere. We have to talk about resilience, about diversification, how the pandemics increased our awareness that certain chains, productive chains, it's important to diversify them and protect them. This is a world in more and more variables are considered in international trade. And it's fascinating, and this is an opportunity for Latin America. Marvelous. So we are reaching the end. We would like to ask for the both of you to make final remarks. And what is the message that you would leave since you are wrapping up the Brazil Investment Forum? So we ask you for a final message and with optimism for the investor that wants to come to Brazil. This is a new moment for Brazil. It's a moment of reinsertion of the country in the international economy as from its credentials of sustainability. There is a willingness of Brazil to be engaged in the multilateral agenda with a lot of vigorous attitude. As from December 1st, Brazil will preside G20. Is something monumental in terms of opportunities to influence, to carve the agenda in topics that are determinant for everyone's future. Making use of this opportunity is something that is within our competence and that the Brazilian government embraces with care. Then we have the presidency of BRICS in 2025. We have COP as well, COP hosting a COP in the forest. So it's a new moment for the country in terms of repositioning in the international scenario. and we need to make good use of these opportunities. In my area, when we think on international commerce, this relation between commerce and sustainability, commerce and climate, it's something that came to stay. It's something that for Brazil to reposition itself as from the credentials of sustainability of their products, I talked about diversifying the origin of the Brazilian products to take international trade into the various regions of Brazil. I feel the commitment of Apex in taking these opportunities to all the regions of Brazil and to add value to our exports as from this agenda of new industrialization and diversification of our destinies of exports. So there is an international agenda that it's very relevant to Brazil, an agenda that connects commerce and climate and makes a whole lot of sense to Brazil from the moment that there is this sequence of opportunities associated to influence the global agenda. Brazil stepping strongly, moving ahead, providing what the planet needs. Planet needs more Brazil in the world to solve global topics as the food security, as the climate changes, as the sustainability, as the biodiversity. So I celebrate this 6th edition of Brazil Investment Forum and IDB in the presidency of a Brazilian, so Brazil moving on strongly. Thank you very much. Thank you Apex, thank you IDB, to the organizers of the Brazil Investment Forum, and have a good evening. Thank you very much. Our sincere thanks to all the participants of this panel that finalizes our meeting. So it's with great joy that we finalize the Brazil Investment Forum of 2023. So in the name of Apex and the IDB, we thank to everyone for their presence and you that follow us during these 2 days online through our digital channels. Good evening to everyone, and we'll see you in the next edition. Thank you.